Killzone is a PlayStation exclusive science fiction video game series consisting primarily of first-person shooters. Spanning 6 games, 1 novelization, and 1 rather obscure manga, it does have a respectable amount of content for players to enjoy. And across those titles, the franchise soared to some very impressive highs while also falling to some astonishing lows. From its origins as a humble PS2 squad shooter to an ambitious PS4 launch title, Killzone has a bit of a storied history to talk about, not just within its own universe, but around each game's development and direction as well. Across the various Killzone games are some surprisingly interesting narratives being told across a variety of sci-fi settings, so eclectic that multiple of the games barely look like they even share a universe together. Up until deciding to cover this series for the channel, I had little to no experience with any of the Killzone games, but I've always been interested in them from a distance. So I decided to commit the better part of a year to a deep dive of the complete Killzone series and talk in depth about every game. I'll be focusing primarily on each game's narrative, but also talking extensively about their gameplay, weapons, world building, music, and even how they all sync up as a series. So let's break down every game in the Killzone series, starting with the original PlayStation 2 game that paved the way for the rest, Killzone. Early on in the video game industry, the so-called console wars were at a vicious peak, with different manufacturers fighting it out in a bitter battle to capture the market of video game consumers. During this time, it was fairly common for brands to rib on each other as a means of propping up their own product, always taking shots at each other's branding and exclusives. At that time, despite being the most popular console to own, the PlayStation 2 was sorely lacking in the most popular game to play, Halo. So, Sony sought out to challenge the popularity of the acclaimed first-person sci-fi shooter with a sci-fi shooter of their own. And that shooter was called Killzone. Killzone is a first-person shooter developed by Guerrilla Games as an exclusive for the Sony PlayStation 2 and released on November 2nd in 2004 in the US and 3 weeks later in PAL regions. Leading up to its release, a plethora of magazines and other marketing materials were calling it a Halo killer, a term many who grew up around games during that time are no doubt familiar with. It's not hard to see why either. Halo was the gargantuan industry giant of the time, and everyone wanted a piece of that Xbox exclusive pie for themselves. So along comes this new game set in a war-ridden future complete with a gritty aesthetic, futuristic weaponry, and experienced from an intense first-person perspective. Take that formula and lock it into the PS2 as an exclusive, and it wasn't hard to sell it as a direct attempt to compete with Halo. There was one major problem with this marketing move, however, and that's the small fact that Guerrilla Games were never clued in on it. The developers had no idea this game was going to be billed as a Halo competitor, and at no point were they ever designing Killzone with that in mind. It was Sony who decided to market it that way in hopes of securing a wider market and capitalizing on the massive success Halo had managed to pull in, which unfortunately ended up really hurting the game's reception because they drew completely unnecessary comparisons between Killzone and Halo when the game came out, and in truth, the games were nearly nothing alike. So what is it like then? Well, although it wasn't created to kill Halo, it was made with PS2 exclusivity in mind, and has, to this day, managed to stay a Sony exclusive, only ever receiving one port to the PS3 in the form of a soft remaster. I'll be playing the original PS2 version for this video and talking mostly about that version as well. I really wanted to cover more about the technology on offer here, especially given the huge waves this developer would go on to make with their impressive Decima engine, but I can't find anything about it. I have no idea what engine this game is running on. I guess it's probably proprietary. If there's anyone watching who can tell me more about this game's tech, please feel free to leave a comment. As for the game itself, Killzone takes place in the grim future of the 24th century in the year 2357. Following a global thermonuclear crisis which rendered the whole of Earth uninhabitable in 2055, humanity sought out the stars, traveling out into the Alpha Centauri system where they found 2 potentially habitable worlds. One of those worlds was a beautiful, lush planet they named Vecta after the CEO of the mining company who kept humanity alive, Philip Vecta. The other planet was called Helgen, named after the company that Philip Vecta owned. Helgen was a barren, dead, and environmentally harsh planet. Though technically it was potentially habitable, the atmosphere alone was so unfriendly it required the use of ventilators just to survive. Which, okay, no problem, just don't go there and stay on Vecta. Well, things were alright for a while until the Helgen Corporation tried to purchase the planet of Vecta, and the United Colonial Nations made sanctions to prevent that from happening. This caused the first extrasolar war to break out, and two opposing military fought over ownership of Vecta until, eventually, the Helgen Company lost, and the UCN exiled every surviving member of Helgen to the planet that shared the name of their now-conquered company. Instead of just imprisoning them, they thought it'd be funny to send them all off to die on a borderline uninhabitable planet. Well, it turns out that would be one of the greatest mistakes these human colonies ever made. Although many of these exiled colonists did die to the harshness of the planet Helgen, those who survived continued to adapt to the planet's atmosphere, and eventually their offspring began to mutate in order to persevere. Their skin turned pale, their strength and stamina grew rapidly, and their skin hardened, causing them to become hairless. They became biologically superior to the humans who had once cast their forefathers out, and while the residents of Vecta went on about their lives never the wiser, the exiled colonists claimed a new name for themselves, embracing the violent nature of the planet they had been condemned to, and calling themselves the Helghast. They trained, industrialized, and mobilized until they eventually became a military superpower, and the whole of the Helghast people had their sights set on revenge and the eventual conquering of Vecta and of Earth by force.
These comms are getting worse. Anyone else receiving? We're getting cut off here.
We open on a desolate battlefield surrounded by dead trees, distant explosions, and the piercing sound of bullets flying by around our heads. Inhabiting the perspective of Captain Jan Templar, we're thrown headfirst into the fray, imbued in this trench warfare. The atmosphere is thick with the fog of war, and the overall design is so cool that it almost saturates enough to undo the awful visuals of this game. I don't want to harp on this, so I'll just go ahead and say it now. Killzone is an ugly game. Maybe it's because the PS2 hardware just couldn't support the title, or maybe the devs were limited by whatever engine they were working on, but it's just offensively bad. There's so much motion blur on everything that it was genuinely hard for me to play. The frame rate is a mess because the game can't seem to handle its own environment half the time, and the character models don't even fully load in when you first see them because of texture pop-in. And the film grain filter? I get that maybe the idea was to give it this old war film feeling, but it's just disgusting to look at. So yeah, it's a particularly ugly game, so let's get back to it. This first mission is just sort of getting us out of the literal trenches and into the city. It's really linear, but a lot of the shooters from this time period were, so I don't hold that against it. We do get a little turret section, which I know most people loathe these kinds of things, but I don't mind them. They're not great, and I'm not defending them or anything, they just don't bother me is all. Plus, there's a lot of them in this game, so I would just get used to them. I do like how the melee attack in this game is a little execution animation. It'd be nice if there were more animations, but it still felt satisfying to perform these when I got the chance. Finally, we're able to get out of the war zone and into the city streets. And things are no better inside the city. The first thing we find after getting in here is a few of our Vecta allies pinned down by a sniper, which lets us climb up this tower and grab a sniper rifle of our own. I was really caught off guard by how this rifle controlled after zooming in. Just looking at it, you can see how weird it is. The style of shooter just kind of changes as we move the cursor around the screen, almost like an old on-the-rails shooter or something. It's just so unusual, and I didn't really like how it controlled either. The devastated ruins of the city look great though. The level designers really did a great job with this when they were putting everything together. We get some verticality too as we make our way up and down through this ruined building. A fantastic little set piece lies up ahead, giving us the chance to grab an RPG and take out an enemy APC. Unfortunately, the nature of the level design just ends up highlighting the fact that the player feels glued to the ground. We don't have any kind of jump button, and I'm actually questioning if Killzone even has a real physics engine at all, or if it's kind of fake it. I do love the weapon designs though. They really nailed a kind of combination of realistic military weapon with a retro-futuristic tinge. Making a stand outside of what looks like water pipes, we take out a unit of Hellgast and progress further into the city. One of our fellow officers informs us that we're needed at HQ right before a squad of Hellgast burst through a nearby fence and start attacking us. Our boys fend off the attackers, and then we make for the remains of some kind of power plant. Again, this is a great set piece, and you can tell the designers really put some work into making this area into an intense level to play on. I love how while we're having this kind of exchange of fire across these buildings, a Hellgast ship just flies by and starts shooting at us. One thing Killzone does very well is establish a tone of consistent intensity. As we're about to make our way across the bridge into the city outskirts, 2 tanks show up and nearly shred me to pieces. Fortunately, I've still got that RPG from earlier, which I used to make short work of these things. Getting through this warehouse, we find ourselves back outside the city again, closing in on the ISA headquarters.
Sarge, Captain Templar's here.
Captain Templar, glad to see you made it through alive. General Barton said you would be coming this...
Hellgast armor closing in on your position!
Shit! Get ready, people! We have to hold them off until our vehicles get here!
Now we've got a whole assault squad to deal with. This part would normally frustrate me in pretty much any other game because it's a tower defense-like section, calling for us to hold down a defensive position and wipe out waves of Hellgast enemies. But in this particular instance, I didn't really mind it. I think it's because the gameplay feels so glued to the ground all of the time that no matter where you are or what you're doing, you never really notice the difference in gameplay. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but for whatever reason, it ended up working okay for this game. With the enemy APC destroyed, the gates behind us open, and we can get back on our way to the ISA HQ, entering into what looks like a supplies warehouse. We've got to fight through a sizable number of Hellgast. That is, until we make it to the second floor and find another turret. There's a certain kind of FPS player that loves old school shooters and believes the early to mid 2000s console games utterly ruined shooters with their gray color palette, slow movement, linear level design, weapon limits, and turret sections. Killzone is what those players see in their nightmares. It is the total culmination of every negative stereotype I've ever seen applied to mid 2000s FPS games. With that said, we gun down a series of soldiers dropped off from a Hellgast dropship and finally reach the ISA HQ.
Tell General Adams that the security key is on its way to me right now. I'll be shuttling up in,
Within the hour, General.
Yeah, within the hour. And I expect everything to be ready when I arrive.
Yes, sir.
Damn. It's good to see you, Jan.
You too, General. What's happening out there? Are we holding?
We meet up with a longtime friend of Templar named General Vaughton, and the situation is bad. There's a Hellgast army invading, and the base is falling apart. The SD platform is awaiting reprogramming, but it requires a key that's trapped in the lower base below. Templar is told to locate and make contact with a spy being held captive among the Hellgast ranks and liberate him. But before we can do that, the base is attacked, and contact with the men bringing up the key is lost.
I understand, sir. I'm on it.
Are you okay, Jan? I'm organizing an evac.
The security key. Did it arrive?
No, it never made it.
I'll get it and meet you back here.
Okay, head for the research unit. But be careful, Jan. They're swarming in.
We need that key, otherwise we won't be able to disengage that failsafe. Headquarters is being bombarded, and at this rate definitely won't last much longer. So we need to make our way through this building before it's collapsed into rubble. This is actually where the game kinda picks up a little bit too. Killzone is clearly a corridor shooter, so although the big open landscapes in the first missions were cool, they didn't really play very well. These closer encounter hallway fights are not only a lot more fun to play with how this game's combat feels, but they look great too. The level design seems to react pretty well to the firefights around us, with certain props falling to pieces when shot and the rooms we're in breaking apart. It isn't too long before we find a pump-action shotgun. Regretfully, it's not great. It feels fine to use, but despite being a shotgun, feels like it's got no kick or power behind it. It's not the worst shotgun I've ever used in a game, but it leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, here we go. Aerial assault and a turret section. I don't care what anyone says, this is genuinely impressive for a 2004 PS2 game. With the turret section out of the way, we gain access to the research station where the key we need supposedly is. In the lobby of said station, we find a handheld grenade pistol. I'll hold on to that for later. The aesthetic of the research station is pretty good too. It gives a sterilized feeling to everything, and it makes for a great set of rooms for corridor shooting like this one. Finally, we're able to get our hands on the key in this small lab being guarded by a handful of soldiers. Now it's just a matter of getting out of here alive with the key in hand.
The key is over here! Grab it, and we'll escort you out of here!
We have to take that
General
server
Barton,
room!
set up an evac point inside the comms building! Forward!
They have the key! Here they come! Get away!
I really like that they recorded unique audio for the enemy NPCs based on the mission you're on. They could have just let them run through a series of generic dialogue like most games, but Killzone really delivered on their NPC audio. And we finally get to put this grenade pistol to work, and it's actually not half bad. We're not far from the comms building, but we'll need to make it through a series of underground tunnels to get there, and as we were warned, it's crawling with Hellghast. There's gotta be several dozen of these soldiers down here just looking for something to kill, so I had to make frequent use of cover to avoid being game-ended repeatedly. Not only are there a lot of troops down here, but a mini-boss of sorts as well. He's not too difficult, but he's for sure got more health than the other troopers. Taking him down, though, does net us a little reward. An LMG, and this one actually does deliver. It's powerful, punchy, looks cool, and kills things. I can very much get behind this weapon. Then the game does something I really admire, actually. It gets quiet. Not for long, but during this portion of the game there's no music. Just the sounds of your footsteps and the war raging on outside. I didn't notice this until I was reviewing the footage, but it's actually a nice touch, I feel. Another thing I noticed when looking back at the footage is that this game looks way better than it actually plays. I'm not saying that it plays horribly or anything, but watching my gameplay back, I could tell right away that the stiffness I felt while playing it wasn't translating very obviously. Which I guess is almost a testament to the game itself for looking half decent. Finally, after powering through a variety of additional tunnels, we make our way to the end of this place to link back up with the General, or so we thought.
Well, well. Your ass in my hands again, Templar. If you know what I mean.
Luger.
Instead, we find an assassin who saves Templar's life and tells him that the General ordered her to join him on his mission to rescue the spy named Haka. But before we can do that, we have to get him this key.
I was meant to meet the General here. Instead, I get a sniper.
4 snipers, actually. Vorton told me to meet you here, too. He said you'd brief me on our mission.
Our mission? Trust the General to put practicalities ahead of, well, anything else.
What do you suggest we do now?
Our mission is to recover an operations agent named Colonel Haka. He's trapped somewhere in the slums. But the General needs this to get the SD platforms up and running again.
So let's go find him.
The game then introduces us to our big bad guy, this General Adams, and tries so hard to make him oh so sinister, like to a cartoonish degree. I mean, they succeeded in making him unlikable, but also totally unbelievable.
1 hour ago, I told you to report to me when there was even a hint of any progress. 1 hour I've been waiting without a visit. You're about to tell me why.
I'm sorry, General. We can't do a thing without General Vaughton's security key. Without it, the central processor...
Do I need a lecture on the technical specs of these platforms? No. Because I run the damn things. Or do you believe in God? Or have you replaced him with some all-powerful technical device? Well, whatever it is you pray to, I'd start praying now that Vaughton reappears.
Mission 3 is where we can really feel Killzone breaking into its stride. For some reason, the first levels of this game are pretty weak compared to the third one, which I've talked about on this channel regarding how important openings are to a video game, but sticking with it, the game really does start to pick up. We're introduced to a new playable character named Luger, an assassin who seems to have had a past with our lead character, Captain Templar. Her playstyle is similar with a few little things to make it varied enough to add a little extra fun to the game. Her primary weapon is a silenced SMG of sorts, and I really like it way more than the other weapons I've used so far because it actually hits its targets. So many of the weapons in this game have an unreal amount of bullet spread, but thankfully her SMG is not plagued by this issue. She also gets a knife, which is wildly impractical but offers two really cool execution animations. Currently, we're tasked with fighting our way through this train station and into the park beyond. Already, the level design feels so much better than it did in the first two missions, with more room to move around and breathe, and a greater degree of verticality to play with. It was at this point that I kind of accepted I was pretty much just playing a Call of Duty game. Not in a bad way, but the progression of this is way closer to what Call of Duty would become than it is to anything Halo has ever been. Moving through the train station, we exit into the coolest design level of the game. The setting of this park, littered with these beautiful cherry blossom trees, provides a really interesting dichotomy when placed against the violent, war-torn skies and devastated buildings in the distance. This was the level that made me say to myself that Killzone wants to be a PS3 game so badly. There were times that I would have even really believed someone if they told me this was a launch title for the PS3, or honestly, even the Xbox 360. It kind of feels more like an Xbox 360 game than it does a PS2 game sometimes. Take that statement how you will. It definitely gives off the feeling that it's pushing the PlayStation 2 hardware to its limits with what it's trying to do. That said, the overuse of post-processing effects does still make the game look ugly overall, even if at times it simulates the visuals of early 6th generation titles. We come across a couple of anti-air guns making it hard for our boys in the sky to get anything done, so you already know what we have to do now. I start by taking out a few of their guys from a distance and then close in to kill the gunner. After that, we close in on the second turret and take them out. As Hellghast reinforcements starts to swarm our position, we get to make good use of the anti-air cannon we just secured. Alright, we should be good for now. Let's keep moving.
So, you have much time for, fun during your training?
What? Like beach volleyball and cocktail parties?
No, I mean, did you make any new friends?
Are you asking me if I got laid?
What? No. Jeez, I just... Shh.
What's that?
What's what?
That.
Shit! Okay. Any ideas?
These won't touch it.
Uh-huh.
And there's no way round.
Okay, just keep your head down.
Yeah, motherfucker! Come and get it while it's hot!
Shit! Take the left flank!
For some reason, the game is going out of its way to impress upon us that Luger and Templar had a relationship at one point. They pushed this dynamic repeatedly in nearly every cutscene, and it never really matters. Also, it looks like we've got a new friend, and more importantly, our new friend has a really big gun. This whole next section is just a survival against the odds kind of scenario. We're outnumbered 3-1 and the whole damn park seems to be crawling with Hellgast. Utilizing cover and guerrilla tactics, we are able to wipe out the forces guarding General Vaughton and link back up with him.
General, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Jan, did you get the security key?
Right here, sir. But the command base is lost.
What's the situation out there now?
Messy. We had trouble getting here. If it hadn't been for this guy...
Sergeant Rico Velasquez, sir.
Well, Sergeant, it seems these two owe you,
It's the enemy who owe me, not these two. The Hellgast scum wiped out my entire platoon, and they'll be paying off that debt in blood for as long as I breathe. Sir.
I see. Well, a useful man to have at your side, Jan?
Absolutely, sir.
Linking up with General Vaughton, we free him from captivity, and he recognizes the immense hatred our new comrade Rico has for the Hellgast. This matters for later, but let's just keep it in mind. Rico utterly loathes the Hellgast and wants to kill every single one of them. And man, they wanted this game to look like a gritty war movie so badly. The shaky cam wobbling around, even during a calm dialogue sequence, is the most out-of-pocket thing to include in a video game, because you know they had to go out of their way to make it happen. I'll admit, it's got kind of a charm to it. I play as Rico here since he's our new character, and this mission isn't bad at all. It's simple and honestly just about as satisfying as this game ever gets. In fact, playing through these subway tunnels is kind of the beginning of the end of this game being at all fun in any way. I'll get to that. The environment breaks and falls apart in a satisfying way. There's a fog permeating the area from all the gunfire and broken walls. The detail in everything is great. That trend continues as we get to fight our way through a mall, which again makes for a very fun little close quarters corridor shooter section. I'm taking the time to point out and appreciate these little level backdrops for a very important reason that you'll see pretty soon. We eventually fight our way into the city slums, which are currently flooded with Hellgast soldiers, and fighting through these city streets is actually pretty fun.
Holy shit, take cover!
Not a bad little section either, kinda continues the war zone aesthetic of the earlier levels. We're closing in on Colonel Haka's position now too. They're keeping him held hostage in a building at the end of this block.
Make sure he's okay.
Oh, God.
What is it?
Motherfucking filthy little piece of shit!
He's a Hellgast.
Was a Hellgast.
Hold it!
Pinche Joto.
Rico, door cover!
Fuck you.
Rico!
Well, it's him all right. We've got the right guy.
You Hellgast?
Half Hellgast, half human. I don't want to fucking imagine how that works.
And you know who we are?
I imagine you're here to take me away.
Your name's Hacker.
Yes,
Whose side are you on, Hacker?
my side.
As it turns out, our spy, Haka, is a half Hellgast, half human hybrid who seems to have turncoated on the Hellgast for whom he served before and is trying to defect to the ISA fleet. With our new playable character on our side, we can progress back to reunite with General Vaughton.
Sir, General Vaughton has been found. He's on his way up with the security key as we speak.
Well, that's something. Have everything prepared for his arrival.
We're cleared to lift off in 5, General! You and your men will be up on the platform in 15!
We're going to the beach. Well, technically just the shore, but before we get there, we've got to fight our way through a series of Hellgast units, including multiple tanks. Fortunately for us, we found this handy grenade launcher just chilling on the ground. Unfortunately for us, it's terrible. Of all the letdowns in this game, the grenade launcher is by far the worst. Actually, not even just the grenade launcher, but just the grenades, like, in general. They're really awful and inconsistent. I'll throw a grenade and sometimes, very rarely, it will kill someone if it lands like directly underneath them. Most times though, it just seems to burst open with confetti and thank the Helghast for their service. The Haka character plays very similarly to Templar for all intents and purposes, but can carry more ammo, comes with a knife like Luger, and can walk through Helghast lasers without setting them off. A cute mechanic they use on this level, and as far as I can tell, never again. I think that's kind of a shame, because there's very little reason to pick one character over another beyond weapon choice for certain levels. I mean, the game fancies itself a squad shooter, and while you are stuck with a squad of people for most of the game, the AI is so bad that you may as well not be. Finally, we get to another set piece, and it's not bad at all. We get to man these turrets while we defend our beaches from incoming Helghast forces. I find it a little strange that this science fiction game set on another planet hundreds of years in the distant future seems to feel so keenly like a World War II game. Really makes me wonder for just how much of this game's development was it a sci-fi game? Or was this on purpose, I wonder? A sci-fi game that feels like a gritty war movie? Fighting in these trenches and defending the beachheads from invading forces? I don't know. This predictably leads us onto the beach where we get to embark in all-out beach warfare next to this ocean. Feels like a missed opportunity to make the planet Vecta feel more noticeably alien, but it rather just feels exactly like Earth. Not really a criticism, just an observation of a missed opportunity. Our goal right now is to find a boat we can commandeer, which means killing our way to the docks, and again, these docks make a half-decent little backdrop for the violence. I like the way the rain pours down while we're carving our way through this area, and the design of the docks feels big in scale and realistic, which, again, I don't understand at all, because why didn't they try to make it feel more exciting and futuristic? If the dialogue didn't clarify that this game is not on Earth, then most players would not once put that together from the gameplay alone. It all looks great though. Props to the team for pulling this off on the PS2, post-processing effects notwithstanding. There's a little sub-quest here, where Rico and Haka almost kill each other, and then Haka convinces the squad that he needs to access the mainframe to locate which human computer has been in communication with Helghast forces to help plan this invasion, only to discover that General Adams is a traitor to humanity and has double-crossed and killed General Vaughton. Turns out the comically evil General character is a bad guy. Oh no, oh wow, shocking. Anyway, now the Helghast have control of an orbital bombardment weapon on the human satellite, which Adams uses to immediately destroy a city in the distance.
Shit! General Vaughton's in real danger up there.
And if Adams is a traitor, then he'll soon be in control of the SD platform weapons.
Which can be aimed. Oh, Jesus. Look! Anywhere.
That's your ticket out of here, up in smoke, hacker.
So what now?
We head for the uplink. The orbital transfer station feeds the SD platform directly. It's our only choice.
Time for a little boat ride. Okay, so the objective has changed, and consequently, so have the conditions of our transportation. Following a Helghast missile, we wind up stranded in a swamp. This is the halfway point in the game, and also where everything changes, and I mean in a bad, bad way. Up until this point, Killzone has been a stiff but fun and interesting, albeit mediocre shooter for the PS2. Starting with this mission, however, it becomes a bland, uninspired, overly repetitive slog. I don't want to be overly negative, you know, but the drop-off in level design quality in this game goes from a slow descent to a downward spiral. Have you been looking at the footage for the last 15 or so seconds? then you've seen the next 3 hours of gameplay already. I'd like if I was exaggerating, but I'm not. Missions 6 through 8 are all about an hour long and are all just the same swampland environment with little to no set pieces in between to break it all up. Oh yeah, and the game starts to get brutally difficult here too. If the game controlled better, this wouldn't be a problem, but it doesn't control well at all. It's like your character has concrete legs when it comes to movement and just really awful aiming controls to boot. I can barely even cover the events of these 3 levels like I was doing for the previous ones because barely anything happens. It's like the game was meant to be 8 missions long and they just stuffed 3 terrible and bloated missions set in a swamp to pad the runtime or something. I mean, it's not like nothing fun happens. We get to play on some more anti-air turrets, which is cool. Also, storming this base is pretty fun, not to mention shooting down a Hellgast dropship. Anyway, inside of this ISA base we just retook, we break into the HQ office only to get confronted by a confused soldier.
Get a message through about Adams.
I'll try.
Hold it!
Take it easy, soldier.
Stand back from the equipment! None of you move!
Look, you're making a mistake. General Adams...
General Adams warned us about you traitors!
It's Adams who's the traitor.
Don't try it with me! We all know how Vaughn and his rebel bastards took over the SD platform. We're just lucky General Adams is back in charge again.
Tell me, soldier, what targets do you think Adams is striking right now?
I said don't try it! I ain't in on classified stuff, so you're just wasting your time.
Getting real tight, people.
Shut up! Nobody's moving until
What happened to General Vaughn?
Adams put a bullet in his head.
Find your squad and get out of here.
We gotta get going, now.
Vaughton's dead, Jan. It just changes the equation slightly.
He was a friend of yours, too.
And we have a job to do.
You see, General, everything is going without a hitch. I trust the concerns you voiced about me to our leader have been laid to rest.
Scholar Visari and I are merely concerned with one thing, and that is victory. Even if it means working with sympathetic humans.
The situation is getting real, and the traitor General Adams is starting to sweat now, although it's hard for me to understand why he wanted to betray humanity since the Hellgast do not seem to like him very much.
I doubt an army of 4 will make it all the way up here, even if one of them is a Hellgast.
As I say, let them know I'm coming down.
Looks like we're heading to a GPS beacon where General Adams is planning to be, where our plan is to assassinate him. Although, ultimately, what we need to do is to get to that space station and get control of its weapons before the Earth fleet shows up and gets ripped to shreds by human weaponry. It's a diabolical plan, honestly, which is why we've got to stop it. Also, as you can see, we just get more swamp to play in, and it sucks just as much as the previous mission did. Actually, no, it's worse, because the game gets progressively more challenging every level, and with the way this game feels to play, that isn't a good thing. It's not like you're slowly learning the game and mastering its mechanics or something, you just shoot things. And all I really mean when I say increasing the challenge is that the levels throw more enemies at you, or more specifically, way more bullet sponge enemies that soak up your ammo. When you run out of ammo, you would think you can just sprint up and hit one of them with a melee execution to get some more bullets, except that the game's melee is not at all reliable. I would say 4 out of every 10 times I tried to use it, it literally just would not work. I don't really think I'm being too hard on this game either because I wanted to like it. I was really excited about playing this game and experiencing it. I mean, what can I even say about the level itself? There's one interesting little section where we walk through a sort of canyon while following a stream. That's about the most interesting thing that happens in this level. Finally, we get to the GPS beacon only to discover that the whole thing was a trap.
Adams was never here.
It was a setup.
That's it!
No!
Someone tell that imbecile that it's obvious that I was meant to hear the message. My only crime is that I believed it!
Well, I don't trust this gas. Fuck! We got that information about Adams from him. And now, I say we ditch him. Don't want to kill him? Fine. But I say we dump him. Cover our backs.
We might make it as 4, Jan. We won't as 3.
More equations?
I trust him, Jan.
I'm not asking you to like him, Rico. Man. But I'm asking you to work with him. For what he's done already. If he's captured, they'll tear him to pieces. Slowly and painfully. I think he'll be fighting in our corner. You like him, huh?
We need him, Jan. It's just a calculation of risk.
You've changed.
Adams set us up knowing we'd take the bait, but he didn't anticipate that we'd just cut up the soldiers meant to kill us. Can't blame him. I mean, he set up multiple MG nests around the base. Of course, Rico just assumes that Hako walked them into the trap on purpose and tries to convince the team to ditch him, but Templar and Luger don't agree, and they all manage to agree to press on regardless and try to get to the space station.
Failed? There's only 4 of the little bastards. I ordered fire to rain down on them, troops to lay into them. I set up that encounter on my terms, and they walk away from it unscathed?
Trouble, General?
I'll get them. Don't worry.
No, you won't, General. It seems it takes a Helgen to do a Helgen's job. If it means I have to intercept this rebel band myself, so be it. You just carry on with things over here and await the Earth ships. I will take care of things on the ground. Isari will hear of your, efforts, rest assured.
I'm sure he will.
That Helgast we've been seeing in the station with Adams is named Joseph Linty, and he is the leader of the invading Helgast force. Looks like he's taken it upon himself to try and dispose of us personally, which is fine by me. This mission sucks too, by the way, but it's slightly less bad than the previous 2, mainly because it's less swampy and we get an orbital bombardment target locator to play with, which is one of the coolest weapons in the game, and that makes it all the more unfortunate that the level design sort of makes you use most of your shots just to blow up tanks. I mean, it's hard to complain about that because it's still cool, but it would have been nice to be able to use it on more things. Like, we can blow up these sniper nests, which is really fun, but other than the sniper nests and the tanks, you can't really use the designator on anything that would matter. And if you waste more than 1 round on infantry, then you won't have enough to get through all the tanks and sniper nests. In short, this game is sometimes so linear that its own linearity gets in the way of multiple things that could have been way cooler had they been expanded on just a little bit. Oh yeah, and we wind up right back in the swamp again. I feel like I need to clarify a few things about my issues with this swamp. It's not just that I think it's uninspired and boring level design for a sci-fi shooter, or that it's too long and boring the way this game executes it, although both of those are true. It's that the swamp literally makes the game harder to play from a technical standpoint. The dense foliage mixed with the thick fog makes it to where half the time I'm getting shot by NPCs that I literally cannot see because the PS2 isn't rendering them. This isn't really an issue in other non-swamp levels. In a later level, I'll even show you that we can see NPCs from pretty far away, but the way the game handles the rendering here is just painfully hard to deal with. Either way, this is the last of the swamp in the game, and we are rewarded with an actual set piece again near the end of it. We get to bring this bridge down. It's just a little thing, but it's really fun to play and watch happen. Finally out of the damned swamps, we storm a Helgast bunker and take control of their command center. Like I've mentioned before, Killzone is at its best during its corridor shooter sections.
The uplink's still a long way off. We're gonna be too late.
Hacker, do we know when the Earth fleet is arriving?
I don't claim to know everything.
Way you act, it's like you know my mother's bra size.
Well, I'm guessing large.
Look here, the missile base. Maybe we could hitch a ride from the Helghast.
Feasibility?
Won't work. Now, those bases are too well dug in. We have to find another way.
Oh, really? Last time we listened to this guy, we got Helmet Man ripping us a new asshole.
We don't have any choice. We're running out of time. We gotta hit the base and pick up any transportation we can find.
Looking at the map, it's clear we're too far away from the spaceport to make it in time unless we're able to get our hands on a ship somehow. Which, as it happens, there's a missile base not far from our current position, although it's apparently crawling with Helghast. So that's our plan. Kill our way through this missile base, find a dropship to steal, and fly to the mountains so we can go to the space station where Adams is. And it looks like Linty himself is on his way to greet us there.
You're about to tell me that they've been caught, that Lente and his armies have no need to find them because they're already dead, that my actions instigated their downfall, and that Scholar Visari is very pleased with me.
They've, blown up the bridge over the 32nd River and cut off the 11th Company from supplies. The 10th Company are not responding to communications. We fear they may be, maybe...
The 10th Company may be what?
Maybe, lost, sir.
Yes! No! What I wanted to hear!
Not what I wanted to hear at all. Not at all.
Alright, finally, the game brings us back to some more compelling level design and gameplay. I mean, just look as this missile flies into the air. It's cool. We're back to the game being interesting again. First things first, we use a ground-mounted grenade launcher turret to blow up a handful of Helghast tanks and well over a dozen Helghast soldiers. Before we can worry about securing a ship, we have to stop those missiles from firing, which means killing every Helghast soldier in this bunker and shutting down the missile controls. While we kill our way through here, I think now is a good time to talk about the squad mechanics of this supposed squad shooter. There aren't any. The game does have 3 friendly AI inhabiting the characters you haven't chosen as your character for that mission, but they just sort of run around behind you and occasionally fire off a few shots at the enemy. And when I say behind you, I mean if you run back to take cover, all 3 of your squad mates will retreat behind you, meaning you are always the primary target of the enemy fire. Very rarely did I see one of my AI teammates actually kill something, and even more rarely did I see them taking any kind of aggro off of me. Sometimes they would even get me killed by literally just being in my way when I was trying to back up into cover and find a squad mate blocking my path. I'd have loved to see some kind of squad commands or callouts or any kind of in-game interaction with my teammates beyond just seeing them hiding behind cover behind wherever I'm standing. As it is, however, the whole mechanic just feels like another wasted opportunity for something better. Finally making it to the end of this level, we activate the missile clamps and stop further devastation on Vectis City. It's not over yet though. We still need to secure a ship and get to the spaceport. Oh yeah, and we have a bone to pick with a certain General Linty, who sends in a half-dozen Helghast elite guards to stop us from reaching the ship, which of course we cut through before gunning him down. So much for the leader of the Helgen army.
Hacker.
You know this guy?
He's the general of the Third Army. That's all.
That's all. I once trusted you with my army, my security. I once trusted you with my life.
You were chief of staff for this bastard?
Yes.
Together, we crushed the enemies of our people, We were invincible. The elite. He could have been a general himself a long time ago. Oh, but he changed, developed a bleeding heart, became a revolutionary.
Yes, it's you who've changed, Linty. You who sold your soul to Visari for a taste of power.
My family will attend a hero's funeral for me, Hacker. Your mother pretends you're dead already. The rest of your family never even mention your name. Only your brother speaks of your heroism. At least he did, until I had him shot.
It's 30 minutes by air to the uplink. Let's go.
So, General, what does it matter what Visari thinks of you now? Have the whole platform sealed down and double the guard. I'm expecting company.
Looks like we've got a space station to get to and a traitor to kill. We get a little cutscene of our team having a small heartfelt moment where Haka explains the dead romantic past between Templar and Luger, and how the two were once a thing, but now she's a cold-blooded assassin following 9 months of training. It's a sort of pre-resolution to all 4 of the characters' little arcs in this story. This is the penultimate mission, and it's actually not bad, for the most part anyway. We can see the snowy terrain offers up a very cool aesthetic to play in, no pun intended, and gives a feeling of variety from the previous missions. Throughout this mission, we'll be literally fighting our way to the top of this mountain where the so-called uplink is located, which is really just a spaceport for the space station where Adams is and where all of the ISA space weaponry is located. Although this level is better than the swamp missions, it's not exactly easier. It was a total struggle to grind through this one as you're pitted against dozens and dozens of Helghast, and your 4 comrades, as we discussed, are barely any help at all. And here's another thing, this game has fall damage. Not only fall damage, actually, but extreme fall damage. Like, it halves your health to fall less than 5 feet. I have no idea why they ever thought this was the move. It most assuredly was not, and makes playing this game worse. Also, the game likes to pretend that there's a stealth mechanic, but there is not. The second you kill one NPC, the surrounding area is alerted to your presence, even if no one sees you. This space also really exemplifies another issue with this game. I've talked about how our grenades are basically like throwing insults at them, but their grenades shred us to pieces. So of course the level designers placed a grenade launcher enemy on the far end of a room where we can't hit him. And when I say I can't hit him, I mean the guns in this game will not let you hit the enemy. The bullet spread on these things is so bad. Like, it's not even realistic, it's literally unbelievably bad. I'm shocked this feature ever made it through beta testing. It's basically unplayable sometimes. You have to be almost punching distance for your bullets to hit someone. And no, burst firing doesn't help. I mean, it does, kind of, but not really. It barely mitigates the unreal bullet spread of these weapons. Anyway, we finally make it to the space dock where the shuttle we need is located and let ourselves in. This last level is like the game's swan song of annoying the utter hell out of you. The levels are tight, the cover is limited, the enemies are high in numbers and incredibly spongy, and ammunition is so limited you'll feel like your gun is dying in a desert and bullets are water that can't be found. That's the shuttle, by the way. We have to have it moved to the dock where we can use it to get to the space station above, and there's a small army of Helghast between us and that happening. One thing I can honestly say positively about this section is that it looks great. Even with this game's shoddy engine on the PS2's hardware, this is a gorgeous little set piece. I love it. The mountaintop aesthetic feels awesome, and the blurry haze on everything actually sort of feels okay here because everything looks so cold. I mean, come on, a climactic last battle on a mountaintop base surrounded by snow and cold winds as we fight our way through enemy soldiers to get to a spaceship? Finally, I feel like this game is delivering. Once we kill our way to the shuttle controls, we set the ship up for launch and make one final push to clear our way there and head for the last place I was expecting this game to go, despite being constantly hinted at the whole time.
Space!
Everyone strapped in?
Motherfucker, steady. Get off me.
So, anyone know what these SD platforms look like up close? Pretty neat.
What's that?
Parasite craft used to penetrate a target vessel and drop troops.
I take it they're expecting company.
Yes. Us.
Ready, boys?
Yeah, the climax of this game is in space, and I'm not really a fan of how they made the station look. They had the chance to go for something unique and interesting, and instead we got this. I hate to use that stupid Starfield term NASA punk, but that's really what comes to mind when I see this. I can't prove this, but a big part of me just feels like the developers might not have intended or really even wanted this to be a sci-fi game. My little conspiracy theory is that Sony might have pressured them into it so they'd have a Halo competitor, and so the team kind of scrambled to stuff a sci-fi veneer on what was supposed to be a gritty war shooter. It's not bad, none of these design choices are bad, but they're very forgettable and uninspired in my opinion. This is set like way in the distant future in another solar system, yet this finale wouldn't seem out of place at the end of a 007 game with Bond fighting through a space station exactly like this. In fact, that exact thing happened at the end of Nightfire for the PS2 before this game even came out. But at least they gave us a laser rifle in that game. No such laser weapons are available for us to use here. What the hell was going on with this game, man? Finally, we get to a set piece that's not only really cool, but actually looks like something from a dark science fiction game.
Look, there's the Earth fleet. We're too late.
The guns on this platform will cut through their hulls like a hot knife through butter.
Don't be so sure. The Earth fleet hasn't come packed for a picnic.
Looks like we're all gonna die up here.
No, it looks like we need to make a plan if we want to stay alive. I'll hack into the communications core and send a signal to the fleet to stop firing. Jan, you can sabotage the cooling system. The SD guns can't fire when it's offline.
And I plan to take care of those parasite modules. They'll be set to explode as a final exit strategy.
This is the end game. We have to confront Adams and stop this station from destroying any more Earthfleet ships. This is like the last little bit of gameplay before the final battle, as it were, and it shows me a vision of a better game. One balanced for your player to be alone, where everything is quiet and your teammates aren't constantly talking. Here, just listen.
You know there are not enough spacesuits for our platoon.
You think a half-breed and a few humans really stand a chance against the will of Visari? Quiet.
Got company!
Here they come!
This was, no joke, the most quiet I think the game ever gets. There's no NPC screaming, no AI teammates yapping, and it's balanced with you being alone in mind. For a brief few minutes, I felt a different version of this game, and I liked it better than the one it wanted to be. It reminds me of that scene from the earlier mission when we were down in the tunnels by ourselves and everything was quiet, except then we could hear the outside artillery. Here, silence. Anyway, there's Adams.
I suppose it's to be expected. You would never have been content with Linty's death. The war is over. Without Linty, the attack will come to nothing. But they will be back. Visari will never give up on Vector. You don't get it, do you? They see us as the aggressor. They are fighting to claim what we once stole from them. Fighting to prevent another imperialist ISA attack on their homeland. I cannot stop the Earth fleet now. The Hellgast on board take no notice of me. There's never any pity, no mercy for the traitor.
You're a murderer, Adams. A murderer, a traitor, and a coward.
What are you gonna do? Kill me?
Wow, for a few seconds, they bothered to try and show Adams having a motivation beyond mustache-twirling evil. Too bad it was at the end of the game and juxtaposed against the bland Templar character. Adams isn't giving up, and there's more than a few Hellgast soldiers that end up pouring out of the surrounding rooms. So we have to fight through those, and I end up dying like 8 times before finally pushing past it, finding Adams and putting him down, which was totally unsatisfying and silly.
This place is falling apart. Let's get out of here now.
Yep, that was it.
System failure. Refuel line obstructed.
We got a problem with the fuel line.
I got it. And what do you know about the spec of these craft?
Under fire!
Launch maintenance commenced.
Pack up!
30 seconds to launch. Seconds to launch.
This is our only launch window. We have to go.
Hacker! Fuck this!
10 seconds to launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rico. Thank you.
Welcome.
Comms are coming back.
Get through to them and see what the situation is. And tell them about Adams.
First call I'll make. Looks like most of the Earth fleet got through okay. They'll send more forces, won't they? The Hellgast, I mean.
Yeah, they will. And we'll be there to meet them.
And that was Killzone, a game maybe too big in ambition for what it was capable of in execution, or too flawed in vision to succeed in achieving a proper resolution. It's kind of hard for me to pinpoint just what exactly went wrong here to cause this, but this game is riddled with flaws. And we can't even overlook those flaws for the story because beyond its interesting premise, it's super lackluster. Rico and Haka make for an interesting little duo, and they have a fun little bro moment at the end to signal the resolution of their respective character arcs, but Templar and Luger are just, they're not even bad characters because that implies they were poorly written. It's not that they're poorly written, but that they're not written at all. Neither of them have any existing character traits beyond the fact that they used to date before she went through special forces training to become an assassin. Adams is almost an interesting villain, but he's so laughably one note paired with him not really doing anything notable beyond yelling at his assistant that there's nothing to latch onto as a player. He's not even hateable, he's just there. In fact, that's kind of a good way to explain everything in this game. It's all just kind of there. Like, it exists only to function in the role needed to meet the requirement of what a story or a game typically has. It's a game utterly devoid of character or charm that just barely passes the minimum expected requirements to be a competent shooter. And Sony thought they could bill this as their Halo killer? Market this game as their big answer to the global phenomenon that is Halo? Killzone never stood a fucking chance. I understand that Guerrilla never wanted it to be like that. They weren't making this game to do battle with Halo in the industry marketplace. A few of the devs have since stated that they had no idea Sony was going to bill the game as a Halo killer, and that they were just trying to make a cool game. After playing it, I find that all too believable. So I think it's important we don't actually put this game next to Halo in our final judgments, because although it's fair to look at it with that in mind, it's also reasonable to not judge it as if it was actually ever trying to be what it was marketed as. That said, I'll conclude my final thoughts on this game with this. Killzone is a cool game, but it isn't a very good game. In fact, I think I'd even call it a bad game. It's clunky, bloated, bare-bones, unresponsive, and overall just very unsatisfying to play. There's a genuinely interesting game in here, but I can't quite decide if it's being buried by amateur game design or held back by the technology of the PS2. Perhaps a bit of both, I suspect. I feel kinda bad trashing this game because I can clearly see the amount of work that was put into it, and I want to say I respect the hell out of everyone who worked on the thing. There is something good hiding in that game, and I can see some seriously hard work went into creating this experience. Which brings me to this point. Killzone needs a PC port really badly. I say this about every game I cover that doesn't have a port, but of all the games I've ever said need a port, Killzone might need it more than any of them. A good 50% of this game's flaws could be corrected by modders in less than a week. Mouse look, high frame rates, no motion blur, graphics overhaul, the works. If this exact game got a solid port to the PC, the whole experience could very quickly be overhauled into an exciting thrill ride more than worth the time it would take to play it. And let's be honest, why the hell isn't it on PC yet? Come on, Sony, or Guerrilla, or whoever is sitting on the IP. You could make some serious money by just bundling the whole series into a PC port package and throwing it on Steam. If Microsoft can let go of the Halo exclusivity, surely you can let go of Killzone's too. It's not like anyone's buying PlayStations to play Killzone, so come on. I mean, it's worth hoping for. I haven't played the other Killzone games except a few hours of Killzone 3 over a decade ago, of which I remember next to nothing from, but I've heard that the next two entries are where the series really shines, so we'll see. Because this game had a lot of room for improvement, like the music for example. I love listening to video game scores, so the music is a crucial factor in my opinion of any game, which made it all the worse when I heard Killzone's music and realized that it was totally unremarkable. Don't get me wrong, in no way was it bad. I think it was very competently made. Composer Joris de Man did a great job on the production, quality, and composition, but it lacked any kind of personality of its own, I feel. And I don't just listen to the music in-game when I write this stuff, I listen to the whole game score by itself multiple times for pretty much every game I cover. I appreciate a lot of the leitmotifs and reoccurring musical pieces throughout certain cutscenes, and sometimes the soundtrack does get really great. The scene when Adams kills his assistant is an example of when the music really shines. But that's because it's like the one time when it tries to be something other than generic military music. I feel like I keep saying this, but this is a sci-fi game, and if someone showed me this music, sci-fi wouldn't have once occurred to me. It sounds like the soundtrack to a modern military shooter or a Hollywood war movie, not a video game set on another planet in another solar system in a war with soldiers who wear scary masks with glowing red eyes. Interestingly enough, the music for this game was one of the biggest points of praise from critics upon the game's release. The soundtrack was even nominated for an award, so maybe it just wasn't clicking for me personally. Overall though, the game still scored higher than I would have expected, currently holding a 70% on Metacritic and pulling in a variety of 7-star ratings. Not bad given what I had to say about the game. Look, maybe it's because I'm such a fan of sci-fi stuff, or maybe it's because I have such an extensive history with FPS games, but going through this title proved to be an egregious and frustrating experience. I'm normally a pretty easy person to please when it comes to video games. I tend to enjoy games even when most people hate them, so long as I can find something to latch onto or see what the developers were going for. And I think maybe that's why I struggled with this game. Because through all of the game's shortcomings, I never could figure out what the hell it was going for. I was in a constant state of cognitive dissonance, because the game kept telling me I was playing a sci-fi experience, and then kept showing me a gritty modern war film. Not a gritty sci-fi war film, a modern one. The weaponry looks like fictional iterations of contemporary models. The clothing looks modern, the gear looks modern. Hell, the alien planet we're on is called Vecta, but it just looks like Earth. There were a few times I even forgot we weren't on Earth and was wondering on what continent the game took place before remembering it was on the planet Vecta. Even the enemy faction just looks like modern soldiers in gas masks. I think I've made my point. There is a good game in here, somewhere, I'm sure of it. Just like I'm sure that there's a good idea for a sci-fi universe in here too, but this game just did not deliver on that. What we're left with is a linear first-person shooter that winds up being mindless fun at its best and a mind-numbing slog at its worst. Following up on the PS2 exclusive science fiction shooter Killzone, Sony found themselves in ownership of a marginally successful brand and conveniently in need of more entries for their recently launched new platform, the PlayStation Portable, also called the PSP. So the execs over at Sony naturally approached series creator Guerrilla Games about developing a pseudo-sequel spin-off of the original game for the platform, a proposal they immediately agreed to, or at least so I speculate. Work then began on Killzone Liberation, which would go on to release on October 31st, 2006, although in line with the hardware limitation of the PSP, Guerrilla Games would need to make a few alterations to the formula of the Killzone brand. Letting go of the first-person formula featured in Killzone 1, Liberation opts instead for an isometric top-down style of gameplay, which isn't a bad move given what the devs had to work with regarding the hardware. Not to mention, they actually managed to make something that's competent, often even bordering on good. I was admittedly critical of the first game for a myriad of reasons, but I have to admit that Killzone Liberation is actually pretty fun, all things considered. Although it is still plagued by a steep learning curve and some pretty savage later levels in terms of difficulty. Liberation works pretty well as a game overall, but it is important to remember that this is really more of a novelty than a genuine follow-up to Killzone. That's not to say that it's irrelevant. The game does have a story that bridges the gap between the first and second games, but it's just that the story here is minimal at best. As I mentioned before, Liberation was developed as an exclusive for the PSP, where it remained an exclusive for nearly 17 years before finally being ported to the PS4 and 5. The later port version touches up the game with a few graphical upgrades and quality of life improvements, the most notable of which is the quick save feature, which was desperately needed. Because although this game has checkpoints in its levels and the levels are short, the game gets pretty brutal in later missions, and a quick save feature would really help improve your experience with the whole thing. If you love challenging games, then you'll feel right at home getting the hang of the gameplay loop here, but if I'm being honest, I don't think this game's narrative or concept really earns the challenge it demands of you. Although Liberation has a fair amount of content with 4 base chapters and an additional 5th DLC chapter featuring 4 levels per chapter, the plotline here is razor thin. There is a story, but it barely matters at all and won't even be seen for 90% of your playthrough, but I'm going to briefly talk about it all the same. Killzone Liberation picks up a little over 2 months after the events of the original Killzone. The Helghast have seized a sizable portion of the planet Vecta, but the damage Templar and his team caused in the first game left a massive dent in the Helghast occupation. So, Helghast Emperor Scholar Visari has sent General Armin Metrak and Colonel Kobar to brutalize a handful of ISA locations and capture 3 ISA VIPs. We, the player, once again embody the role of Captain Jan Templar, but this time for the whole game. Rico and Luger also return in supporting roles to Templar, but are not playable in the main campaign. Haka is noticeably absent and plays no role in this game's plot unless you're playing the co-op. Doing so allows the secondary player to play as Haka, but that's not exactly canon. The game takes place mostly on the planet Vecta, set 2 months after the events of Killzone 1. A Helghast general named Metrak and his second-in-command, Colonel Kobar, are executing a plan to capture 3 ISA persons of interest, and it's up to Captain Jan Templar to put a stop to it. Early in the game, Metrak succeeds in his plan and manages to capture the ISA Minister of War, Hef Milcher, a crucial ISA scientist named Evelyn Batten, and an ISA general named Dwight Stratson. The following levels pretty much take us through the motions of locating and liberating these ISA VIPs. The most important character introduced here is the aforementioned Dr. Evelyn Batten, as she goes on to play a very important role in Killzone 2. Honestly, the primary purpose of this game is really just to introduce and establish a dynamic between both her and Templar. Although Templar fails to rescue the Minister of War before he's killed by Kobar, we do get to take some vengeance on Kobar in a pretty challenging boss battle near the end of the game. Before Kobar dies, however, he reveals that the ISA has been betrayed again by one of their members, but fails to mention who. The game then tries to kind of hint that it's Rico, which is stupid because it's so obviously not Rico, and we can surmise that not to be the case from our experience in the first game. Haka would have been a much better choice for the game to bait us as the potential traitor, but he's not in the game, so they use Rico. It's not Rico, obviously, but instead ends up being the 3rd VIP we were set to rescue, ISA General Stratson. There are only 4 chapters in the base game, and it ends on the 4th chapter after Templar kills General Metrak. There is a 5th chapter for the game though, and it was released as DLC for the game a few months after launch. Chapter 5 is the proper end of the game, but unless you buy the recent ports for the PS4 or PS5, then you're not going to be able to play it since it was removed from availability years ago. So yeah, if you go buy a physical copy of this game for your PSP, you will not have access to that last chapter, nor will you be able to get it through any conventional means. And since this DLC chapter was removed in 2011, roughly 5 years after the game's initial release, there was pretty much no way for anyone to play it until 2023 when Liberation was finally touched up with a soft remaster and ported to the PS4 and 5. In the last chapter, Templar has to locate and rescue Rico, who has been in Helghast captivity since Chapter 3, and then storm the Vecta capital where Stratson was holed up. After fighting his way through a plethora of Helghast, Templar ultimately defeats the traitorous General Stratson and sees him placed under arrest. It's really strange that such a crucial piece of the Killzone story was basically unavailable to consumers for roughly 12 years, but I'm glad this issue has been rectified now, and that the full game is available for players who may be interested. The story of Killzone Liberation is surprisingly good for a PSP game, but it's certainly nothing to rave about. It's competent and fun. The writing keeps things simple but ensures the plot is somewhat exciting and fits into the larger narrative of the series. The character of Colonel Kobar is so stupidly over the top, but he still makes for such a great penultimate villain for the game. General Metrak was a bit more forgettable in my opinion. The game builds him up as this sadistic and cruel monster, a real mustache twirler of a villain, and this just makes him feel like a piece of cardboard with the word evil written on it. Killzone as a series has such an interesting narrative concept, but so far, the writing within that concept can't seem to pull itself above passable at best. Templar is a little more interesting this time though, having some real dialogue with personality beyond just being the team leader. Rico is exactly the same as he was in the first game, but a little overutilized here in my opinion. Consequently, Luger is also the same but is criminally underutilized here, which is a shame because using her character to access areas that were inaccessible to Templar was a brilliant function and feels fun to do. In fact, the ability to be able to command your squad at all here is awesome, and I love it. During combat, when we have an ally, we can give them commands to take cover at certain spots, focus fire on certain enemies, place charges, or in Luger's case, access areas that we can't to let us progress. It's probably the single best addition to the game overall. See, this game actually feels more like a squad shooter than the first game did because of this one single mechanic, which makes it all the more odd that you barely get to use it throughout the game. Most of the levels you'll play will be solo levels. I can understand having some solo levels, but the majority of the game is like this. It's a weird decision because the game is at its best when I'm able to command my troops while in combat. Even so, it's still a great addition to the game when we get to use it. Although Killzone Liberation was released initially as a PSP exclusive, it has since been lightly remastered and ported to the PS4 and 5 for players to experience, which is great, and if you can catch it on any kind of sale, I'd happily recommend grabbing it for a playthrough. It is seriously fun and would be worth a few dollars to spend a day or two experiencing what it has to offer. I'm gonna say this in my coverage for every Killzone entry, but this game could use a port to the PC. I mean, it doesn't need it like the first game does, but it would be really cool to have access to this on Steam with all of the content. It would also be pretty cool if we could get it on Steam with some online co-op support, since this game does offer cooperative play, but the amount of hoops you would have to jump through to get everything set up enough to actually run it doesn't really feel all that worth it. As for the music, I can't believe I'm saying this about a PSP spinoff, but the soundtrack here is better than the one we heard in the first game in my opinion. Unlike Killzone 1's score, this one sounds like it's written for a science fiction war game. A lot of the themes, melodies, and leitmotifs from the first game have returned, but they all feel more impactful somehow. The tracks are more string and percussion heavy this time, with a far more operatic feeling across the overall score. I mean, it sounds a lot like the first game did because it's by the same composer, Joris Deman, but I just felt this one lended itself better to the world of Killzone than the first score did. Killzone Liberation was received well enough on release, seeing a variety of 7s and 8s, giving it a Metacritic score of 77, which is actually even better than the game this one spun off from. For a top-down shooter game built for the PlayStation Portable, Killzone Liberation is shockingly good. I'm surprised Killzone even got another game after playing the first one, but I'm even more surprised that this one is somehow a much better game overall. It's a little overly difficult sometimes, but I'd say that's just part of the challenge, and it never felt unfair, although it did feel intentionally annoying in some parts. This is the only Killzone game to deviate from the FPS genre, and the world works pretty well within this different kind of gameplay. I bet a Killzone RTS would be killer, honestly. I feel as though I'd like to say more about this game than I have, but there simply isn't much more to say. It's a game made within the confines of the PSP's hardware capabilities, and as such would feel far more novel nearer to its release window than it does now. The gameplay is fun, but when compared to other top-down shooters feels limited and lacking. The story is passable, but only just barely, and certainly isn't good enough to justify playing through the game by its own right unless you're just looking for something to play. That isn't to say you shouldn't play it, because like I said earlier, it is fun, and if you're looking for some extra Killzone in your life, this is an easy one to recommend. I just want you to know what you're in for is all. Ultimately, Killzone Liberation is a flawed game that once again fails to live up to the potential of its own concept, but that gets far closer to doing so than its predecessor, and manages to deliver a genuinely good gaming experience in spite of its own shortcomings.
I think Vecta's ready to start over.
And if that means taking this war to hell down, I say let's do it.
At a time when the Sony PlayStation 3 was struggling to justify its high $600 price tag, and owners of the console were craving an exciting new shooter to dig their teeth into, the market was more ripe than ever for the grand return of a universe previously overlooked by many, in a sequel that would become beloved by even more. Despite the rough state of release and mediocre reception of the original Killzone, both Sony and Guerrilla Games could still see the immense potential yet untapped within the universe they'd created. To this end, a sequel to Killzone was actually greenlit shortly after the first game's release, and a big reveal took audiences by storm at E3 2005. The graphics shown in this trailer were groundbreaking, enormous amounts of resources being rendered on screen at once, lifelike facial and movement animations all supposedly rendered in real time on PS3 hardware. The visuals were simply unbelievable. So much so that audiences literally didn't believe they were real despite various claims from the then president of Sony Computer Entertainment America, Jack Tretton, to the contrary. As it turned out, to pretty much no one's surprise, these visuals were the result of a pre-rendered video meant to convey the developers' intentions for the look of the finished product. This announcement trailer dropped less than a year after the first game's release and offered a glimpse of what the brand could become on the advanced hardware of the PlayStation 3. With hype levels growing and the Killzone name beginning to spread, news regarding this sequel went practically silent for almost 4 years. That is a long time in the gaming industry. The spin-off Killzone Liberation would release in 2005 for the PlayStation Portable, which did manage to help keep interest in the series alive for a while, but years continued to pass with little word on the status of Killzone 2. This was not an indicator that the game was struggling, quite the opposite in fact. Behind the scenes, the team was hard at work grinding away to create a sequel so ambitious that it would seem nearly unrecognizable to fans of the first game. Killzone 2 was being developed on top of a brand new proprietary engine designed with both it and the PS3 in mind, featuring a plethora of new features and mechanics to help it stand out among its competitors. These features include things like extensive motion capture animations across the game's runtime, new lighting and shader effects, and photorealistic visuals. As progress was made on the game, the executives at Sony must have seen where things were headed and known they were sitting on something special, because Killzone 2's initial budget of $20 million was more than doubled to somewhere between $40 and $45 million before development was completed. When the game finally released on February 27, 2009, it took the industry by storm. Well, I mean, it took PlayStation 3 owners by storm, at least, because just like its predecessor was to the PS2, Killzone 2 is a PlayStation 3 exclusive, which may have helped fuel console sales, but also ensured huge swaths of people missed out on it because they didn't have the means to get a PS3. Myself included. Until I decided to cover these games, I had never played this one, even though it's right up my alley and I would have probably loved it back then. Also, full disclosure, I'm playing this on an emulator, so it is technically playable on PC, but as you'll see based on this footage, it's a pretty unstable experience. I should have mentioned this in my Killzone 1 coverage, but being one of those guys who is obsessive about preserving video games as art, a key factor of pursuing to play these games was in hopes of finding out how stable they could feasibly be played on the PC. Both 1 and 2 can be run reasonably well, but 2 still needs some work to run smoothly. I'd still recommend giving it a shot though if you think your rig can run it, assuming you're more of a narrative over gameplay kind of player. If smooth gameplay is a must though, I'd say only try it if you've got access to a PS3. I really hope the stability of this software will continue to improve as we move forward, because although these games so desperately deserve PC ports, I get the painful feeling that it's very unlikely to happen anytime soon. So for those of us who might not have access to a PS3 at the moment, this is our only avenue, assuming you're doing it legally by already owning a physical copy of the game for yourself, of course. Since my videos have a narrative focus, however, the little performance issues weren't nearly game-breaking enough to hold me back from pursuing it. Speaking of the narrative, the story of Killzone 2 is a near direct sequel to the events of the first game and the spin-off Liberation, though following a 2-year time skip from the first game. We're back with Jan Templar again, although we don't play as him, and he's been promoted to Colonel now as he leads an ISA fleet to assault Pyrrhus, the capital city of Helgen. The goal is to locate and arrest Emperor Scholar Vizari, and then charge him with war crimes against the ISA in hopes of putting an end to the war. This task proves to be a grave undertaking, however, as not only are the Helghast forces more than prepared for such an invasion, the fact that they've adapted to the harsh conditions of their home planet and the ISA have not gives them a massive home field advantage. In spite of the harsh environmental conditions and formidable forces of the Helghast military, Templar and his forces may be the only hope of putting a stop to this war once and for all. Killzone 2 opens quite a bit differently from the first game. Instead of fading into a trench dug into rain, mud, and blood, our protagonist awakens from a quick nap before looking at himself in the mirror, clearly showing off the power of this new game engine. And yeah, it looks fantastic. From here, the game sort of walks us through a very stereotypical dude bro military prologue as we meet our new team readying themselves to descend into hell and fight to the bloody death, helping me once again realize the inevitable passage of time as my biological clock is ticking and I am losing the chance to die gloriously on the battlefield fighting for the victory of my people. Anyway, Rico is back, and he's going to be leading us this time around, as opposed to Templar, whose valiant efforts in the last 2 games have led him to a promotion, and he won't be putting his boots on the ground anymore. What happens next is a very impressive set-piece sequence as we descend down to the Helgen homeworld on our first mission of the game on what might be the single most impractical troop carrier transport I've ever seen in my life.
I'm not pulling your sorry ass out of the fire like back on Soren.
And who started the fire by opening up on the patrol?
Natko's just a natural-born diplomat. Fuck you.
Hey, check it out. Joe started.
Whoa, man! That's gotta send a message! Man, I live for this shit! Natko? Yeah? They wanna buckle up.
Here we go!
Oh, yeah! Holy crap! No kidding! You ever seen this before? And Vector, maybe?
Vector was nothing to this shit.
You taste that?
Missile propellant. You don't want to inhale that stuff. Keep low!
Coming back! This is fucked up!
Hang on!
200 meters! We're dropping short! Crap!
The battle begins as I touch down in the Corinth River, and again, this game is just stunning to look at. Seriously, I'm going to be talking about that a lot. I don't mean graphically either. I mean, yes, the graphics are good, but I mean the massive scale and the detailed intensity of the level design. It's all so cool to look at and play through. Right away, we're introduced to a pretty crucial new feature of this game, and that's a cover mechanic. Yes, you could just duck into cover, but the game allows you to snap against the cover instead, like something you'd see in a third-person game. It actually works surprisingly well, too. Once you get into cover, you do seem to take less damage overall, and peeking out to fire works exactly as you would expect. Whether or not you enjoy cover shooters like this, however, will impact your enjoyment of this game, as you will be spending a lot of time in cover. This game isn't even pretending to be competing with Halo anymore, but it does show some striking similarities to the Call of Duty games of that time, along with the Gears of War games. Killzone 2 would feel right at home in a catalog of those two series, no doubt about it. We also have another massive improvement over the first game that this one is so eager to show us that it can't help telling us how to do it on the screen. That's right, we can jump now. It's not the greatest jump, and our character still feels pretty heavy and weighty overall, but the fact that we can even jump at all is a very nice little addition. And you just know this game wanted to show off this new innovation on the Killzone 2 engine because it rarely puts things on your heads-up display, and yet it felt the need to tell us that the X button jumps, as if we wouldn't figure that out. Speaking of the heads-up display, it is surprisingly unintrusive. I've mentioned on the channel before how much I love it when games figure out ways to keep the HUD from obstructing your screen, and Killzone 2 takes on the very practical and heavily underutilized practice of simply showing you what you need to see when it matters and then fading it off of the screen. I don't care what anyone says, this is peak HUD design. And unlike the first game, our squad members actually matter in this game. After clearing this area, we split off to go open the literal floodgate with only one member of our squad, that being the likable Garza. And look, we even have teamwork animations. I have to say, the squad in this game has been injected with so much more life and personality in this title compared to the first one. Garza makes dynamic callouts during combat, yelling at you if he sees you taking hits, applauding you if he sees you tearing through the enemy, etc. It's great. After fighting our way to the floodgate valve is when I encountered the most powerful enemy in the game. The floodgate valve itself. If you're hoping to emulate Killzone 2 and you don't have a DualShock PS3 or 4 controller, you will not be able to pass this section. This is because the game relies on the motion control aspects of the DualShock 3 and 4 controllers to turn the valve. So if you don't have one of those lying around, don't even bother downloading this because it's already over for you. With the floodgate opened, I'm able to push forward as I watch my allied convoy continue heading into the city. This is where the game shows us a fun little extra thing to do as you play through the missions by collecting these pieces of intel. Each level has a number of these scattered throughout the map for you to collect. It's not really any kind of major thing, but I appreciate the extra incentive to explore levels. Well, as much as these linear levels can be explored anyway. When the game came out, the purpose of these intel bits was to allow players to use what they found to unlock extra bonus content on Killzone.com. While writing for this video, I went and checked Killzone.com to see if maybe, against all odds, there was still a place for this, and it just redirected me straight to the PlayStation.com homepage. Amazing. It was at this point I realized you have a knife that isn't even related to your primary melee button. This is very useful if you run out of ammo, or if you're from London. I hope you were missing those turret sections from the first game, because they're back with a vengeance. Although I have to say, I don't care if you hate turret sections or not, you've got to admit this is awesome.
Whoa, yeah! See that?
This is a stellar opening mission. After making our way to this bridge area, I find my boys being pinned down by a host of MG nests and enemy gunfire, so I obviously start to make my way meticulously across this bridge, wipe out those MG nests, blow up an enemy tank with an RPG we found lying on the ground, and that's when we get another massive addition to the game's mechanics. After the driver to our allied tank gets taken out, I have to sprint across the battlefield and jump into it to start butchering through the enemy Hellghast. It's cool, but it's not great. It doesn't control super well, and the area available for us to move around in is so small that it almost feels pointless to have given us a vehicle here in the first place. This is a really bad introduction to your game's vehicle mechanics, but it's not so bad to the point where it isn't fun, so it's fine. After I finally manage to cut down the remaining Hellghast forces, I get out of the tank to regroup with my team so we can report to Visari Square, where the ISA forces are under an intense amount of pressure right now.
Captain Narwhal is expecting you ASAP. Convoy's taking a real hammering.
Visari Square. Yippity fucking doo-dah.
Hurry up, Garza.
Garza, you look cold.
I am cold! Next time we're at Mania Hotel!
Check your weapons!
Check! Point it down,
Hey!
rookie!
Safety's on!
Where are the other units?
Here they come!
Get out of the way!
Hey, assholes! We're on the same side!
Where you going?
Same as you! Assisting the convoy in Visari Square!
Holy shit! What the fuck? What was that?
Looks like we're on the watchtower!
Shit! No one told us that!
Run, Captain Norville!
What?
Run, Norville! Go! Get on! Let's go!
Get the hell out of here! Go!
Get the hell out of here!
Well, it looks like my boys and I were dropped right into the heart of a Hellghast swarm. We can see one of our teammates being burned alive from an explosion while the wind blows pieces of buildings and particles everywhere. Detail is one thing this game continues to do right, until we're told to put a charge on this door to blow it open. This motion control gimmick sucks. I can appreciate they're trying to innovate and take full advantage of the PS3's hardware, but tilting my controller around like I'm trying to steer a car doesn't make me feel immersed. It breaks my immersion and makes me feel like an idiot. I do not miss this gimmick at all. The game shows us the slums and the city streets outside of Visari Square here, and it's pretty fantastic. Moving from building to building like this, getting into firefights while the concrete and wood around us simply crumbles to pieces is awesome. After clearing through these slums and progressing into a tunnel, I am able to find a fun new toy, the STA-11 SMG. This is just my kind of weapon. It spits out bullets like the firearm itself is hyped up on adrenaline and packs a major punch against enemies while it's at it. Oh look, they come in extra large. None of the weapons in this game are very accurate, but damn, it isn't nearly as unbearable as the first game this time around. Employing our new SMG and more than a couple of grenades, I'm finally able to bring the brute down. What comes next is a rather dense set piece of more than a dozen glowing red eyes running around what appears to be an old apartment complex of some kind. This is yet another impressive set piece for a firefight, and they seem to just keep coming. Our focus is oriented on this massive lightning weapon, apparently called an arc tower. Once we make it to the platform upon which said weapon is stationed on, it becomes a matter of fending off the defending Helghast soldiers when it dawns on our heroes that we have no idea how to actually take it down. So I went with the obvious answer of pushing this button to expose its power cells and then just shooting it a whole bunch.
Now's not really the time, sir! Come on, let's go!
And with that down, our boys sprint into cover where Garza reveals he snatched a piece of the destroyed tower to hand over to Captain Narville, except Rico is requesting backup, so Garza splits off on his own to go deliver said item as I stay behind to go relink with Rico near Vasari Square. Guerrilla did a spectacular job of making these streets feel real and lived in. I have to say, the majority of this level is going to be these tighter knit corridor sequences, but man, they work well. Even in spite of me struggling against my own controller to even do the most basic aiming, it still manages to be really fun to play. Now is actually a great time to address that. I'm assuming due to the kinks still being ironed out of the emulation process here, trying to control the game is just short of a nightmare. Often I would be looking left and my character wouldn't stop turning even if I did, not to mention that trying to aim is incredibly unresponsive, but I can't comment on that since I'm pretty confident that it's an emulator issue as well. Don't blame me for the aim, alright? I was trying my best. From here we enter into a short tower defense segment. Rico and I just have to hold down this position until we can find a way out of here, and in the meantime, the Helghast soldiers are going to come pouring out. The game also repeatedly demonstrates that Garza is the only character who knows how to hack these Helghast panels, so when he's not around, there's no getting through.
Where the fuck is Garza when you need him?
Who finally makes his way back to our position.
Took your sweet time getting here. What'd you do, stop off and make lunch?
Yeah, my mom packed me a lunchbox with a nice ham sandwich. Delicious.
Next time, make sure she packs mine before I leave in the morning.
Finally making it through the building, me and the boys here are able to start closing the gap between us and Scholar Vasari when all hell starts breaking loose as we make it to Vasari Square. As we fight to secure the square, I should probably catch you up on who Scholar Vasari even is really quickly. He's the leader of the Helghan Empire, obviously, but he was able to formulate said empire with his claims to secure Vecta for the Helghast on a glorious conquest. As we saw in Killzone 1, that operation went up in flames, and the Helghast were fought back to Helghan where they remained. According to the lore, Haka, the human Helghast half-breed from the first game, had formulated a plan to assassinate Vasari and end the war. He even proposed Shadow Marshal Luger to be the one to do it. The ISA government rejected this idea, however, in favor of a full-scale invasion of the planet Helghan, with intent to capture Vasari alive and force him to stand trial, because of course they did. This was the last time either Haka or Luger were heard from in the series. Yeah, Haka retired and Luger disappeared, which I found pretty odd given that 2 of our 4 protagonists from the first game are gone before the sequel even starts. Although Rico and Templar are still around, so we've got that. After a vicious fight against the remaining Helghast forces, we're able to claim Vasari Square for the ISA.
Take that, Vasari!
What do you know? We just took Vasari Square.
Take a bow, Alpha. What would they do without us?
Use your damn covering fire!
Damn it. And our ass is kicked.
Shit! Crap! Rico, heads up! Radix troops are in the area!
Things aren't looking good. Radek and his men just forced us off of the bridge, and now we're going to have to make our way back around to rendezvous with our boys. This leads us into the guts of what I think is a water processing plant, or something, which only adds to the sweet irony of the weapon we find stashed down here. A flamethrower. This should be fun to test out. We don't have to go far before our boy Garza finds us.
Hey, Seb! Rico sent me for the convoy to guide you back. Shit! Get up here!
Damn, these Hellgas don't believe in giving you a moment's rest. But it's a great opportunity to put this flamethrower to the test, and let me tell you, it doesn't disappoint. That's the smell of burning flesh and dead dreams. We need to stay focused though and relink with the convoy to overtake that bridge and enter the city. We've got a war to win after all. And this does feel significantly more like a war than the first game. Honestly, everything about this feels better than the first game, but I'll talk about that later. The environment on this planet is exactly as harsh as we were promised. The entire time we're fighting, the sound of furious winds spinning out of control around us feels perpetual. It's like we're constantly on the verge of a lightning storm, but never quite see it, and that is how Helgen is at all times. Dark clouds, lightning storms at random, dangerously high velocity winds. It's no wonder the Hellgast ended up like they did, having to survive here. Garza and me aren't out of this yet though. Pushing deeper into whatever the hell this building is, we're given orders to locate and destroy some Hellgast mortar launchers that are tearing our convoy to shreds. So naturally we have to fight off an unhealthy amount of opposition before finding the damn things, placing our D-charges on them, and offering our regards on behalf of the ISA. Alright, that's one down. Now let's go find the other one.
Watch and learn, Seb. This is the easy way to open one of these babies. Almost there.
So realistically, Garza is dead. I just watched him take a shotgun to the side of the head, but of course, he's not actually dead because we just zap him with our little plot armor gun and he's right back up and moving. If you can't tell, this game was made to be played cooperatively. That shotgun is now ours though, and we're going to put it to very good use, which does include the occasional decapitation. I'd expect nothing less from a shotgun, and this thing very much so delivers. Finding the second mortar, we place our charge, pull the trigger, and finally start making our way back to the convoy.
Alpha, can you talk?
It's quiet right now, Evelyn. What's on your mind?
The short version? There's some unknown element on that metal fragment you recovered. It's dense, unstable. It packs a massive electrical charge.
This stuff powers the Arc Towers?
The amount needed would be huge, but yes. The puzzle is that we can't spot the distribution system from up here.
We're on the ground. Actually, we're heading under it. We'll keep our eyes open. Oh, hey, Evelyn. Got some intel for you. We caught a message from Radek on HIG comms. Mentioned some defense system. Maybe it's related?
I'll tell the Colonel. Keep us updated.
Copy that.
Sounds like that shard we found has something to do with the natural resources here on Helgen. Just keep that in mind as we go. Getting back to the convoy, we find Rico, who tells us that a nearby rooftop is flooded with Hellgas, taking shots at our allies from up high. At first, I did as much as I could with this mounted LMG, but I quickly realized that things were going to have to get up close and personal to resolve this situation, which means Garza and me fighting our way up to the roof to wipe them out. Only problem is, there's no way up there, which means we're resorting to Plan B, sticking a series of D-charges on every primary support pillar, and, well... I love this game.
Shit, you done? Or you want to level a few more blocks just to be sure?
Hey, better safe than sorry.
We gotta get that convoy across ASAP. Sam, Garza, you lead the assault. Let's move!
Drive the engine.
Well, we're right back to the bridge again after a short detour, and there are an unbelievable number of Hellgas soldiers trying to keep us from crossing it. The sequence of fighting across this bridge offers up some of the most visually cinematic and intense FPS combat I think I've ever seen in my life. The wind is soaring like we're in a hurricane with no rain. There's literal fighting all around us. The city in the background is in flames. Particles dance around the battlefield as if reacting to our every shot, and the overwhelming sounds of constant gunfire and explosions rides a fine line between numbing and satisfying. Halfway through our push, the Hellgast raise the bridge, and understandably so. Unfortunately, that means we won't be able to get our vehicles across until we get this thing lowered back down. So it's up to me and Garza to make our way down the side of the bridge and flank around to find a way of getting that bridge down. On our way to do that, however, we seize an opportunity to take out this AA gun, and while we're at it, we may as well put it to good use. After that, it's just a matter of getting up to the other side and lowering the bridge for our boys to cross over, which is just a matter of turning this valve. After that, it all descends into a war of who can fire the most bullets at who the fastest. I think now is actually a great time to talk a little bit about our new protagonist, Corporal Thomas Sevchenko, but the squad simply calls him Sev. Sev is not a silent protagonist and does talk here and there throughout the game, although far less than the other characters do, and roughly half the amount that Templar talked in the first game. Unlike Killzone 1, we never changed perspectives while playing through this game's campaign. We only ever assume the role of Sev. I'm not sure what the exact reason was for making these changes, but I am extremely glad they did, because it made both the flow of the story and the characterization of our hero significantly smoother. Whereas Killzone 1 felt like it was trying to be a gritty war movie and winded up feeling more like an old Saturday morning cartoon, Killzone 2 feels like it just wants to be a high-octane action movie and actually succeeds at it. The writing is just so much better this time. I can't properly elaborate the size of the massive gap between the cheesy, cliche-riddled dialogue of the first game and the concise yet impactful dialogue of this one. Pretty much the silliest thing we hear is everyone constantly calling the Hellgast Higgs as a slang, but to be honest, that feels totally feasible to a situation like this, and it's got a charm to it. Hell, I even started using it just for fun. Even the scenarios themselves feel tense and realistic in a good way. It's not like the best writing I've ever seen or anything, well, some of it might be, but for the most part, it's just what I'd call really damn good. Back to Sev, they somehow managed to make him feel like less of a bland character than Templar was, despite having half the dialogue, but that isn't to say he's compelling. In fact, he seems to have the least personality of the whole squad, but this works well as it complements the more exaggerated personalities of our teammates. Anyway, after clearing the bridge, the game actually managed to trick me into thinking we were about to get a vehicle section. We get called over to these buggies and speed forward in a cutscene, but it's short-lived and we never get to use it in gameplay. It's just a transition to the Hellgast Academy.
Must be from that explosion we saw earlier. Is that the same shit we got from the Arc Tower?
Looks like it. Wonder where this shit is coming from.
We should tell Evelyn when we get a chance.
It's too quiet in here.
Yeah, something's fishy.
Of course it's an ambush, but no worries, I've got a shotgun. Again, if my gameplay is looking very janky, it's because trying to control it with my PS4 controller on an emulator was incredibly stiff and unreliable. Sometimes my character just wouldn't respond to my inputs. Other times my inputs felt delayed, and overall I felt like I was fighting the game itself to play it. So let that be a testament to just how damn good this game is, because I was still having a blast in spite of these mechanical issues, because Killzone 2 is literally just that fun. Also, why is Sev a manlet but only in gameplay? We see him with the other characters in cutscenes, and he's the same height as everyone else. Maybe even a little taller. But when you stand next to anyone else in game, they're quite a bit taller than you. It's like you're 5 feet tall for some reason. Or like he's wearing a body cam on his chest. I have no idea why this is.
Listen.
What the fuck is that?
We get cut off from the rest of Alpha Squad and end up having to face down this Hellgas drone by ourselves in a sort of pseudo-boss battle. It's called an ATAC, which stands for Agile Tactical Air Component. These things are pretty deadly, but we managed to take it down by exploiting the Academy's electrical defense system to overload the ATAC and hit it with a few rockets.
Nice one. ATAC taken out.
Get a team out there now and secure that impact site. Keep those units moving. Want to knock on Vasari's door inside the hour. Sir, unidentified object at 12 o'clock. Stop the convoy! Repeat! Stop the convoy! Look out! What the hell's going on? Some kind of shit!
Colonel Raddock, report. What are their losses? I want this day to be a day of mourning for the ISA.
The enemy convoy has been decimated. The weapon performed adequately.
I know you'd rather taste their blood spilt in battle. But a live commander is more valuable to me than a dead hero.
As you wish.
Alpha 1 to command. It's all going to shit, Colonel.
Run those numbers
Understood.
again. We have to be sure.
Evelyn's working on it.
Those pillars, they're powered by the same compound as the arc towers. We've tracked the electrical signature of the pipelines you discovered to the wastelands. Satellite scans show some activity around the old refineries.
I need Alpha on the ground to help take out whatever's powering those defenses.
I'm sending Evelyn to help you track down the source.
Sir.
Our war just got a whole lot worse, right?
You have no idea.
So it looks like the Hellgast have some kind of electrical defense system in the ground, and they just used it to immobilize our convoy, which means changing tactics. This doctor is Evelyn Batten. You may remember her from Killzone Liberation, since Templar saved her during the events of that game. She's a weapons researcher, and she's here to help us track down and locate the power system for the defense grid we just watched blow up half our convoy. This takes us quite a ways outside of the city, however, into a very interesting location. The Helgen Wasteland, as it were. Do I even need to point out the visuals here? This is the alien world-like visuals I was longing for in the first Killzone. This is a sci-fi action shooter, and it's awesome. Blowing sands, desolate ruins of a leftover factory, and again, why does Seth feel like he's less than 4 feet tall here? What is happening? Whatever, this place needs power before we can figure out what's going on and locate the source of that weapon's energy, so Rico and I break off from the group and start scouting ahead to see what we can find. Turns out, we need to open the antenna control manually, which means finding said antenna amidst these dilapidated ruins. Shouldn't be too hard, right?
Evelyn, you found the scout team. They're dead. Butcher.
Well, the bad news is that the advanced scout team is dead. The good news is that we found a new weapon called the bolt gun. It's exactly what you think it is. I love this game. These bolts will pin an enemy to the wall upon contact, and then proceed to explode about 3 seconds after to ensure termination. So yeah, I held on to this one for a while. The Hellgasts are onto us now, and since the only language the Hellgasts speak is all-out violence, we're forced to answer in turn. Eventually, we make our way inside of a mine littered in containers of a volatile fuel source called petricite. It's what the Hellgasts use to power most of their technology. And as if that wasn't problematic enough, there's these little electrified bugs crawling around that attack and zap us. Only a minor setback, however, before we finally get to the antenna. Now all we need to do is clear the area, turn this valve, and then relink with the rest of Alpha Squad.
Great, that did it. Antennas are now linked. There's the carrier wave. I'm establishing comms uplink to the new sun now.
We'll head back to you.
Weird. There's hundreds of small petricite signatures showing up.
Well, that can't be good.
Rico, we're being attacked. They have us cornered here. I don't think Natko and Garza can hold them off much longer. We need help.
Yep, it's not good. The ensuing fight back to our squad is tense. Reinforcements have arrived, and they're really mad about us being here. While we're on our way to rescue our squad, now is a great time to talk a little bit about Rico. You'll remember in the first game, Rico was a heavy weapons specialist who really hated the Helghast for killing his teammates. His uncontrolled aggression nearly got Templar and the others into trouble a few times, but eventually, Rico grew a little bit and even saved their half-Helghast team member from dying on the SD platform. Well, he's back as a main character again here, but his personality is just about the same as it was before. So working with him, we're able to kill our way to Evelyn and our squad for a confrontation.
Natko, come in.
Keep moving.
Go on. Fuck. Move it, bitch. Come on. Can't afford to lose it.
Well, we can't let them take 3 of our own prisoners, so we're gonna have to give chase. They're taking Evelyn, Natko, and Garza to a train, and if we don't catch this one, we can pretty much rest assured we'll never see them again. So you guessed it, we're fighting our way to that train. It might seem simple, but something about the firefights on these catwalks feels like a legit sequence from an action movie. Pushing corners, hitting Higgs with a knife, exchanging fire across balconies, it's so cool. Also, this knife is mad overpowered. We might not have melee execution animations anymore, but melee combos and a very reliable combat knife make for more than a suitable enough replacement.
Lose that train, we're screwed. Come on, go. Find out where this thing's going. Let's get to the engine.
Is it really an action game if we don't have a scene where we fight our way across a moving train? It may seem a little cliche, but it's also awesome, so I'm about it. Pushing our way from one side of the train to the other actually turns out to be significantly more difficult than I was initially expecting. I mean, the shotgun makes things way easier overall, but you know what makes things even easier than a shotgun?
Get up on that turret and hose down the Higgs with the MG!
A heavy machine gun. This game feels loaded with set pieces, and despite being a shorter game than the first one, it's leagues better. In my coverage of the first Killzone, I mentioned that it felt bloated and like it should have been cut from 11 missions down to something more like 8 or 9, with a heavier emphasis on making it feel like the sci-fi shooter it was claiming to be. Well, Killzone 2 does exactly that while only having one less mission than the first game. After blowing up a tank and cutting through the remaining Helghast soldiers on the train, we're able to find the conductor and make him pull this train to a grinding halt.
Where's this train going to? The refinery! I have to stop the train!
The driver probably screwed up.
Civilian maggot asleep at his console.
So we've shown up at some kind of refinery where Rico and Sev are going to split up and search for the rest of Alpha Squad. I love it when these games give us little segments to split off on our own like this. It just gives me the feeling of those old 7th generation shooter titles where you'd spend most of the game isolated as you fight your way through strange and interesting environments. The refinery level design is downright inspired. I mean, yes, it is aesthetically just a factory, but the way they incorporate the fictional Petricite element into the area gives it just enough of a fantastical edge to be brilliantly unique. Looks like we've got a big one, and he's shockingly dangerous with that weapon he's got. This section acts kind of like a mini-boss, where we're shooting crates moving overhead to stagger him and then blow up the red tank on his back. Although the reward for doing so is just beautiful. An infinite ammo, self-recharging electricity cannon. I'm a simple man, I admit this. Sometimes all it takes to appease me is a fiery industrial environment to corridor shoot at enemies with a perpetual energy lightning gun. Anyway, let's take a ride. From here, we can just ride this bucket straight out of this factory and electrocute several dozen Helghast while we're at it. After making our way out of said bucket, we're able to relink with Rico.
Hey, Seb, check it out. This looks like what Evelyn was talking about. I'm no expert on this shit, but all the pipes from the Barrens come through here on their way to the city. This here looks like the core. We take this out, the whole thing should be fucked.
Looks like we've got a goal, and we head straight out of this room towards where the rest of Alpha Squad is, as Rico goes on a long rant about how the brass seem to care more about themselves and their goals than the men and women being slaughtered on this, what is essentially an invasion mission. He rightly points out that it should have been a whole party of ISA on this endeavor, not 4 soldiers and a scientist. We can only hope we make it there before we're out of time.
I don't know anything.
You're wasting my time. I'm not a very patient man. Do you understand why I'm here?
I guess your mom got drunk with the guys one night.
You are next. Unless she gives me the nuclear codes.
Shit. I could take the son of a bitch from here.
No. His men have him covered. I'll flank him. Wait for me.
You better hurry.
Only the fleet commander has access to the launch codes.
Can you reprogram the warheads?
Even if I could, I wouldn't.
Is that your final word?
Fuck this.
Rico, no! Motherfucker! Kill him! Go! Garza! No! Don't let them out alive! Come on, Sergeant, quick stop!
Well, Rico has gotten us into a pretty rough situation, and now Garza is bleeding out on the floor. Lucky we have this sentient incineration machine in our hands to deal with the multitude of Helghast between us and the exit.
Shit! This door is locked down! Garza, talk me through this!
Okay. Just pry the case open and rip all the fucking wires out.
My idea of picking a lock.
It's hard to know whether Rico is right or not, because Sev did seem to have a plan, but it also looked like Rico acted at the last second. Unfortunately, that's something we'll have to deal with later, because our LZ is currently crawling with targets for our new weapon, and since this is the last time we'll see this thing in the game, I'm damn well gonna use it. It doesn't take long to clear the area with this thing, but even then, we're still too late.
Here's our ride. Come on.
Sev, I don't think I can.
Well, next time, try to stay... Garza! Garza! Easy, buddy. Just hang on. Oh, come on.
Damn it, don't you quit on me now! Garza! Garza! Man down! Medic! Over here! I need help now! I need a medic, goddammit!
Seb.
Back off. Back the fuck off.
Whoa! Take it easy! Rico, just leave it, man!
All personnel to backup stations. Repeat, all personnel to backup stations.
Shit! What now? Come on!
Seb, let's go! Move! Find out what the Colonel's plan is.
Never a dull moment. The cruiser is under attack from aerial Helghast forces, it seems, and we need to get to the bridge and figure out what the move is here to keep this thing in the sky. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little caught off guard by this. I really didn't expect them to kill Garza off, especially with how much character they bothered to give him throughout the game's story so far. I was honestly a little bit sad about it. Also, a little bit mad at Rico, too. It's hard to know if his intervention got Garza killed or saved Natko and Evelyn, but he definitely acted out of line, that much is sure. Rico's aggression has been out of control since the first game, and he hasn't changed much. As for what's happening now, the aerial ship we arrived on is currently under attack by Helghast forces, which means we need to go link up with Templar and figure out what's going on here.
Bombs are out entirely.
Uploading grid coordinates to the warheads. A few more minutes.
Copy. Initializing missile launch sequence. Damn. We have damage to the launch ports.
How many?
All of them. Sergeant, we're gonna take out the Petrosite grid, but we need more time. Help keep those Higgs off our backs. We need to manually override the launch ports. Damn it! Get moving, Sergeant! Start with the gun deck!
Well, alright, looks like our mission now is simple enough. Head down to the gun deck and butcher every enemy we see, which makes it such a convenience to find this LMG just waiting for us. It's what you'd expect. We have to move around the carrier and take out whatever Helghast have managed to make their way onto the ship. It's kind of a wave defense section, even ending on another one of these mini-bosses where we have to stagger him and shoot the red tank on his back. After taking him down, the situation escalates. The ship itself is being bombarded by Helghast fighters, and there's no one manning the turrets right now. So, you can guess what comes next.
They're dead. They're all dead. Let us in.
I need your name, rank, and service number.
What the hell? This isn't time for protocol!
The security cameras are out. I need to identify you before I can open the door.
Corporal Billingers, Victor Mike 73469er Bravo, X-ray.
Okay, you check out. Come on in.
We gotta clear the goddamn airspace. Sergeant, we got Hig jet fighters all over us. Could use you on the port aft AA gun. Get down the stairs to the gun deck, sir.
Alright, guess we need to move. Honestly, Killzone 2 has been quite a bit more reserved with these turret sections than the first game was, so that's already nice. But also, this scene looks amazing. Seriously, this whole segment is one of the most visually appealing turret sections you will ever see in a video game. We're gunning down dozens of Helghast fighters here while watching multiple of our own cruisers get shot down out of the sky. Seriously, who came up with this? I'd like to literally thank whoever wrote this game's narrative for creating it because it's just so cool. The writers credited are Philip Lawrence, Jonathan Cray, and Ian Howe, all three of whom have gone on to work on criminally few games since then, with Ian Howe only seemingly ever having worked on this game alone. What a shame, man. Although Philip Lawrence is credited for the screenplay. Eventually, however, we literally fire every last round we have until we're out of bullets. Relinking with Natko, we get an announcement from Templar over the speaker.
This is Templar. I've asked a lot from each one of you. You've never let me down. Now I'm going to ask one more thing. Evacuate the new sun and put your trust in me one last time to do what needs to be done. Get off the ship. Head to the ground with your surviving cruisers. Continue the fight. Beat the Helghast and go home as heroes. It's been an honor to serve with you.
He said it, man. As the cargo elevator descends, we end up fighting our way through the remaining Helghast forces on the ship, and they seem to be aware that they're going to die here no matter what, because they are fighting like it's their last chance to. I just want to point out how good the lighting here is, too. This is on PS3 hardware in 2009. I've been seeing footage for games releasing in 2024, almost 15 years later, that look worse than this game does. It's not all just graphical fidelity either. A huge amount of how good this game looks can be credited to both the art design and direction. It's a damn good thing Sony let the boys over at Guerrilla cook because they delivered with this one. After fighting our way to the end of the ship, which is currently both on fire and about to fall out of the sky, we managed to secure our exit out of here.
Sam! Come on!
On my way! Evelyn, we're approaching the grid coordinates.
I'll prep the autopilot. Jan?
Colonel Templar.
Colonel Radek. This is unexpected.
I'd rather we had met in combat. Like soldiers.
I agree. But we find ourselves here.
Indeed. Now, give me the nuclear codes. The women told me they were here.
Well, they are. But my access clearance has been revoked.
Oh, you make a very poor liar, Colonel. Now give me the codes.
Without authorization from High Command, those codes are going nowhere.
Do not toy with me.
No!
Download the code data!
They shot the colonel! Jan! No!
Wait, Jan? I thought his name was Jan.
It's too late! You got their hands off me! Sam! Sam, come on!
User override. Station thrusters disengaged. Alert. Flight profile compromised. Insufficient lift to maintain altitude. Warning. Collision alert. Altitude 1,500 meters.
Not to ruin the moment, but when did Jan's name start getting pronounced as Jan? I'm not crazy either. In the first game, he is referred to as Jan by multiple characters. So I'm not sure what happened there, but it doesn't matter now. Jan Templar is dead, and he died a hero. As for what's left of Alpha Squad, we've got our orders. Rico is on serious edge right now, along with Sev. Both soldiers have lost brothers in arms along with every ISA troop on this planet, so the time for mourning will be delayed by force. Right now we need to...
Whoa! Don't shoot!
Who the fuck are you?
Private Richards. My fire team's at an outpost nearby. Been scouting around, avoiding hate patrol.
Hey! What is this shit?
I don't know. I was gonna check it out when you cowboys arrived.
What?
All right! I'm going to get this thing back to the outpost and leave you guys to your business.
I don't think so. Sam, take the XO and take the high ground. We go out on foot.
Whatever.
You know, I can appreciate that Rico is hurting, but that dude was literally on our side. Doesn't matter now, we've got a mech section. I have no idea what was going on with games between like 2005 to 2015, but it was like a mech section was mandatory in every big budget shooter game for a while. Not that I'm complaining.
Come on, man, open your eyes. You see any brass around here? They screwed this whole thing up. Only it's us that get shafted.
You got a big mouth.
What is it with you? You looking to be some kind of war hero again? It's over. Your friend Templar, he offed himself and left us all in the shit. Rico! Rico! What the hell you doing, man?
Man needed to learn some respect. Let's move.
Rico is unhinged right now. There are not a lot of us left on this planet, and we are quite literally stranded dead center on the enemy's home field advantage. Making enemies out of our own allies could not be a worse idea. The mech controls exactly how you would expect, by the way, which is a huge relief after dealing with the earlier vehicle section from the first mission. Despite that little section being something of a letdown, this part pretty much makes up for it in full. I mean, if you don't love marching through a canyon of industrialized ruins, blowing shit up and killing enemy soldiers, then, you may as well not even bother trying a Killzone game, because this is what it's all about. It's not an enormously long level, but it's still awesome, and makes for a fantastic penultimate mission for the game's finale. Last thing we do is blow up a handful of tanks and secure the area so we can relink with Captain Narville.
Glad to see you're back in action. Now we just need to rendezvous with our platoons in the city, and we're clear to take the palace. I know you guys are pretty down about our friends on the new sun, but we have to concentrate.
Sorry, nuked his own damn city.
Guess we're the only beachhead left.
Where's your goddamn CO? You call yourselves Marines? Get on your feet, goddammit! All of you! We're not done here!
Not like this, man. I'm going after Visari. Not waiting here for his goddamn army to come finish us off.
What the fuck? We're screwed either way, right?
How about it, Sev?
What's left of our forward unit just called in. Seeing 2 entire regiments of Helghast reinforcements heading our way. Radek's personal guard taking point. Probably pissed off as fuck that their city got destroyed, and hell-bent on gutting each and every one of us. So yeah, Nat goes right. We're fucked either way. But when has that stopped us before?
Alright, let's take it to him.
Fuck, that is hype! All that's left now is a full frontal assault of Visari's palace, and it's such a fantastic climax. Things are tense from the beginning to the end of this mission. Bullets are flying from so many directions, it stops mattering if it's friendly or not. What's left of the ISA on the planet Helgen are all right here, right now, and since their defense grid is down, courtesy of Captain Jan Templar, the palace is vulnerable to a head-on attack. Our only goal right now is neutralizing the palace's arc battery, but getting to it is proving to be more than a little problematic. The graphics are full send here too, with ash particles covering the area, a massive arc battery jutting out of the building towards the sky above us, and a mushroom cloud the size of Kansas looming over the background to create both an orange hue saturating the air around us and the reminder that the entire city over there has just been completely wiped out of existence. The only way to ensure that all of this wasn't for nothing is to finish what we came here for, and to capture Scholar Visari alive in order to make him stand trial for his actions. On our way there, we just happened to come across some anti-air towers begging to be demolished, and since we've sort of been running demolition duties since arriving on Helgen, the honor of taking care of it is given to us. There's 3 towers to take down, each one loaded with the explosive element called petricite that the Helghast have been using for fuel, which means it'll only take one well-placed charge to send the whole thing up in flames. Getting into one tower was hard enough, but now we need to do it 2 more times before we can move on. After we get those anti-air munitions shut down, we call in some air support to take that arc battery offline. All the while, Rico and I take an elevator trip up to Visari's palace.
Command to ground forces! Prepare for shockwave! Take cover!
It's about fucking time the Navy blew up that electric pilot junk.
Taking out that battery was a massive victory, but it's not over. The next part is the final push to reach the palace, and I'm not exaggerating when I say it's the most well-guarded Helghast-dense location in the whole game. It's actually so intense that the game itself started struggling to maintain a consistent frame rate. Which, I mean, I can hardly blame it. Look at how much is going on here. It's insane. A strategic use of grenades and ammunition mixed with a heavy reliance on cover-to-cover movement is going to be the only feasible way to push forward. Again, we're on their front porch, and they currently outnumber us something like 5-1. If we can get to Visari, then it's possible we can put an end to this and make them lay down their arms. But otherwise, holding this palace, even after we've taken it, seems like it would be an impossible task. After some extremely intense close quarters fighting, we do finally cut down the remaining defenses between us and the palace, allowing us to breach the main door. This is as close to Visari as we've ever been.
Sir, Nako, come on!
You guys go ahead, but I'll stay out here and keep at bay.
It's just Rico and Sev against whatever the hell is waiting for us in this lobby. No reinforcements and a short time limit before what's left of our boys out there will probably have to vacate the whole damn city. As fate would have it though, an opportunity for a little payback has presented itself.
Security identified a breach of the main gate.
Why didn't 2nd Platoon? I'll deal with these two myself. Didn't I kill all of you yet? Cut them off. Break those two up! Don't let them support each other!
Okay, when did he get a teleporter? What the hell? This is the final battle of the game. If you were hoping for a climax, you're looking at it. We're in a final showdown against Visari's top guy, Colonel Radek. If you hadn't noticed yet, Radek shares the same voice actor as Haka from the first game. At first, I thought there was going to be some kind of twist here where Radek ended up being revealed as Haka, and that was supposed to make him killing Templar feel that much more intense, and this final battle between Rico and Haka would have been a kind of dramatic ending after Rico saved him at the end of Killzone 1. Meaning Rico would have to bear the guilt for Templar's death indirectly. I was wrong about all of that, however. Radek is his own individual character. They just opted to use the same voice actor. If I'm being honest, I'm still very suspicious that the scenario I just described might have been the original intention. Not only does it fit very snugly into the situation we find ourselves in here, but it shares the same over-the-top drama campiness that the first Killzone was saturated in. Maybe at some point, one of the writers I mentioned earlier came in and scrapped the idea, or maybe I'm way off base and that was never even considered, and they just thought this voice actor was a great fit for Radek. Which he is, by the way. Regardless, I'm pretty happy that isn't the case because it allows this final fight to feel more real and simplistic for what it is in a great way.
You seem to want this to be personal. It will be my pleasure.
Eventually, Radek runs out of soldiers and comes down to face us himself. This is the second kind of boss battle of the game, the first being the A-Tac from level 5. This one is a bit harder though. Radek can teleport anywhere at any time, and often likes to sprint towards you with his combat knife, which can damn near one-hit you if he gets close enough. The final showdown here is super tense and requires some quick reaction time, but damn was it satisfying to react fast enough to cut him up with a knife before he had the chance to hit me. A knife fight with the final boss of the game wasn't something I was expecting, but I don't think there's any more badass way it could have ended than this. Eventually, we do manage to beat him, and that's when the game pulls out all of the stops and delivers one of the coolest ending cutscenes I've ever seen.
Killing that son of a bitch for Jan was a good fucking start.
Looks like they killed themselves. Classy. Saves me the effort.
Time to finish this thing now. Or maybe that sick fuck Radek killed him for practice. Where's Visari? I want to break that motherfucker's face myself. Either way, they got what they deserved. Let's go collect their boss.
Scholar Visari! Scholar Vazari, I'm placing you under arrest under Article 27.
And who are you, soldier?
Savchenko. Sergeant, first class.
They send a sergeant to take Vasari? Are your commanders really all so afraid?
War's over, Vasari. You lost.
Really, Sergeant? And who won? The cowards who commanded you and your comrades here to die? The Helghast have lost nothing. We fight for who we are. We wear our wounds like badges of honor. Helghan is ours, and we will die before we let it fall to plunder us. That is why your leaders dare not make a martyr of me. Your fleet burned, your friends butchered, and you become a hero for saving my life? Does that sound like a victory to you, Sergeant Savchenko?
Son of a bitch. Good men have died, and I'll see you rot in a cell for it. You'll pay for what you've done.
For giving my people pride, purpose. We have built this great nation from nothing. Take me, and Helghan will dissolve into chaos. The ISA war machine, powerless against the sheer will of my people. We will choke the streets with our dead before we surrender. Your masters will beg me to restore order. You have not won. You will never go. No! Madness. Madness begins.
Sergeant? Sergeant, what happened? Shit. Seth! God damn it!
Report to your COs!
Come on, people! Let's go! Let's go!
And that is Killzone 2. They really just don't make games like this anymore. It's not trying too hard to be something it's not, but it does strike a chord with me in an intense way that delivers on exactly what the Killzone universe is capable of being. I had never played this game before doing so for this video, and I can tell you now that it's one of the best games I've had the chance to play on the channel. As a shooter, it's competent. Really not the best, but definitely not the worst. I'd say it's a passable good time. As an action game, though, Killzone 2 should be considered one of the greats. Every set piece and environment has been meticulously designed to be as impactful and immersive as they could make it. This game doesn't waste a single aspect of any of its levels. It's all great. The story isn't a masterpiece or anything, but it's such an enormous improvement over the first game that it almost feels like one. We've gone from the plot of a children's cartoon to a competently written story with nuance, flawed main characters, and interactions that feel like something you would hear in the scenario they're placed in, as opposed to dialogue that seemed to exist only to drive a plot line. Sevchenko is a pretty weak character, I'll admit, but Rico and Garza are both great and evoke a sense of life that makes them feel more realistic than anything the first game delivered. Templar's character has certainly matured in this one too, and although the absence of Luger and Haka was a bit odd at first, I think it may have been for the best so that this game could carve out a different identity as something more serious. Killzone 2 doesn't want to be a hero shooter, so the recurrence of the first game's heroes may have just distracted from what this game wants to be. This is why hiring competent writers is so important. A compelling story with interesting characters does so much to bring whatever world you're creating to life. Alternatively, a shallow plot with cardboard characters can utterly cripple a great game by making it feel like the world you're playing in is silly or stupid. I can't say for certain what changed between the first game and this one, but I'm glad whatever changed, did. The ending speech from Visari alone is a testament to how this game has grown from its predecessor. Visari is clearly a warmongering tyrant, but he does make some damn good points about the ISA choosing to invade Helgen with strict orders to take Visari alive in order to make an example out of him, all the while shedding no blood on the battlefield themselves, and sitting back to claim the glory of victory while the people who actually earned it had to do so by killing, dying, or watching fellow soldiers die. He provokes Rico, a character who has demonstrated time and time again that he's too emotionally volatile to handle a mission like this, into killing him. Visari does this because he knows that if he's killed by an ISA soldier right there in that room, that he'll be martyred, and it'll cause the whole of Helgen to fall into a war-crazed frenzy for vengeance. If it had just been Sev here, this ploy would not have worked. As I mentioned near the start of the video, multiple other options were pitched to the Vecta government on how to handle the Helghast forces, and a clean assassination of Visari was being pushed by Haka himself. The Vecta government rejected these ideas in favor of a literal full-scale invasion of Helgen to capture Visari alive and put him on trial. The claim was that killing him would martyr him and cause a war to break out, but realistically, invading the planet is already going to do that anyway, and you're sending thousands of ISA soldiers to a guaranteed death. It seems likely that the Vecta government wanted to put Visari on trial as a show of might, a pride thing, to make an example out of him for daring to stand against them and seek revenge for when they exiled the Helgen people to a viciously inhospitable planet thinking they would die there. Visari is clearly a bloodthirsty maniac, so much to the point that we see in the game how anyone not associated with the Helgen military is completely deprived to live in slums while the military gets massive budgets for clean architecture. We overhear multiple Helghast soldiers talking about how Colonel Radek executed some of his own men for dress code violations, and how Helgen civilians not serving in the military are parasites. It's clear to any reasonable person playing that we're not really supposed to sympathize with this faction, but we are given the tools to understand how someone like Visari ended up in charge, and why the Helghast are so viciously ready for warfare. The ISA higher-ups and Vectan government aren't depicted as some righteous force fighting for freedom and moral good, but rather a military superpower eagerly just as bloodthirsty and willing to see thousands of its own men and women die to make an example of their enemy leader on principle. It's a game about war. A full-scale invasion like this was going to cause a retaliation no matter what. If Alpha Squad had managed to capture Visari alive and make him stand trial, I cannot fathom that that would have prevented the Helghast from striking back at Vecta. That being said, killing him in his throne room like this after also invading their planet was probably the single worst case scenario and likely will result in the most chaotic outcome. Although I don't know since I haven't played Killzone 3 yet, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens next when the time comes. Before that, however, there are a handful of other aspects about Killzone 2 I want to cover before we wrap up. The first of which is the multiplayer. Killzone 2 may not have been billing itself as a Halo killer the way the first game was, but it was still an FPS game competing with dozens of other military-like shooters on the market at the time, and that means it needed to offer a high-octane, fast-paced multiplayer mode for fans to sink their teeth into for extra content. Now, I can't really play this game online for obvious reasons, but luckily, Killzone 2 offers bots in its multiplayer matches, so I can talk a bit about it here. The first thing I'll say is that Killzone 2's single biggest advantage when it comes to the multiplayer is also its greatest disadvantage, and that is its exclusivity. Since the PS3 really didn't have that many AAA FPS games to choose from, especially around the time of Killzone 2's release, pretty much anybody who owned one was going to at least try Killzone 2 out and give it a chance. However, because the PS3 was launched at a staggering price tag of $600, or $500 for a lower-end model, not a lot of people actually had one to begin with. So, with those factors in mind, how is Killzone 2's multiplayer mode? I mean, it's pretty good. It's probably exactly what you would imagine it is, a series of medium-sized maps on which two teams are pitted against each other to fight it out and see who wins. One of the more unique things I noticed about this one, as opposed to other multiplayer shooters from the time, is that the objective constantly changes throughout a single match. So you'll go from securing zones, to executing a predetermined target, to just standard team deathmatch, all in less than 10 minutes usually. If I had to describe it, I think I'd say it's kind of like if someone mixed the older Modern Warfare games with Team Fortress 2. Because you can pick different character classes like Medic and Spy, and by the time I was done running matches, I was always paranoid that one of my teammates was a spy in disguise. A sensation I felt most prominently in Team Fortress 2. For those of you who own a PS3, I've seen that people still host events for this game's multiplayer and try to run matches from time to time. So if you loved this game back in the day, then you can actually do a few things to find active matches. All of the maps seem to just be sections from the campaign ripped and reworked into multiplayer arenas, but I think that actually worked well since all of the single player levels were so incredibly well designed. This multiplayer mode is a pretty fun inclusion for the game, and I'm sure it was an awesome time back in its heyday, but I mean, you obviously wouldn't have much of a reason to try it currently given its PS3 exclusivity. Which brings me to my customary port rant. If you've been on the channel before, you know what I'm about to say. Killzone 2 deserves to be ported to the PC. Now, from what I understand, porting PS3 games is an insanely difficult task. I don't know the specifics, but based on conversations I've had in the past, something with how the PS3 hardware worked has made working with old exclusives a nightmare. It's apparently why we don't see very many PS3 exclusives being ported to modern hardware beyond emulation. But I can't fathom that it's more expensive to hire a team to develop a competent port of Killzones 1 through 3 than it would be to greenlight one of these hyper-inflated quadruple-A cinematic story games Sony's been dishing out lately. You've got a built-in audience for Killzone already, and a horde of potential new audience members who are probably not only curious about these games and would be willing to try them, but are also not being targeted as a demographic anymore by modern games. As someone who lives for super serious, over-the-top dude bro games like this, I am telling you that it feels like modern studios fucking hate me. Which is why you see me chasing old games like this, that I feel deserve my attention and support more than modern ones. That's just me saying how I feel as a consumer, and is not my attempt at making a statement on the current state of the video game industry. I'm sure there are millions of people who are loving these modern titles, and I'm happy for them, and they're getting what they want. As for me, however, modern games rarely interest me because they're clearly not trying to appeal to me and aren't made for me. It's not because they're modern, it's because they're not what I want. The reason I'm saying this is because playing Killzone 2 was another reminder of what the kind of game I enjoy looks like. I don't know how else to describe it, but a melodramatic dude bro shooter that takes itself super seriously and tries to be as explosive and conventionally badass as possible. I'm hesitant to use the term because it's lost nearly all meaning now, but I miss edgy games. It's not the military shooter aspect I'm referring to either, it's the tone, atmosphere, and sincerity. It's the fact that when you shoot an enemy in the head with a shotgun in this game, it explodes like a watermelon. No one's making quips or being self-aware every 5 seconds. The point is that there are millions of other people who love to play video games that are not being catered to right now. A literal open market in a vacuum. If studios suddenly did want to develop new games for people like me, that'd be great, but even then, they could still be making some serious money without even needing to produce new media by just porting exclusives like this to the PC. If Sony could pay an R&D team to streamline the process of porting PS3 games to the PC in a way that optimizes the game well and makes it quicker and easier for less experienced studios to handle it, then it might not pay itself back on Killzone alone, but other PS3 titles like Resistance, Infamous, Little Big Planet, and more. We've seen other PS3 games come to PC, like the Uncharted games, so I know it can be done. I'm just not sure why the hell these studios are just letting these games sit on an old console like this when they could be available digitally on PC and still actively making the studio money. I would very much love to experience these games on the PC, but until then, I'm just glad I've gotten to go back and play them at all. Another element of Killzone 2 that's been significantly improved over the first is the soundtrack. The series has maintained the same composer named Joris de Man, and although I was critical of his work on the first game, the entire score this time is fantastic. It has a much stronger sense of identity this time around, and carrying over many of the same leitmotifs from the first game, but implementing them into a score that is overall far more intense and impactful. This sounds like the soundtrack to a science fiction military action game. Not much more to say than that. His work on this game was an exceptional contribution that served to elevate the product in every way with its inclusion. I'm not the only one with such positive feelings towards this game either, as Killzone 2 currently holds a Metacritic score of 91, with most video game magazines and reviewers considering it to be a must-play for PS3 owners and fans of FPS games in general. The game received particular praise for its visuals and online play, though many critics felt its story was lackluster and run-of-the-mill, a sentiment I personally do understand despite my enjoyment of the game's honest simplicity. Despite its incredible success critically, Killzone 2 underperformed financially. Sony reported that the game failed to meet expectations after selling less than 500,000 copies in the United States in the first month. By May, however, it had surpassed 1 million copies sold worldwide. Regardless, as we know now, Sony would still go on to greenlight another sequel for release on the PS3, so clearly Killzone 2 earned its keep. I think it's clear from what I've covered that Killzone 2 is a phenomenal game and a must-play for anyone hoping to go back and experience some of the best games available for the Sony PlayStation 3. We can still hope for a PC port to come out someday, and I would love for that to happen and date these videos with my mentioning of it, but until then, if you've got a PS3 and haven't played this yet, then I heavily recommend it. Unfortunately, I don't think I can recommend attempting to emulate it with your legitimately owned copy, at least not in its current state. Although the game can be played that way and is mostly stable, the controls, input delay, and a few other bugs are likely to sour the experience for many who might pursue that method. I hope this also changes in time. If you're a fan of sci-fi or shooters though, Killzone 2 probably is worth trying to play for yourself. It's fun, it's intense, and it's exciting. The story isn't mind-blowing or anything, but I think that works to its advantage. It's exactly what it needs to be in order to best serve the game that it's for. Killzone 2 isn't at any point attempting to be something it's not, and because of that, playing it feels like experiencing a product that's very honest about what it wants to be, and I really like that about it. This game feels like a work of passion. Anyone who takes even a passing look at Killzone 2 can tell how much time and love went into making it. And what we're left with is a genuinely cinematic video game experience that deserves far better than how it's being treated today. After the outstanding release and reception of Killzone 2, the developers at Guerrilla Games knew they were going to have their work cut out for them for the follow-up. A follow-up that was already in the early stages of development even before the second game ever released. At this point, the Killzone brand had garnered a bit of a reputation for creating hype after the whole Killzone 2 E3 trailer debacle, and by early 2010, Killzone 3 was already generating rumors of its existence and development roughly a year after Killzone 2's release. There was talk about Killzone 3 pushing the PS3 to its absolute limit, and even utilizing 100% of the console's capabilities thanks to their proprietary graphics engine. Shortly thereafter, a full reveal trailer hit the market and generated even more hype, and a multiplayer beta even launched later that same year. Then, only 2 short years after the release of Killzone 2, Killzone 3 hit the market hard with a climactic conclusion to the Killzone trilogy. The gap between the release of the second and third game is obviously much smaller than the one between the first and the second game, but don't let that fool you into thinking that the game has suffered from that in any major way. I'll go ahead and tell you right now that this game is awesome. It's got bigger set pieces, more action, higher stakes, and even manages to bring a powerful conclusion to players that have become invested in the plot threads of the second game. And that seems like it would make it the best one so far, but there were a few decisions made for Killzone 3 that really affected its ability to conclude the trilogy as tightly as I'd have liked, which I'll get into that later in the video. Like we've talked about before, Killzone 3 is another PS3 exclusive, which strands one of the most visually spectacular shooters ever made onto an aging console that fewer people own every year. A game this meticulously crafted to be a visual spectacle deserves a true and proper port to the PC. Regardless of all else, the sheer beauty of this game itself is entitled to a PC port simply by existing. It feels like an affront to art itself not to deliver this game to a place where players can dial it into its absolute peak performance. Until such time as this occurs, PC emulation via your legitimately owned copy will have to suffice, and let me tell you, it's come a long way. What you're seeing on screen is emulated footage recorded on a PC, and I'll readily admit that there's still quite a few hiccups throughout, but the fact that this game runs on PC as smoothly as it does is fantastic. And it absolutely deserves to be tried if you want to attain a copy of the game and try running it on emulation yourself. Although because the game was released so close to the original, you'll notice that there's far less technical upgrades here from the previous game. That's not to say there's none at all though. For instance, Killzone 3 introduced the ability to play the game in full stereoscopic 3D. Remember when that was a thing and everyone was convinced it was the future? On top of that, it's compatible with the PlayStation Move motion controls if you want to grab the needed peripheral lollipops to try it out. The other upgrades I'll talk about later, but rest assured, they are there. Despite the various objective improvements this game boasts over the second game, there's a number of decisions that seem to weigh it down, and some that are downright questionable if they should have been done at all, many of which surround the game's narrative and tone. We are, unfortunately, back to the tone of a Saturday morning cartoon. Killzone 3 decided to take nearly all of the growth, nuance, and maturity from the second game and just throw it all out the window, instead opting for a plot that's twice as bombastic, half as meaningful, and somehow still just as adult. Gone is the moral ambiguity, along with the deeper themes like brotherhood, loss, the pain of war, and the pride of government institutions. Welcome back comically evil supervillain and severely overpowered superhero protagonists. Every character we see carried over from the previous one feels like a totally different person except for one, who, ironically, is the only character who should feel different. I'll get into that later too. This isn't an objectively bad thing since a lot of people may have really liked or maybe even preferred this more lighthearted tone to the darker, grittier, war is hell tone of the second game. Even so, I'll be bringing these changes up a lot as we go through the game and giving my thoughts on why I didn't like them and why I believe they hurt the universe overall. So, I hope you'll enjoy listening along with me and letting me know if you agree or disagree with my conclusions in the comments. With that said, I think it's time we dive straight into the story of Killzone 3, which picks up just minutes after the second game ended, with Rico having murdered Scholar Vazari in a fit of rage and the wrath of a chaotic Helghast fleet on the verge of an all-out war in Retribution. Killzone 3 opens with a beautifully written explanation of the events from the second game, laying out the insane and brutal desolation of the last few hours and the thousands of lives lost, all to the tune of the most emotionally charged track of the whole franchise. This opening sets the stage for how visceral the events of the last game were, and reminds us that we're in the midst of a bloodbath where real lives are being lost at every turn. And I hope that's enough, because this game never takes itself this seriously again. From there, we fade into a scene of a gondola traveling up the side of a mountain where we are joined by multiple Helghast, all of whom seem to perceive us as a friend. Judging by the heads-up display, it doesn't take long to work out that we ourselves are wearing a Helghast uniform. We're allowed through the front gate where we witness a massive Helghast ship passing through the air beside us. It's not clear what we're doing here, but bullets aren't flying, so we try to keep it that way. Based on the way the guards are treating us, we're expected. The next room over shows us a bunch of machines working on something, though it's not clear what. The text told us when we were coming up that this is a manufacturing plant, so I'd say it's safe to assume it's weapons. Now, we're given the chance to do some target practice and a very poorly disguised tutorial level for new players, showing us how to use our primary and secondary weapons. Standard fare stuff, really. When we're done proving our capabilities with our firearms, we're ushered deeper into the facility to the broadcast room. Upon entering said broadcast room, we're introduced via cutscene to the main villain of the game after being informed that we are an executioner here to kill someone. We'll talk more about this bad guy later. For now, things take a surprising twist.
What? You? Yeah, me.
It was a flash forward. We were just shown a glimpse of the future, but now we're back in current time just after Rico put a bullet in Scholar Vizari.
Seb, you okay?
No, Rico. I'm not okay. We had the guy. We had him. And you killed him. You killed Vasari.
The ISA has failed their mission, or rather, Rico has thrown it.
Look, Seb, I just did what had to be done.
And I will damn well make sure he gets court-martialed 6 ways to Sunday for it.
With Vizari dead and the mission to arrest him completely up in smoke, Captain Narville calls for a total ISA evacuation of the planet Helgen. It's past time we got the hell out of here. We see some very extreme tension between Captain Narville and Rico, but there's a few things different about Narville in this game from his debut in Killzone 2. His voice actor is now different, having changed from Mikey O'Connor to James Rimmer, and along with the change in his voice comes a completely different personality. Seriously, the Captain Narville we saw in Killzone 2 is gone, and his appearance here has been totally altered specifically to avoid making Rico have to face a real character arc, but we'll get to that. The mission now is evacuation. We've been on borrowed time here since before Vizari died, and now the whole Helghast fleet is right on top of us, happy to have an excuse to try out their new tech.
What the hell is that?
We need to evac, now! Seb, I need you to carve us a safe corridor! Move, move, move!
We're on the move, with Sev and his boys pushing through enemy territory, and there's a whole lot more of them than there are of us. Not to mention, they've got speed jeeps with people shredders mounted to the front. A chase ensues for a brief period before things come to a sudden head, and it's at this point I feel like the Marvel movieization of Killzone 3 really starts to make itself known.
Yeah! Hell yeah!
Our heroes, Sev and Rico, shake it off and start heading in the direction of what they hope are some other ISA soldiers. This is where the game finally gives us control of our character to start causing some damage. Yeah, I know it's hard to believe, but everything up to now has basically been cutscenes. In fact, nearly half of this game's runtime is cutscenes. Also, again, this looks breathtaking. I seriously think this is one of the single best looking sci-fi shooters we've ever seen, and the footage speaks for itself. Now, while Sev and Rico start fighting their way through the dilapidated ruins of the city, there's something I want to quickly address. In Killzone 2, the ISA were under strict orders not to, under any circumstances, harm the Helgen autarch, Scholar Vizari. After having him in the palm of their hands, ready to arrest and basically holding the entire Helgen army hostage to its will with their leader at gunpoint, Rico falls for his manipulation and kills him in a fit of aggression. The morality of this aside, this was not only a total rejection of his orders, but it also damned every ISA soldier on Helgen and totally threw away their mission to satisfy his personal vendetta and made meaningless the death of every soldier that died to see Vizari in handcuffs. This was not an assassination mission. The reason I'm bringing all of this up is because this game won't. It not only refuses to acknowledge this dilemma, but repeatedly ignores it. So, whereas Sev in Killzone 2 walked away from Rico clearly feeling furious, downtrodden, and betrayed, those feelings are all gone here. Much like how Narville is practically a different character, Sev is also quite a bit different from his Killzone 2 iteration. This is due to the change in writers, obviously, but I will be bringing this up again later as well. Other than the fact that the game is a masterclass of detailed level design, something else you might have noticed is the return of the animated melee executions, now called brutal melee attacks. Closing the distance between you and a Helghast enemy will prompt you to hit L1 at the right time and perform either a counter melee attack or a straight up melee execution. Honestly, I love these. I love the visceral melee executions in pretty much any game, and this one has some stellar animation work to see. Okay, I wasn't being 100% accurate earlier when I said Visari's execution isn't brought up again. It is, but in the most dismissive way imaginable.
Listen, Sev, about Visari,
Forget it. I wanted to shoot him too.
But you didn't.
No. But that's because I'm not a jackass.
This is not the same Sevchenko from Killzone 2, and once again, I mean that literally. They replaced the voice work of Dmitry Gorataz from Killzone 2 with Andrew Bowen in Killzone 3, and all I can say is, why? They sound nearly identical, with the biggest difference being that Dimitri's performance sounded more fitting to the character, and Andrew's being far too casual for a war-torn veteran walking off the reality of a failed mission stuck in the capital of the enemy's homeworld. This isn't to negate the good work Andrew did for Killzone 3, but this recast was yet another overcorrection to sway the tone of the series back in the direction of the first game. The combat, however, is as brutal and satisfying as ever. Actually, no, scratch that. It's better. The aiming is smoother, the controls are more responsive, the environment is more detailed. This is the best playing Killzone of the trilogy, bar none. Although a lot of the potential intensity is totally erased by the return of revive mechanics. Just like in Killzone 2, when you're killed, your character is considered incapacitated and must await the arrival of your teammate to zap you with his magic revive gun. This is clearly a co-op mechanic, but it should not have been carried over to the single player. Fights have basically no stakes unless you're either on the hardest difficulty or you go out of your way to run out ahead of your teammate to the point where they can't get to you. Did I mention how sick this melee execution mechanic is, by the way? Seriously, it totally escalated the whole gameplay experience for me. The cover mechanic is back too, as you can see, and you'll actually end up using it more in this game than in the second game it was introduced in. At least I did anyway. Oh, and the stupid motion controller mechanic is back again, requiring you to physically move your controller around to achieve a goal, and it's as silly in this game as it was in the last one. Sev and Rico come across some Helghast collecting a mysterious green liquid and express ignorance as to what it is, which leads us to believe that it's not the Petricite element we found in the last game. Oh, and then we get a turret section. No worries, much like in Halo 3, we can just rip the minigun off its stand and use it as a weapon, which is awesome.
Time to go mobile.
Everybody!
This city we're fighting through is called Pyrrhus, and I'm a little unclear both on how we're able to even breathe here and how there's anything left given that this is the city that we saw get nuked in the last game. But it does both look and feel incredible to play through. The devastation of the previous massive explosion can be seen in every direction, and the level of detail on display here, once again, puts other shooters to shame. The crippled ruins of this city make for such a fun backdrop to shoot our way through, and it feels like such a genuine display of the utter genocide that took place here just a few hours prior. After pushing through the desolation, however, we're able to relink with the ISA convoy, where Captain Narville gives Sev and Rico new orders to mount up and provide covering fire for the rest of the vehicles that are still functioning. This is where the game cuts to something that we haven't seen before: the Helghan Senate. Here, we see the currently available senators debating and deliberating not only what to do following the death of Scholar Visari, but also how to handle the remaining ISA forces. This is where we're introduced to something that completely caught me off guard with this title: the existence of a private sector. Our new primary villain, along with a sub-villain, are introduced here and shown to be having an argument as one accuses the other of incompetence. This new primary villain's name is Joran Stahl, and he is the CEO of a private company called Stahl Arms. For simplicity, just think of him as if he were the CEO of, oh, I don't know, Lockheed Martin, or General Dynamics, or Boeing, or Raytheon. Anyway, his entire business is subsidized by the Helghan government, from which he is paid exorbitant amounts of money to manufacture weapons of war for the sole purpose of causing immense devastation and destruction. However, it looks like that money just isn't enough.
Does it hurt?
knowing that no matter what you do, you'll never emerge from Visari's shadow. Is that why you let him die?
Helghast will never bargain with the ISA! There will be no quarter!
Yeah, Stahl is demonstrating a very clear lack of faith in the current administration, and this isn't at all circumstantial. More on that later. Let's get back to our heroes who are currently fighting for their lives to get off this hell world. We re-inhabit the perspective of Sergeant Sevchenko, who has been put behind the gun of an ISA Lancer, which is a 6-wheeled armored troop carrier tank for those who don't know. This is actually a very important mission because it marks our first vehicle mission in Killzone 3, and believe it or not, there's actually several of them across this game's runtime. Some of them are cool, others are questionable, but nearly all of them are on rails, not allowing us to control the vehicle itself, meaning what you're seeing on screen is actually a little more than a glorified turret section. Although, if you're going to have a turret section, this is a damn fine way to go about it. We see entire buildings collapse into dust, multitudes of enemy frigates slowly hovering above our heads, and are given a horde of enemy Helghast to butcher into red mist with our massive 50 caliber machine gun. It isn't too long in this carrier before we reach a point where we need to abandon our vehicles and assist some fellow ISA soldiers. There's an enemy arc cannon just up ahead, and our orders from Narville are to take it out. Only problem is that there's a horde of Helghast troops pinning us down to prevent that from happening. So our job now is to head into this old building, fight our way through to higher ground, and do something about the snipers currently holding sights on our comrades' positions. I like this section a lot, actually. It seems to harken back to the vibe of the last game, with us bashing through doors and fighting through these war-torn buildings. Oh, and this mechanic of bashing down doors basically stops mattering after this mission. Take it in while you can. Oh boy, a sniper rifle. We're back to a certified sniper section, which means... Alright, the situation is escalating. These snipers need to go before they make mincemeat of our boys. This scene is kind of an anomaly because we're given specific objective markers for enemies to take out from a distance, and this doesn't really ever happen again. This kind of hyper-intense war-torn combat is where Killzone shines the brightest, which makes it so weird that it's so rare for the series to genuinely tread here. Once we take out the last sniper,
nice shot.
We're able to make our way down and regroup with Rico and the others. The situation turns out not to be so simple, however, when an ISA soldier radios out for help declaring that she's been pinned down. Her name is Jammer, or I guess that's probably her call sign, but either way, Rico answers and lets her know that he's on the way before Captain Narville interrupts to order him to stand down and asks her to hang tight as he sends a troop carrier to retrieve her. The whole situation is put into perspective, though, when everyone is made aware of just what kind of situation they're in right now.
Dispersive armor is holding.
Captain Narville, we can't hold our position much longer.
If you're gonna get here, do it fast.
We're gonna need new transport. Come on.
Get your evac posts!
Well, the situation continues to escalate, and our odds of escape continue to plummet. But no worries, Sev and Rico find a couple of mechs just laying around that we get to take control of. This control's very much the same as the mech segment from Killzone 2, but with a few more interesting set pieces to gawk at during your time in the aforementioned Titan, such as the giant metal gear in the distance firing off shots at our allied ships to further incentivize us that whoever's left on this planet is not worth sticking around for. I like this section too, going head to head with multiple Helghast tanks and carving through dozens of Helghast soldiers, all while stomping through the ruins of a desolate city while an enormous mega tank blows holes in the shields of your friendly ships just adds a serious level of gravity to what's happening. Our power fantasy doesn't last long, however, as the giant tank immobilizes our tanks, forcing us back out on foot. That girl we saw trying to contact us for assistance earlier reaches back out on comms again asking for help since her previous backup never arrived, and Rico tells Narville to take a hike.
I didn't come here to run from the Helghast. I don't leave people behind. Hold on, Jammer. I'm coming.
Rico! I get it, but we don't have time.
I gotta do this, man. I'll meet you at the extraction point.
Hell no. I'm with you.
This one's on me, buddy. Besides, you gotta tell Narville to wait, okay?
Well, we're split up from Rico, and now it's just us and a handful of fellow ISA soldiers. The evacuation is in full effect, and we are out of time. Our ships are prepping for launch, and if we're not on them, then we may as well start looking at Helgen real estate, because we ain't leaving. The cool thing about this scene is the intensity of the trench warfare. This almost harkens back to the original intro of Killzone 1, with how it's trying to emulate the filth and brutality of what fighting through trenches looks like. This is one of those scenes that really just made me say out loud that, man, they don't make them like they used to. It doesn't matter though, we're still miles away when Sev stops to see the ISA ships initiate their launch to flee the planet's atmosphere. And even then, it might not be soon enough. Sev manages to make it back to Narville, but Rico is still missing, and it doesn't look like he's going to make it.
Where the hell is Rico?
I don't know. No, wait! What about Rico?
I'm sorry, Sev.
Hey! Hey! There's Rico! Hey! Get to cover! Now!
Nearly there.
This is Captain Nando contacting all surviving personnel. Retreat to emergency fallback locations. I repeat, emergency protocol 5-9 Echo is in effect. God help us.
Where are the ISA? Why haven't you found them yet?
They've proven to be more tenacious than expected.
Which was my exact point 6 months ago. You should have listened to me, but no. You had to do it your way. You had to pound them until they surrendered.
The ISA will be dealt with in due time.
Yes, well, that's exactly what you said. You said hours, not months. The people of Helgen want results, not empty promises from you all along.
So, there's some Star Wars prequel level political discourse happening here. Since our big bad dictator Scholar Vizari was killed at the end of the second game, the writers have introduced the Helgen Senate and its various members. That angry guy with the shaved head and mustache is Admiral Orlok of the Helgen Army, and the skinny guy he's arguing with that looks like Christoph Waltz from Inglourious Bastards is named Johann Stahl, and he's actually voiced by Malcolm McDowell, who brings a really great performance to the character. Surprisingly, that one guy who looks like someone ordered Adolf from Wish is inconsequential. I guess they figured making him the next big bad would have been too on the nose. Instead, our new primary villain is the aforementioned Johann Stahl, an industrialist who owns the manufacturing company responsible for the creation of the Helghast army and all of its resources. Stahl voices his discontent for Admiral Orlok's handling of the Helgen military in light of Visari's demise, and a member of the council motions for a vote of no confidence in his capabilities, and for power to be transferred in full to Johann Stahl. The motion is denied as the majority of the council does not vote in favor of it, and Stahl takes it very poorly. Seems there's some trouble in paradise with the Helgen Senate, as the power vacuum left by Visari remains unfilled. But how are things with our ISA friends stranded here on Helgen? Turns out they've built a small encampment here in the planet's wilderness and are just holed up trying to survive off of whatever they can find, including cooking and eating the local wildlife. Now they're really starting to understand why the Helghast are so angry all of the time after being exiled here for centuries. It's been quite a while since the Vectan fleet fled Helgen, and even Sev is clearly looking rough after a few months of not shaving or cutting his hair. Meanwhile, literally every other character looks completely the same. This is a minor annoyance to me, but if you're going to make one character look unkempt to display their lack of hygienic resources, then not doing it for everyone completely undermines the whole thing. Giving Narville and the other characters unkempt hair and out-of-control beards would have done wonders to cement the idea that they are all surviving off of little to nothing and reinforce the suspension of disbelief. But instead, they only do Sev and Rico, and it feels like a half measure. Like, this character clearly just shaved his head yesterday, and I can tell you that as someone who shaves his head very often. Hell, even Narville looks like he just got a buzz cut within the last month. If they've got the equipment to do this, then making Sev and Rico look so unkempt just implies that they've given up on maintaining their regiment in spite of everyone else around them having not done so, which isn't a good look for them as soldiers. It's such a minor gripe, I know, but also, how hard would it have been to just make the other characters look more unkempt as if they had no access to shaving equipment? Either way, with Rico still MIA and everyone here stranded in the Helgen wasteland with no way home, our best bet is a radio uplink currently being jammed by Helghast forces. So Narville orders Sev and another of the stranded ISA soldiers to suit up and find that radio uplink to try and open up communications with Vecta and hopefully figure out if the Earth fleet is coming or not and what the hell our next move is. And this is actually another visually spectacular level. We've been hearing about the hyper-dangerous and hostile nature of the planet Helgen since the first game, but until now, all we've really seen are some old cities and a desert wasteland. Well, now we finally see the horror show that is the Helgen Wilds, and it's some of the most unique and interesting alien world design I've ever seen. Everything looks dangerous, like it could potentially lacerate you if you grazed it, and there's giant spiders crawling around everywhere that will attack you. No time for admiring the fauna though. Just up ahead, Sev finds one of our missing ISA soldiers being hunted by some kind of Special Forces Helghast unit.
No, look, there's too many. Now we know what happened to the recon team.
That was a capture trooper. They are not part of the General Helgen army and are instead a Special Forces paramilitary unit used only by Stahl Arms Manufacturing, which marks an interesting divide between the enemy entities that will come up again later. For now, we get a stealth section. I'll be honest, Killzone is not a series I'd have ever thought would be conducive to fun stealth gameplay, but I mean, it works pretty well here. I've seen games with far worse stealth gameplay than this. It's simple but effective. We have to rely on our silenced SMG pulling off fast headshots from a distance when we can, and dispatching the rest with close quarters knife takedowns when necessary. There are times when it almost starts to feel like a horror game due just to how outmatched and in danger we are.
Troopers, stand back and feet up for your lines.
Alright, come on, let's go.
Hiding in grass to crawl under the cover of the harsh environment, dispatching anyone happening to stand with their back to us, firing off shots into these burster plants that send out sharp spikes in every direction, killing whoever is too near them. By staying quiet, we are able to locate the radio uplink we came for, and let's just say the situation isn't favorable. Dozens of Helghast soldiers surrounding the objective, and a couple of ATACs hovering around, shifting the odds further against us. Despite Sev warning Captain Narville that these soldiers aren't here to guard anything, and that this is an execution task force hunting the ISA encampment, which they're very close to at the moment, Narville reiterates the importance of Sev's acquisition of that radio uplink. So Sev sends his comrade back to the camp to convince Narville to begin packing up and resolves to finish this mission on our own. Stealth is even more imperative now than it was before since our backup just turned back. We cannot afford to be spotted. Killzone 3 manages to maintain a surprisingly satisfying stealth gameplay loop here as we stay in the shadows and take full advantage of the lethal Helgen flora available to us. We only get like one mission in this Helgen hellscape environment, but man, they did a good job making it seem like you've been stranded in a horror flick. Everything is so crab-like and arachnid in nature. I would absolutely not want to live somewhere like this. Not to mention the Decepticons they've got working for them. I mean, just listen to the sound design. I'm starting to see the Horizon Zero Dawn design now. It's cool to see this suppressed SMG make a comeback since the last time we really saw it was the first game as a primary for Luger's character, only this time it actually serves a purpose. I do think that it's important to remember, however, that Killzone is not a stealth game series, and as such, we can't keep up this charade for very much longer. Sev manages to make his way right up to the location of the radio uplink where we see one of our fellow soldiers get literally obliterated by a gun firing that new green element we saw earlier in the game. That green energy is the same petricite from the last game, only it's been irradiated. which apparently changes what exactly it does and has been harvested into something even more dangerous than it was before. After quietly clearing out this area of hostiles, Sev finally manages to get his hands on the radio uplink so we can reroute transmission capabilities back to Captain Narville to try and communicate with the Earth fleet. Things only get more complicated from there, though.
General, thank God. Sir, the Higgs are knocking at our door. Can the fleet still find us if we have to move?
Captain, listen to me. As of last night, the Vectan colonial government has capitulated. All hostilities will cease immediately.
What are you talking about?
The war's over, Captain. You and your men will have to surrender to the Helghast forces so we can negotiate your release as prisoners of war.
Forgive me, General, but are you out of your mind? This is the Helghast we're talking about. You have no idea what they do to their prisoners.
Those are your orders, Captain. Stand down and surrender.
God damn it!
Captain, they picked up your signal. You need to stop this transmission right now and get... Sir, your dropships are heading towards you. Get the hell out of there! Captain, you can't surrender! Tell me you're not gonna surrender!
Great. As if things weren't bad enough already, now we've got news that the Vectan government and the ISA have waved the white flag and surrendered to the Helghast fleet. Oh, and part of said Helghast fleet is currently storming our position in a bloodlust-fueled fury. Call me crazy, but I'm not convinced surrender is even an option here. And let me tell you, you can really feel the difference when you've got no AI backup. It doesn't happen often in this game, but the few times when you're legit on your own are where the stakes feel the highest and the intensity feels the realest. We're short on time though, since the Helghast are most assuredly assaulting our home base right now, and we need to rush back the way we came to offer up some backup to our boys. We do eventually come across a few stragglers from our camp to help us fight back some of the Helghast and fight alongside us to find Narville and the others. Upon getting back to the base, however, we find the place totally under assault from Higg forces. Our options are limited here. The best we can do is run support and kill as many of these attackers as possible while our forces evacuate and retreat further into the wilderness. And it doesn't help things that they called in some more Decepticons here to pour rockets across the area. Not even exaggerating when I say this is legitimately one of the best and more hectic firefights of the whole game. This feels like a last stand even though we're only roughly halfway through the game at this point, although even our best isn't enough. With most of our comrades dead and our ammunition basically gone, Sev and Captain Narville are arrested and taken into custody while the rest of our brothers in arms are executed on their knees. It's actually really brutal. This game isn't pulling its violent punches. Sev is now riding in a Helghast dropship with his hands bound and a vicious execution likely awaiting him at the end of this ship ride. Although old Sev is making light of it all the same.
Your king went down like a pussy. Whoa, soldier. Relax, man.
You touch him and Star's gonna kill us both.
Oh, that sounds bad.
You shut your mouth.
All I was saying was that Vasari died crying like a little bitch, and if you can't handle it...
This was an era where protagonists started suffering from, well, for lack of a better term, what I like to call Nathan Drake syndrome. I'll elaborate on that in a second, but look, Rico is here to save us. Although we still get this insane first-person cutscene, and it's an admittedly great set piece. Sev ends up demanding to Rico that they go in hot and retrieve Captain Narville, an idea Rico angrily disagrees with, but following some persistence from Sev, he relents and Rico's men agree to go in after Narville and get him out of there. What ensues is a climactic sequence where we ride through these rigs and shred them with our minigun, which, I mean, I'm not complaining about using a minigun. Sev demanding that they rescue Narville and saying that they are absolutely not leaving him behind would make sense following Sev's traumatic loss of his friend Garza in the last game, if that ever got brought up. Unfortunately, Garza's death isn't ever mentioned, not even once. Instead, Rico and Sev are best friends despite Rico's short temper and lack of impulse control being the reason Garza is dead in the first place. This is understandable as well because in this kind of insane situation, I can empathize with him being best friends with Rico given how few friends they have left right now. but it feels like this is the symptom of something deeper than that. The ship we're on gets shot down as we're stranded on this iceberg where we are reunited with Rico to once again go in weapons hot and fight our way through this rig to the other side. This is actually a great example of Killzone's corridor shooting where it feels great. Oh yeah, back to what I was saying before about Sev's character. In Killzone 2, I pointed out how he felt a little bit bland. Like, he didn't have much to say for a big portion of the game, and didn't really come into his own until after he lost his friend Garza. The two of them had a recognizable friendship of an introvert and an extrovert. Sev didn't need to talk often because he was always hanging out with Garza, who talked enough for both of them. Growing Sev from this dynamic had a lot of potential for what such a character arc might look like, but we don't see that. Instead, we get basically a different character who's making snappy comebacks and one-liners at every turn and making light of intense situations to show how badass he is. Nowadays, I've seen people calling this something like Marvel writing, but this isn't quite that because it's not self-aware or making fun of its own concepts, which is why I called it Nathan Drake syndrome earlier. Because Drake was a very popular protagonist and Sony clearly liked how beloved the character was, I'm suspicious that the lack of units sold for Killzone 2, despite its severely positive critical reception, caused Sony to step in and demand some changes. I can't prove that, but I can tell you that this isn't the same character from Killzone 2. He doesn't sound like him due to the new voice actor, he doesn't act like him, and he doesn't even seem to carry the same baggage. Hell, he doesn't even look like him after the second mission. But you know who he does kinda look like with this new hairstyle though? Nathan Drake. How's he even keeping his hair up like that? Would they bring along a bunch of hair gel for the troops or something? This should realistically look more like this. I think I've said enough on that point though, because Killzone 3 has a very exciting new sequence to show us. We're getting a vehicle section. Kind of. Sev straps into one of the flight packs we've been seeing the Helghast use up to this point, and then the game gives us full control to use it, and yeah, it's pretty damn cool. Most of the vehicle sections of this game are just on-rail shooter segments, but here we can actually control the jetpack to ascend into the air and boost around in combat. It controls surprisingly well, and having an LMG attached to a hydraulic arm feels as fun to use as it sounds. We can even hear the hydraulics in the arm working sometimes. So we fight our way to the generator and blow the power to the whole rig with a D-charge. That was just the appetizer though. The big boy is that main rig across the way, which means we get to keep playing with our new toy to fly across a series of icebergs. Now, obviously this is a linear sequence, but if you just embrace it as an interactive action movie, then it's just such a fun time to play. I ended up being very surprised by how long they let us keep using this thing too. A lot of games will introduce a mechanic like this and just let you play with it for a few minutes, but we can use this thing for a huge chunk of this mission. I found playing through a version of this game that lets me basically fly around and dash through the air to be very compelling. And because it's set in an environment that requires us to fly over these chaotic waters, it feels like the level design is complementing the gameplay. Can't get distracted though, we're here to plant a series of D-charges on the support beams of this rig and blow it to pieces. Which, after doing so, the game actually gives us a real timer on the screen to show us how long we have before the charges go off and we follow this thing to the bottom of the ocean. Although the timer is more than generous enough to let us make it out with plenty of time to spare. What follows is quite possibly one of the most over-the-top Uncharted-esque scenes of the entire Killzone franchise.
It's worked! Give me thing!
Joining back up with Sev, we get no respite as we touch down to siege the area where we believe Narville has been taken. We also watch half of Rico's squad get totally slaughtered by Helghast machine turrets. Seriously, we see so many ISA soldiers die, and with how few we're led to believe are left on the planet to begin with, I don't know where they keep coming from at this point. But either way, we have to fight our way up to that mortar turret and use it to take out those machine gun nests before there's no ISA soldiers left on this planet. After reaching the mortar, we are able to blow those machine gun nests out of existence, shoot down a few Helghast dropships, and then, even better, rip the mortar off its hinges and just bring the whole thing with us. Oh, and it's a fun one. We're carrying around a mobile anti-artillery weapon that we can literally use to blow up tanks right in front of us. As far as power fantasies go, Killzone 3 has something figured out here. Also, is it just me, or does this game from 2011, released over a decade ago, look better than most games released now? It's not all in the fidelity either. There's tons of new games that are higher resolution with much cleaner looking fidelity than this. No, it's the atmosphere and attention to detail. The smoke, the snow particles, the fiery remains of destroyed vehicles, and, I'm not afraid to say it, the lens flares. They're subtle and make the game feel even more cinematic. I like them. Not to mention the massive mountaintops in the distance. I just think this is one of the best looking games we've ever seen get released. Finally making it through the barricade, Rico gets in touch with his raider group and tells them to disband and go find the rest of Narville's men, sending Jammer, his second in command, to take over in his absence, while he and Seb take the remaining units here to assault the Helghast station up ahead. I will say that there's something uniquely satisfying about fighting your way up a steep hill towards an enemy fortress like this, and don't worry, we can even the odds with the portable mortar launcher that we brought along, and there's frequent ammo stashes around here to keep it fueled up for use. Sometimes though, we have to rely on old-fashioned building-to-building firefighting, like now. We're still severely outnumbered here though, and a single building is one thing, but Narville has been taken to the Stahl Arms manufacturing facility at the top of the mountain, and to call getting through that alive impossible would be underselling its non-feasibility. Luckily, we might just have a way to get through to Narville without even firing a shot.
Area secured, Vigilant. All enemies eliminated.
Copy that. Return to base Argus and report for reassignment.
Roger that last transmission.
What are you doing?
Getting us inside.
And we're back to the beginning. This is where the flash forward we saw at the start of the game took place, and so now we know how it is Sev and Rico ended up dressed like Helghast soldiers walking through one of the manufacturing plants. This is actually a really cool scene. We see Sev and Rico sharing a gondola with other Helghast as they look at each other, but not knowing if they're going to be found out or not. The situation is very tense, and things become even more intense when we finally get to the facility itself. We've already seen a lot of this before. Being told we've been assigned to the factory, seeing some other ISA soldiers being pushed around, the whole bit. Unlike the flash forward from earlier, we don't go to the firing range for target practice. This time we have to create a diversion that will lure the guards away from the room where they're keeping Captain Narville. This is done by turning a wheel with this stupid motion control gimmick to release a bunch of steam, which forces a bunch of Helghast to rush over and investigate. During this commotion, we're able to slip past the guards unnoticed. Well, mostly unnoticed anyway. Upon reaching the prison area, we are luckily mistaken for the executioners, which means they hand us a very big gun and walk us straight to Captain Narville's location. Come to find, we're in a very good place right now, with Narville right there and our enemy Stahl standing right beside him. Although Stahl decides to make it very clear that he has no intention of allowing the Helghast to peacefully accept the ISA surrender like the current administration wants. He begins broadcasting himself across the entire planet, announcing his plans to usurp the current Senate leadership by rallying the people behind him, and then launch a campaign against both Vecta and the Earth to take revenge and claim dominance over the other colonized planets. With his first gesture being the live broadcasted execution of Narville, presented to the public as one of Visari's killers. Of course, we can't let that happen.
Of his killers!
What?
You?
Yeah, me.
This is an outrage!
Rico! You're alive!
No thanks to you.
What?
Go help Seth.
Alright, well, getting in was easy, but getting out's looking a bit more complicated. It's a good thing they literally handed us this experimental irradiated petrocite cannon that causes people to explode into a mist of pink fun. And I mean, like, just look. Need I say more? I will anyway. This thing is awesome and continues the series' tradition of giving us insanely overpowered weapons to play with roughly halfway through the game, although this one might be the best yet. Coming to a brief moment of rest where the Helghast don't know where we are, Sev tells the captain that according to Stahl's speech, it did not sound like they were planning to honor the ISA surrender, and asks for a few minutes to find their main computer and verify the Helghast's plans. Rico is very upset to hear that the ISA has surrendered, and also that he's only just now finding out.
Sorry, man, it slipped my mind.
And finding out while we're coffin deep in enemy territory probably wasn't the most opportune time he could have learned this information. In the meantime, we have to fight our way out of this mess, and fast, which means now is a great time to talk about how Killzone 3's gunplay feels. Well, to be blunt, it feels way better than 2 in pretty much every way. Whereas a lot of Killzone 2's combat felt floaty and sometimes even unresponsive, Killzone 3 feels tight and a lot more like what we would expect of a shooter sporting this kind of budget. Snapping to cover feels very natural and satisfying, and while sliding is a staple of any competent shooter now, it wasn't quite as common back in 2011, only appearing in a few different shooters around that time. It just feels great to play, and has easily the best gunplay of the trilogy. After fighting through an abundance of Helghast soldiers, we're finally able to access the main computer system we came for, where we can try to get some answers about Stahl's plans. What Sev and Rico find, however, isn't very pretty.
That's Earth. Jesus Christ!
We gotta tell Narville. Come on.
Okay, so it looks like Stahl isn't planning an invasion, he's planning a genocide against the entirety of Earth's population utilizing this new irradiated petricite element he's discovered. Staying alive isn't the goal anymore. It's a prerequisite for our new objective of figuring out a way to either warn Earth or stop this from happening. If Stahl's fleet makes it there, then more than half of humanity will be wiped out in a matter of minutes. Which means Sev, Rico, Narville, and our little band of renegades here are the only thing standing between Stahl and the total annihilation of an entire planet. Narville contacts us over the radio to inform us that he's freed the ISA prisoners being held here, probably due to us taking all of the aggro, and to meet them outside of the facility to find a way off this mountain. So, after relinking with him and the rest of our boys, we head back outside where we find something I was all too happy to see. One of the Helghast jetpack vehicles just sitting there waiting for me to use it, which of course I did. Normally games would just include a mechanic like this once and then they're done, but at least the developers had the good sense to give us another arena where we can play with this jetpack and even fight off another ATAC, although far easier than when we had to do it in the second game. With the extraction zone secured, now it's just a matter of finding transport and getting the hell out of here. We then cut to Stahl receiving a video call from the Helghan Senate, informing him that his failure was humiliating to watch, and that Admiral Orlok has been named the new autarch of the planet Helghan. Orlok then orders Stahl to hand his arms, soldiers, facility, and all other resources over to him immediately, and Stahl clearly does not take this very well at all.
No! No! No!
After this, Sev and Narville have a brief talk about what they can do to stop this invasion and come to the conclusion that the capital ship above them is their ticket to warn Earth if they can just find a way to commandeer it. Rico's squad shows back up to offer their support while Sev and Rico mount up on one of those tanks with the massive people grinders on the front I talked about way earlier. And this whole sequence is... I can't see it. I feel like this is an emulator issue or something, but the post-processing effects are so heavy that I actually cannot see in front of me. Although I can tell you that you're not missing much. As cool as this sequence is in theory, it's really just a straight path where we blow up a few enemy vehicles and avoid some rocks. The whole thing takes less than 5 minutes to complete and isn't even all that fun in the process. In fact, all of the major vehicle sections in this game are either super linear to the point of barely being fun, or just literally on rails where you have no real control. More so the latter than the former. I like the idea of including vehicle sections in these games, but why are they all either on rails or so damn linear? Killzone 2 introduced us to a level where we could kind of control a tank on our own, driving it around and firing weapons, although it didn't give us the kind of arena we'd need to really have fun with it. I half expected the idea to be fully realized in this game with a level that lets us control our own vehicle while we drove around and did things, but it doesn't happen. I don't count the mech either, although that was a great sequence. I don't want to make it out like this scene isn't cool. It is. I mean, it's another visual spectacle, but it's really little more than an interactive set piece that lasts all of 3 minutes before it ends, and we're back to being on foot again. Which, I mean, to be fair, is where the Killzone series really shines.
That's a warp launch.
A forward scout ship. That means the rest of the fleet launches within the hour. Sev, the invasion started.
Captain.
We saw it, Sergeant.
Let's go, people! Sev, if we're gonna get the warning out, we gotta get to the spaceport as fast as we can.
We gotta move.
Again, wow, I'm just continuously impressed by how this game manages to make a junkyard of garbage look so damn spectacular and visually enticing. Looks like the Hellgas don't know we're here yet, probably still looking for us near the mountains or something. As for this scrapyard, it's weird that it's so close to the space elevator we need to take us up to the space station above. It makes me wonder, did they build this elevator next to a scrapyard, or did the scrapyard come as a result of working on said elevator? Or, like, what happened here? Either way, Narville and the rest of Rico's unit have all stumbled right into an irradiated petricite field defense mechanism. If they move too much, then they're going to end up having a very bad time, which one guy can't handle the need for stillness and ends up getting both himself and half of his own teammates killed.
Tim, what's going on?
Sir, we just lost 5 guys.
We just lost 5 guys? One of Narville's guys named Hooper starts making his way to the fence's control panel to try and hack it to take it offline, but Sev and Rico aren't satisfied with how long that might take and opt instead to pursue an alternative solution.
We need something faster than this.
That mobile factory is our ticket to taking that petricite grid offline, but now the Hellgas know where we are. They've caught up to our position and we're going to have to fight through them to meet up with Jammer, which means it's a good thing they left us a bolt gun lying around. You guys remember me saying how much I loved this thing when I talked about the second game, and it is once again an absolute blast to use. You may be wondering who this Jammer character we've seen wearing a hood and working with Rico is, but I'm just letting you know that you're not missing much context. She was introduced in this game and plays a supporting role as one of Rico's raiders. This is the only game she ever appears in, and although implied, it's never confirmed if she and Rico are attracted to one another. Back to the scrapyard, we've now made too much noise and half the Helgen army is descending down on our location. Even the gate we need to get through has been blocked, and to make things worse, there's snipers everywhere. Yeah, see? First thing we gotta do is take out that sniper and start thinning the number of these soldiers out, which makes me damn glad I brought a bolt gun. This then becomes kind of like a tower defense section, with us holding down this position for a time while a few waves of enemies pour in and try to overtake us. There's not too many of these in the game, so I didn't really have much of a problem with this. Once we manage to fight them back a bit, then Rico gets the crane online to open us up an entrance out of here. There's a subtlety to the level design here that repeats something I've seen before in the game, and I even pointed it out earlier. But a lot of the paths in Killzone 3 are fought with slight ascension as enemies fight down towards you. This scene is a great example of it, but there's other instances too. It's literally having the player fight an uphill battle. I don't know if this was intentional or not, but I suspect it was, given that it happens more than once, where the player is funneled into a narrow path to fight uphill as Hellgas descend down towards you. Like I said before, it's subtle, and if it was intentional, then it's downright brilliant. It's at this point after reaching the end of this path, however, that the game just completely jumps the shark. Sev and Rico fall down a hill into the path of the mobile factory we came here to stop, and Jammer gets here right in the nick of time to rescue them. After that, though, the game pretty much just turns into a set piece from a Fast and Furious movie.
Everybody okay?
Jammer, get behind it.
Got it.
Rico, you with me on this?
Yeah. All right, Raiders, meet me up top.
Alright, well, we're on board the giant moving factory, and our best advantage is probably the element of surprise. I actually really like this whole sequence, like how we shoot down this jet trooper and he falls down into the giant spinning grinder blades. Just brutal, dude. I also really like how the combat feels so tight-knit like a corridor shooter here. It's not a long sequence, but I really feel like the shooting in this particular section is the best of the whole game. There's some interesting parts after this, but this was the intensity highlight for me. I mean, you guys already know how much I love pulling miniguns off their stand, walking around an area with them, and doing to my opposition what paper shredders do to classified documents. When we finally clear this thing of Helghast soldiers, Sev and Rico commandeer the driver's seat and redirect this behemoth of a vehicle towards the control tower of the Petrosite defense grid currently trapping Narville and the rest of our guys. With very few seconds to spare, Jammer flies up to extract us out of here.
Come on! You guys ever think of leaving before the explosions start?
Oh, you can do that?
You see what I meant about the Nathan Drake thing? After that, Rico orders his raiders to regroup and scout ahead to get a lay of the land, when Narville calls in over the radio to contradict Rico by telling his squad to hold their position. This frustrates Rico, and he questions the order over the radio, which makes Narville very angry as he secures a separate line to rebuke Rico and order him to never question a superior officer's order on an open comm again. The two characters very much do not get along. Sev and Rico do decide to follow orders, however, and touch down near Narville's position where they're rallying together to prep an assault on the space elevator. The explosion of that mobile factory may have saved Narville and our boys from being imploded, but it also drew the attention of the Helghast forces looking for us, which means that they are all starting to flood into our location, and hell's coming with them.
All troops, proceed to the elevator! Move! Do not engage! I repeat, do not engage!
We saw this thing near the start of the game, and now it's back again. We might not have a choice but to take it out this time, though. As for the design itself, yeah, of course, it does feel a bit like the Scarab idea from Halo 2, but that doesn't mean this isn't done very well in its own right. I mean, the sound design alone is better than most Hollywood blockbusters. Like, seriously, this thing is next level. Imagine trying to fight a war and someone drops one of these things in the middle of your city. Like, this almost feels like a Warhammer game. Meanwhile, Rico has wasted no time regrouping with his raiders, and he makes the call to go in on the offensive, but suddenly second guesses himself, telling his raiders to hold, and then, in what almost seems like a moment of character growth, calls in to ask Captain Narville what his orders are.
God help us. This is Captain Narville. All units, pull back immediately. I repeat.
All units disengage and fall back to defensive position.
Damn it, Narville! Take us down, now!
Sir, there's no time. Forget about trying to get us home. We gotta find a way to stop the fleet from launching.
This is not the time to question orders, Sergeant.
What the fuck are you doing? We're out of time here and you want to fall back and regroup? So we can try again later when the Helghast invasion is over?
My priority is the lives of my men. Now get back in position!
What? Order the attack, you fucking coward!
Hey, both of you just back off! There are more important things than our men. We cannot let the Helghast get to Earth with whatever Stahl has been building in those labs!
If we go out there, we can kiss our asses goodbye. We need to think. There has to be another way.
Fine. Run. I'm gonna outflank you.
On foot? That's even worse than his idea.
You know what? You can either help me or you can get the hell out of my way.
Shevchenko, stand down. This gung-ho crap is gonna get us all killed.
No, this is what's gonna get us all killed. You two are with me.
I'm holding you responsible for that.
You do that, but you know he's right. Now help us do our jobs.
Armored Division, this is Captain Narville. We need to draw its fire. Hit that mauler with everything you've got. Everything, you hear?
All right, Raiders, this is Raider Command. We're going in hard.
So, I actually have a lot of problems with that interaction, narratively speaking. That scene we just saw was the resolution to our characters' arcs, and it left some things to be desired. I'll talk more on that later. For now, let's talk about the skyscraper-sized mechanical spider creature walking around above our heads that looks suspiciously like that thing from the end of Wild Wild West. Did somebody let John Peters into the writing room for this or something? Did he produce this game? What are we doing here? This is a little bit like a boss battle almost. It even kind of has phases and patterns to learn. We have to use this rocket launcher to shoot the cooling vents that open every time the thing fires, and then dodge into cover when it starts firing back. I will say that Guerrilla was really showing off their engine here. I mean, just look at how the building we're in falls apart in pieces as it's being shot. This is Battlefield 3 level destructible environment. Also, the scale of this is insane. Like, being on the ground in first person like this while fighting a monster of this magnitude is genuinely epic. I can't think of many games that offer an experience like this. Eventually, after punching a few rockets through the machine's cooling vents, we actually do manage to stagger the thing. With the mechanical beast on the ground, Sev calls into Narville for a status report, but quickly finds out the hard way that the massive bipedal tank is still very much functional, and whoever's piloting it is not happy. It unleashes a massive blast, taking Jammer and Rico out of the sky, and then another one seemingly crushing Narville and Jammer. Sev tries to contact them via radio, only to realize they aren't answering. Assuming they're dead, Sev then angrily embarks towards the space elevator in hopes of finishing their mission. Also, you really gotta hand it to Stahl and his factory, because when it comes to weapons of immense destruction, they really figured something out, because this thing just won't go down. We manage to fight our way to the space elevator platform and start to head up. So far, so good. If Sev can just stay focused, then maybe we can really pull this off, assuming something doesn't go very wrong. Yeah, like that.
Where do you guys keep coming from?
Everyone okay?
Yeah!
Sev?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Damn it! It's blocking the elevator!
Rico, go! I'll follow your lead.
Sev, you're with me. All groups on my vector. Let's finish this.
And that was Narville's character arc coming to fruition. We're back in another vehicle section, and just like most of the other ones, it's totally on rails. I don't hate this or anything. I think rail shooters are fun, but they do rob the player of a lot of potential autonomy. If you're going to have rail segments though, it certainly helps to make them look this damn good. Seriously, look at this, it's breathtaking. Before we blow it up, let's talk a little bit about this mechanical monster that's been terrorizing us the whole game. It's called the Mauler, which stands for Mounted Artillery Walker / Long Range. Although it would be easy to assume that this is the same Mauler we saw near the start of the game, it's actually not. This is a different one. The Helghast have actually had several in production and started getting them online after Vecta began its invasion at the start of Killzone 2. This thing is equipped with dozens of autocannons and Wasp rocket launchers, dozens more mortar launchers, and a few hundred machine guns scattered across its legs. Oh, and a massive arc cannon that could punch a hole through a capital ship. Realistically, if one of these was dropped into a city, it's game over. You lose. But since this is a video game and we're the heroes, it's going down hard. With the Mauler immobilized, we land and regroup with our men to see there's only 60 ISA soldiers left alive on the whole planet, and they're all standing right here. No ships, no backup. Only that one space elevator that'll take us right into the heart of the Helghast space station. Narville expresses doubt at their chances, and Rico tries to express why doing this matters, and that if they're all going to die anyway, they should at least die for a reason. Everyone's not convinced, as they all resign to admit defeat. Sevchenko doesn't accept it, and proceeds to give the most mid-hero speech I've ever heard in a game with this kind of budget.
Do you realize the odds against us still being here? Right here, right now? None of us should be alive. And that means something. Now listen up! We've all seen what the Hellgas do to their prisoners. And if we could save even one person from that... But if I'm going down, I'm gonna make sure these bastards remember my fucking name.
Has a way with words, doesn't he?
No, not really. I mean, as far as speeches go, that wasn't very good in my opinion. This feels like the writing is telling me that his speech was compelling while lacking the quality to have actually delivered a compelling speech. Well, that's all it took, apparently. Now everyone is hyped to storm the space station and try to knock it out of orbit. There's 2 space elevators, so the units split up into 2 teams and both take one, with Jammer leading one unit to try and access the comm center to warn Earth, and Sev, Rico, and Narville heading the other to try to destabilize the station itself. Here we go, just like in the finale of Killzone 1, we're mounting up to take the fight upward. Straight into space! While we've been fighting for our lives, this little dispute between Autok Orlok and Chairman Stahl has still been ongoing, and it looks like that'll be resolving itself soon enough. Hopefully that'll keep them distracted while we finish this. Also, I gotta point out that this is a good space station design. I was very critical of Killzone 1's space station for not looking sci-fi enough to mesh with what the game was telling us it was, but this one looks on point. If you're going to have the last level of your sci-fi wargame be on a space station, make it look like this. While we're putting to rest what's left of Visari's best, Orlok and Stahl meet up for their fateful encounter. This is such a weird subplot to me. Like, I enjoy how it adds some level of complexity, but it also feels like the only reason it's here is to add some level of complexity. Like they were worried their story would be too different from the second game if they didn't have some kind of political nuance, but I think they forgot to make it interesting. Orlok is such a forgettable character because he has nothing to him. His entire personality is just the other bad guy who wants power and doesn't like the main bad guy. Visari was interesting because although his methods were insane, you could tell he really meant what he said. His hatred for Vecta and his feelings of leading his scorned people to a path of what he thought was justice felt real. Orlok has almost no lines in the game that aren't either about stopping the ISA or disliking Stahl. Speaking of Stahl, he isn't much better. His only real motivation here seems to be acquiring more power by any means necessary. Oh yeah, and predictably, the two are trying to kill each other here, and there's a clear split loyalty with some soldiers choosing to follow Stahl's promises of a better lifestyle. Stahl even shows off his new shielding technology to prove why he should be in charge. The two then actually start trying to kill each other, like for real, and I kept expecting to hear Orlok say his motivation or ideal or why he should be in charge, but that doesn't happen because that would have required writing him to have a motivation besides existing to be a foil for Stahl. Also, the Hellgas fleet starts firing on itself as a skirmish between Stahl's and Orlok's soldiers breaks out around us. So there's a space battle happening outside now between two newly formed sects of Hellgast. Sev gets the idea that we should commandeer one of those fighters, and Rico calls to ask Jammer for directions to the hangar, but it looks like she's a little busy.
Way ahead of you, boss.
All right, troops. This is our chance. We'll regroup at Pier 2 and take command of the strike ships. It's the only way we can prevent Stahl's cruisers from reaching Earth. Let's head out! This is it, boys.
I'm gonna be honest here. I was all but convinced at this point that a betrayal from Captain Narville was imminent. Halfway through the game, I started to become suspicious of his character. His attitude had cascaded from brash, rough, and war-ready in the second game to solemn, reserved, and even seemingly guilty in this one. Not to mention how this game seemed to be trying to hit a lot of the same beats as the first Killzone, even taking us into space again for the last mission. I really thought they were going to go for a twist here where Narville is revealed to have sold out to Admiral Orlok during the 6 months they were underground, and he was going to matter to this internal leadership conflict with the Helghast. We've already seen how Stahl bought off some of Orlok's men, which laid the groundwork for betrayal. I figured Narville was going to reveal himself as a traitor similar to General Adams in Killzone 1, and the big dispute between Orlok and Stahl would end up being the only reason his treason failed. The Helghast finding their camp right as Sev happened to find the comm device they needed, and his constant orders to his men to stand down over and over. Pretty much everything that got accomplished in this game was in defiance of Narville's orders to stand down and regroup, which regrouping would make it easier for the Helghast to kill all of the remaining ISA soldiers in one swoop. And when I say his constant orders, I mean pretty much once per mission, Narville is ordering Sev and Rico to stand down and pull back. And their defiance of that order becomes the only reason things get done. Not to mention, he seems almost ashamed every time the ISA pulls off a victory. It would have also explained the huge shift in his character as well, and why he's been acting so different now. None of that happens though. Narville just made a bunch of bad calls because he was scared of getting his men killed, which, fair enough I guess. But seriously, replay through the game sometime and tell me the seeds aren't being planted for him to betray us here. I'm actually still very suspicious that he was supposed to be a traitor through a lot of the game's production. It just feels like that to me. I'm not convinced that wasn't planned to happen at some point. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about the zero gravity in this level. As we're fighting, the gravity generator gets knocked offline and we get to see bodies and objects floating all over the place, not to mention jump really far. To be honest, trying to play Killzone 3 with no gravity just makes it feel more like playing Killzone 2 for a bit. It was cool, and I'm glad they bothered trying to implement something like this. While we're pushing our way to the hangar though, Stahl finally gets one over on Orlok, trapping him underneath some kind of terminal. Orlok tries his best to convince Stahl not to go through with the attack, claiming his attack will end up killing the Helghan people, which sends Stahl into a monologue about his plans to use his irradiated petricite weapons to totally eradicate the population of Earth, leaving no major threat to him or Helghan, and then intimidating the rest of the colonies to fall in line under his control. Orlok then fires off a shot at Stahl, misses, and Stahl blows Orlok up in a way I don't think I can show on YouTube. Well, that's that subplot resolved, I guess. I do like the detail of Orlok using the blue petricite weapon from Killzone 2, and Stahl using the green one from this game as a kind of representation of the two sides. Stahl then commands his men to have the space station destroyed in full, which means we need to get the hell off of this thing before that happens. Fortunately, we're almost there. Have I mentioned how satisfying the counterattacks are in this game, by the way? Seriously, these melee animations are just so damn cool to pull off. Making it to the launch bay, what's left of the ISA forces load into a handful of Helghan starfighters and punch it into space. You know what that means. Another on-the-rails vehicle section. And it's also really cool. Rico pilots the fighter while we're on the main guns. Stahl is escaping from the station on his fighter and heading back for his own capital ship, likely to commence his attack on Earth. I can't praise the visuals of this game enough either. I'm like a broken record, but look how cool this all is. Either way, we aren't able to stop Stahl in time, and he manages to board his ship.
Take us to warp, now! Warp drive's online. He's going for Earth.
I'm not gonna let that happen. Jammer, target the guns and the engines!
We are out of time. That one ship alone would be enough to push Earth's population to extinction with the weapons Stahl has on there. Sev tells Rico and Jammer to focus all fire on the warp coil for Stahl's ship to keep him from launching, and after making a few rounds across the ship's hull, we're able to blow its warp coil to dust.
He's gonna land!
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's not over yet. We can't let him land that ship. Rico angles the fighter and we descend straight down towards Stahl as Sev preps the nuclear missile we apparently have outfitted on this thing. Wait, does every one of these fighters have a nuke on it? That feels like such a bad idea for so many reasons. Whatever, we're past logic. Let's just finish this.
Damn it, are you there? Damn it, respond!
What did I tell you guys about leaving before the explosion starts?
Guys, looks like we'll be coming up on the space station in a second.
Oh my god.
I'm not hearing any comm traffic.
Yeah. We took out the whole fleet.
I mean nothing. The entire planet is silent.
Jesus, how many people were down there?
And that's Killzone 3. Yeah, it just ends abruptly right after implying we erased and irradiated an entire planet full of people. That's kind of insane. But don't worry, in true Marvel movie ripoff fashion, we get a post-credit scene where a couple of Helgen soldiers find the wreckage of Stahl's ship, revealing he's still alive.
Welcome home, sir.
Where do I even start with my thoughts on this story? It's so chaotic and all over the place. It's certainly not bad, let me just say that right now, but it does feel unsure of itself. While doing my research for this game, I found some dialogue surrounding its tone where game director Mathis de Jong says he wanted to cut way back on the amount of swearing seen in Killzone 3 compared to Killzone 2, saying he felt it was gratuitous in that game and that it's more impactful in this one. Along with that, I saw some sentiments from Guerrilla that Killzone 2 suffered from what they felt was an overly serious and grim tone, so they wanted to make this one more lighthearted. I have to say that while there is noticeably less swearing in Killzone 3, it feels like there's so much more in a bad way. In Killzone 2, there was so much of it that you just didn't ever even notice it. Every character swore so often that it just felt like part of the war. I don't know if you guys have ever been around a veteran before, but I've known many in my life, and let me tell you, all of the ones I've known swear a lot. Granted, that's anecdotal, but my understanding, while not ever having been in the military myself, is that it's just part of the culture. They swear a lot. If I'm wrong on that, feel free to correct me in the comments. I'm speaking totally anecdotally here. As for the reduction of swearing in Killzone 3, it just ends up making it feel really out of place every time I hear a character do it. Like I'm watching a movie that desperately wants to be PG-13 to appeal to more audiences, but doesn't want to lose its edgy nature in the process, and so it ends up just feeling try-hard. Make up your mind, Killzone. Do you want to be a dark military action game or a superhero movie? The lack of identity between these entries is giving me whiplash. Also, I saw a line where Guerrilla apparently claimed that the character development was significantly improved in this game over the second one. Let's look at that, shall we? Do you know what character needed to have an arc? Which character was in desperate need of development? Rico. In the first game, he displayed a hatred towards the Helghast and a quickness towards anger that nearly caused him to kill an innocent Helghast who was on their side. He did have a small development at the end of that game where he saved Haka from dying though, so good. Now in the second game, Rico's anger issues and ego caused him to get Sev's friend Garza killed, and then after losing his friend Templar, he assaulted and reprimanded his own allies repeatedly, like literally physically attacking his own subordinates for backtalking him. And then even worse, after they had captured Visari alive, succeeded in their mission, and basically won, he threw it all away along with the sacrifices of all of his comrades by killing Visari because he was goaded into it. Rico's character needed more than a little arc. He needed his quickness to anger to cost him something in this game that we could see him express genuine remorse and have a real changeover. You know, develop. The closest we get to this is after Sev asks Rico nicely to try and follow orders, and he makes an effort to do so by calling in and asking what Narville's orders are before acting on his own. That's it. And also after his orders are given, he disagrees with them and then goes to yell at Narville for his decision, which he's also proven right to have done because Rico doesn't really make any mistakes in this game. He's like a Gary Stu, which is weird because he's not even the main character. I don't really understand why, but Rico is this trilogy's favorite character by a country mile, and in no game is that more apparent than this one. Nearly every call Rico makes is the right one, and this game basically goes out of its way to reward him for his temper and quickness to anger. As for Narville, man, I don't even know what happened here. It's like I said earlier, I feel like this game totally altered Narville's character so that he could be the one having to learn lessons and grow as a character in order to avoid making Rico's character have to. It's insane, and I feel psychotic even pointing this out. But in Killzone 2, Narville was like a brazen, war-ready, testosterone-fueled drill sergeant machine.
Want to knock off Azari's door inside the hour? Come on, war's not over. Keep it moving. No one called a timeout. Move, move. You call yourselves Marines? Get on your feet, goddammit!
If we go out there, we can kiss our asses goodbye.
They even gave him like a southern accent and everything. Sure, maybe he was a bit one note, but I wasn't exactly excited to see a story about that character regressing and then making every wrong call conceivable just to see Rico be mad about it the whole time. I was compelled to see how Rico faced up to his enormous mistake, how it changed and humbled him, and how Sev and Rico could learn to work together in spite of how much tension there was between them. Well, the answer ended up being that he didn't learn anything because he was always right, and Sev immediately forgives him for everything because they're best friends and always have been. These characters were on a trajectory towards an arc that never happens because this game erases the characters of Killzone 2 to replace them with totally different ones in order to continue the plotline set up in that game. Except for Rico, he's still practically the same. Oh yeah, and let's talk about Sev's arc, if you could call it that. Throughout most of the game, Sev just follows orders and encourages Rico to do the same. Then near the end, he gets frustrated with the amount of tension between Narville and Rico and steps up to the plate to become the new leader since he's the only level-headed character here who's willing to do what it takes to stop the Hellgast. That's it. I mean, it's simple, but at least he does have an observable arc, I guess. Man, for the most part, no one is learning anything or growing in any major or satisfying way here except Captain Narville, who had to be rewritten into a completely different character just to justify giving him an arc and avoiding addressing Rico's anger problems, which caused him to attack his own men and completely fail the entire mission last game. It's just a narrative mess. If you ignore the last game and only look at the characters of this game as their own entities, then this is all fine, I think. It only falls apart if you try to play the two games back to back because it's so jarring. However, you can't really afford to separate the two games because the entire plot of Killzone 3 is intrinsically tied to the events of Killzone 2. It's like the characters of Killzone 3 want to ignore the last game, but the plot wants to marry it. I think I've pretty much said all I have to say about the story. It's not bad by any means. In fact, I think it's a really fun time with some incredible set pieces and a plot that's more than passable enough to make the whole thing work. It's a great story in its own right. I just don't think it's a very good sequel story to Killzone 2. Now, before we wrap this all up, as always, there's a few more things I want to talk about. Starting with the multiplayer. Now available to players in Killzone 3 is a split-screen co-op campaign allowing players to experience the entire Killzone 3 story with a friend. And for those who had online friends they were hoping to play with, the co-op even supported online play at the time too. There's not much more to say on that, but it is cool that this game's story mode can be played cooperatively. Killzone 3's competitive multiplayer mode is very much like its counterpart, only better. The same game modes return from Killzone 2, plus a new game mode that adds a new level of cinematic immersion to the gameplay. The mode called Guerrilla Warfare is your classic team deathmatch style game mode featuring up to 16 players across a variety of interesting maps. This mode is a must-have in pretty much any competent multiplayer FPS. The second mode returning from Killzone 2 is called Warzone and features changing objectives scattered throughout a single match for teams to compete against one another to complete. These objectives cycle between 7 available options, such as capture and hold, search and retrieve, search and destroy, assassination, and body count. The final mode is the newly introduced one called Operations, and although it plays very similarly to the Warzone mode, the biggest difference is that each match has multiple phases, and upon the completion of each phase, a cinematic will play showing 3 characters performing certain actions. The big kicker here is that the 3 characters on screen will always have gamertags over them, representing the 3 best performing players, with the top player being the one performing the action itself. These cutscenes are actually really amusing and a great way to incentivize players to push for being in the top 3. I actually played a little bit of Killzone 3's multiplayer way back when it first came out, and I vaguely remember how competitive I would get to try and see my character in these cutscenes. The maps are really well designed and all feature really cool sequences to look at, with one map even showing us multiple maulers stomping around blowing up ISA jeeps. I mean, come on. This is so cool and makes for a great multiplayer map backdrop. I miss when games used to take themselves and their own universes this seriously. The class system also returns, with characters being able to choose which type of character they want to play from a selection of available classes. These classes are the Marksman, Engineer, Field Medic, Tactician, and Infiltrator. Each of them has their own strengths, like the Engineer building turrets and the Medic being able to heal people, etc. Like I said about Killzone 2, this is all very much like a gritty sci-fi version of Team Fortress 2. Now, I know I rant about wanting a PC port near the end of talking about these games, so I'm going to keep it short this time. Killzone 3, obviously, deserves a PC port. I mean, it just does. If not for the exciting and visually spectacular story mode, then for the multiplayer mode. I don't even really play multiplayer games anymore, but I'm telling you that if this game came to PC with a proper port on Steam or something, I'm a little worried about how much time I'd lose just pouring my hours into playing this game's multiplayer mode. It may only be limited to 8 maps, but it's just so damn fun. The classes, the modes, the satisfying killstreak text, the melee execution animations, and fighting to see yourself in a cutscene, all built inside of a super gritty sci-fi universe? Sign me up twice, man. I would pre-order a PC port of this game, and I don't pre-order anything. Outside of the multiplayer mode though, if players did walk away from Killzone 3 still hungry for some more story content and wanted extra details and context about Sev, Rico, and the other characters, then there was always the book. The Killzone universe only ever saw one tie-in novel called Killzone Ascendancy by author Sam Bradbury, which acts as a direct adaptation of the events from the third game, and honestly, this decision kind of confuses me. I mean, for starters, Killzone 3 has so many cutscenes that it sometimes feels more like watching a movie than playing a video game. There's more cutscenes in this game than the first two combined, so why would anyone want to novelize this story when the first game already felt more like a novel and could have used the polish way more? Secondly, why adapt a story at all? This universe is rich with potential. We could have had a book that tied into the events of Killzone 3 but followed other characters like Luger or something. Show me what's happening on Vector right now. Have someone fighting off a Helghast strike team attempting to assassinate a Vectan leader or something. Anything. Give me a book about Visari's rise to power, where we learn more about him and the other Helghast characters we saw in Killzone 3's opening. Or, hey, how about a novel set in the 6-month time skip from the game? Show us what Narville and Sev were doing to stay alive and stay hidden in the hellish Helgen wilderness, and how Rico and Jammer became a raiding party and hit the Helghast with guerrilla warfare. There's so much they could have done, but they opted to retell the events from the game, which are already told in the most bombastic cinematic way you could experience them in the game itself. Either way, that is the only Killzone book we've ever gotten, but if the series ever comes back, perhaps we'll see more. As for the music of Killzone 3, I mean, quite frankly, this is the best it's been so far. Composer Joris Deman has returned to create the score for the conclusion to the Killzone trilogy, and there were times where the attempts at creating a lighter tone in the story almost seemed to insult the music he created here. Like I mentioned before, the opening track of the game itself is a solemn, soft track that lays the foundation for the impact of the last game's events, and the rest of the tracks continue to feature gorgeous symphonies of strings, brass, and intense percussion. This is a full orchestral score that totally embraces all of the leitmotifs we've heard before while introducing new elements to represent characters like Stahl. The choirs are back and better utilized than ever before, and all of the synthetic elements from Killzone 2 are back as well to make sure we remember that although this is a space opera, it's also a sci-fi game. Pulsing synths weave their way through pounding percussion to the tune of a dozen cellos and a full choir. The music for Killzone has only gotten better with every entry, and this is the best it's been. There were times where listening to the music made me feel like the composer Joris understood what this universe was supposed to feel like more than the people writing the story did. I don't really know how to explain that feeling, and so I won't bother trying to elaborate on it. I'm just telling you that I felt that. Although Killzone 3 did perform very well critically overall, its reception was significantly more mixed than that of its predecessor. Looking at Killzone 3's Metacritic shows a score of 84, which is quite the drop from the second game's powerful 91. Most critics found Killzone 3 to be a powerhouse of a PS3 game, with Destructoid even giving it a perfect 10 out of 10 score. Other critics, however, found the game's narrative to be weaker overall than the last game, with Games TM stating that Killzone 3's story took, quote, Inexplicable backward steps in almost every department, end quote. Which I clearly agree with given my previous sentiments. I do have to say though, I think it's very telling that all of the criticisms of this game are normally directed at the narrative. Not as in the story is that bad or anything, I mean it's not even bad at all, but what I'm saying is that the rest of the game is just that damn good. I mean, if we're being very honest here, Killzone 2 does not play very well, and if someone asked me which game I'd rather play, I'd probably say 3 because it's easily one of the smoothest FPS games on the PS3, bar none. I mean, I like Killzone 2 more. I like its characters, its set pieces, its atmosphere, all of it. Playing Killzone 2 is like watching a serious blockbuster movie, whereas Killzone 3 feels more like watching an action-adventure movie. I'd say it's like going from watching The Dark Knight to watching the first Avengers movie. Both are good in their own right, but you certainly wouldn't have wanted the sequel to The Dark Knight to feel like The Avengers, would you? That's kind of what we got here in my opinion in terms of story and tone. But again, Killzone 3's gameplay, its mechanics, pretty much everything about it as a video game are far superior to anything we've seen in the series so far. It just seems obvious to me that Killzone 2's critical acclaim wasn't enough in light of its underwhelming financial performance being even worse than the publisher expectations. And someone, somewhere, be it at Sony or Guerrilla Games, had the power to say they needed to course correct. And although those course corrections may have resulted in more mass appeal, although I'm not sure if they did or not, I think I can confidently say that they have further cemented this franchise's growing identity crisis. In conclusion, Killzone 3 is one of the best first-person shooters I've ever played, but that greatness comes at a cost when it rests inside the shadow of its own potential. Killzone Mercenary is the second of 3 spin-offs, second of 2 handheld console exclusives, and considered by many to be one of the best Killzone games of the series, despite its very short playtime. It really does kind of feel like the only reason Sony was throwing so much money at the Killzone franchise was because they saw it as such a good way to benchmark the capability of their new consoles thanks to how technically capable Guerrilla Games were at creating these visually stunning games. Killzone Liberation was clearly meant to be exactly that for the PSP. Both Killzone 2 and 3 were advertised as pushing the PS3 to its limits, and this one is also definitely intended to be a display of what kind of games the Vita was capable of running. That isn't to suggest that the game is any less good due to that fact, but I mean, let's be honest, Guerrilla Games has basically been Sony's graphics and technology studio since Killzone 1, and continues to be that now with the Horizon games. Now, because this is such a visually impressive game stuffed onto such a tiny cartridge, only just slightly larger than a thumbnail, it's not exactly the longest game, like I said before. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's the shortest game in the series. So not only is it a very easy and fun adventure to play through, but it also won't take up too much of your time. Also, there's a really great arcade-like element to the gameplay this time around, which helps it stand out from the other games. Pulling off certain special moves will cause these UI pop-ups like you'd normally see in a multiplayer match, and then you'll be rewarded with money that you can spend on the in-game shop. Stuff like headshots, double and triple kills, backstabs, melees, and all kinds of other things that reward the player for pulling off different actions throughout their playtime. Now, if you're thinking that this game looks a lot like Killzone 3, that's because Mercenary is built on top of a modified Killzone 3 engine. Subsequently, a lot of the animations, movements, and assets all look like they were pulled straight from Killzone's 2 and 3. So mechanically getting into this game will be a breeze to anyone who's played either 2 or 3 before. Dropping to the public market in early 2013, Killzone Mercenary sought to introduce a brand new tone to players by removing the classic military faction conflict of previous titles and placing us instead in the boots of a mercenary who does wet work for the highest bidder. This is the foundation we use to complete a series of missions across the game's relatively short runtime, and you already know we're going to break it down mission by mission. The game starts during the invasion of Vecta, seen previously in Killzone 1, where our lead character, Aaron Danner, touches down in the Vectan city of Diortum to find and rescue an ISA admiral named Alex Gray. This first level shows the ISA being totally overrun and devastated by the Helghast invasion, which took them off guard, and as such resorting to hiring mercenaries to handle jobs that they can't given the circumstances. The first of these is to find the aforementioned Alex Gray and get her out of the hands of Helghast Colonel Kratek.
The ISA are desperate, running out of men and equipment fast. They're ready to pay big bucks for our brand of elite firepower. For hard-ass sons of bitches like you. Good to have you back on the payroll. One man's cause is another man's grievance. Either way, it's a chance to make money.
An informant on Helgen has gone rogue by contacting the ISA about Admiral Gray's whereabouts to drop us that tip, I assume at his own risk. So we better make this information count because we might not get another drop like this. Something I love about these early missions is the way they've managed to balance Vecta's original design from the first game with a bit more of the sci-fi elements the later entries started leaning into. This actually looks like a believable Vectan city within the later game's universe, while also still looking quite a bit like the same location we fought across in the first game. We haven't seen Vecta proper since the PS2, and getting to play an updated take on the initial Helghast invasion is such a treat, particularly when it feels this smooth to play. And despite being a game designed for handheld consoles, they did not skimp on the set pieces. This game is equal in scale to anything we saw in Killzones 1 through 3. We flight suit into the Vectan Halls of Justice where she's currently being held hostage, and this is a pretty great level to play. Maps like this do literal wonders for world building your game's universe, and I'm loving everything Mercenary has to offer so far. As we continue to make our way towards the VIP, we end up scaling down the side of the exterior of the building when a Helghast cruiser goes flying over our heads towards its demise.
Woo, yeah! That's giving Krytek something to think about.
Something tells me that's going to matter later. We have to kill another few dozen Higgs before we finally come face to face with our main antagonist, Colonel Krytek, as he's interrogating our VIP. After a few seconds of dialogue, he shoots a hole through her chest and walks out. Can't worry about him right now, and that's not what we're being paid for anyway. Our ally, Damian Ivanov, grabs her up in his arms and we fight our way to the extraction point where I end up having to destroy a tank using D-charges. It was kind of nice seeing these charges again like this. I really appreciate how in line this game feels with the second and third games mechanically. The Admiral is secured and our mission here is a resounding success.
Good job, gentlemen. Our price just went up.
Now that's what I like to hear. With that mission complete, our handler, Anders Benoit, hails us to congratulate us on a job well done and brief us on our next mission offer. That ship we saw go down and crash into the bay earlier? Well, the Helghast are currently siphoning the city's power to repair the thing so they can load it with ISA resources and tech to fly back to Helgen. For obvious reasons, we can't let that happen.
I used to come here as a kid, you know, to Diordum. Had an uncle work the docks. Look at the place now.
Any ISA troop with a drone and a few missiles could blow the thing to pieces, though. That's not what they need our talent for. Within the ship's database is a code used to encrypt Helghast transmissions, and they want us to break in, hack the ship's mainframe, steal the codes, and then set the thing to explode from the inside. So that's what we're going to do. Coming around outside where the ship has crashed, we touch down in some city ruins and start making our way through it. Now's a good time to talk about Blackjack. Not the game, the arms dealer. We're mercs now, our gear doesn't come from the state, and firearms aren't free. So with the money we make from pulling off missions, taking out enemies, and completing challenges, we can log into Blackjack's shop, pay up our hard-earned Vectan credits, and walk away with some new toys. This game actually has the largest selection of weapons across the whole series, and brings in guns from all three original games. Not to mention special equipment. I love this, it makes every level feel more rewarding to play. And of course they did a spectacular job of making these levels actually look like they did in Killzone 1, but more stylized and way better. It's just good across the board. Once we get into the ship, we are able to break into the ship's server room and extract the codes we needed. Now all that's left to do is sabotage the reactor and blow the thing up. Only issue is, one of us has to raise the shields on the fuel injection port so the other can set the charge. Ivanov volunteers to set the charge, and so we end up raising the shields. Unfortunately, doing so triggered a failsafe that ends up locking him in there with the reactor with just a few seconds until it blows. We both know there's no time for us to do anything, so he tells us to get off the ship and leave him there, which we do. Death is always a risk when you live the life of a mercenary.
3, 2, 1, go! your own, Danner.
This is where the game's coverage of Killzone 1's narrative ends, as Templar and his crew saved the Earth fleet shortly after this and caused the Helghast to retreat back to Helgen. So we fast forward 2 years to the events of Killzone 2, where the ISA has decided to launch a full-scale invasion on Helgen with orders to capture Scholar Vazari alive and haul him back to Vecta to stand trial.
Now we stand poised to end the Helghast threat for good. The Helghast will taste justice.
Oh yeah? Sounds like you're after vengeance, not justice. Also sounds like you don't care how many of your own people die to get it either.
We have suffered losses. We will suffer more.
Not our problem anyway. Remember the arc cannon Sev and Garza had to take out in Killzone 2? Well, they've got more than a few of those lying around, and it's up to us to break in, hack the targeting dishes, and pass control of the cannons to the ISA fleet. It's a simple enough mission, but man was it cool to be back on Helgen again. They somehow also managed to nail making this feel like Killzone 2 did aesthetically. It even has the same dark green tint of Killzone 2. I feel like now is also a great time to talk about the little hacking minigame we have to do sometimes. It's not the most in-depth or anything, and ends up being a little more than a kind of shape-matching decryption process. Not bad, and a fun enough little addition to the game overall. The whole mission is pretty straightforward. We break in, kill a lot of Higgs, hack the towers, and get the hell out of Dodge.
Just in time! Now kick back and enjoy the show! That's why they pay us the big bucks!
Our work taking those towers offline is what actually allows for the start of Killzone 2, so shortly after what we just did is when Sev and his crew will be descending down to the Corinth River. The next mission is where things start to get interesting, and the real plot of the game begins. It may surprise you to know that there's actually a Vectan embassy on Helgen, where a Vectan ambassador named Sepp Harkin lives with his Helghast wife and son. Now that the ISA has launched an all-out invasion on Helgen's surface, that ambassador's immunity seems to have evaporated. The admiral we saved in that first level back on Vecta, Alex Gray, apparently goes way back with this Ambassador Harkin, and it was his intel leak that allowed us to save her to begin with. So I guess she owes him one and is paying big to hire us to get in there and save him. Supposedly, a Helghast defector named Dr. Mander Savage is hiding out in the embassy, and Gray wants him brought in alive as well. So that's where we are now, and they did a good job of making it reflect the Vectan architecture here. The pink cherry blossom-like trees native to Vecta have been planted here to resemble that we are technically on Vectan-owned land, even if it's on the planet Helgen. These were an iconic feature of the first game, and were the most visually distinct part of it, so I'm glad they remembered that when making this one. The embassy is in flames when we get here though, and the Helghast clearly want the ambassador and his family dead, which they are when we reach them.
Oh shit. That Harkin and his wife, they're dead.
You the cavalry. You're too damn late.
Mother. Father.
Killing civilians. That's not soldiering. That's the lowest of the low.
Danner, I'm taking heavy fire. I can't get in close enough for an evac. Get to that jetty we saw on the way in. Grab a boat. Let's try and pull something out of this mess.
I'll help you get the boy out. I promised his father.
That bodyguard is killing his own men to keep this child alive, and quite frankly seems disgusted that his own kind would be so keen on killing a kid, and rightly so. He becomes our backup for this mission, or rather, we become his backup. He acts as a type of tank to draw fire and cut through the fodder, and our main task becomes taking out rocket gunners to keep him alive. Eventually though, we get overrun in a courtyard waiting for the elevator, and Boris the bodyguard is gunned down. The boy, Eustace, manages to sneak through some cracks to go call the elevator up to us, and we're able to push through to the end of the embassy where there's some boats waiting beneath the building.
We can use this one. I'll never come back here, will I? I'll never see them again.
It's not over yet, kid.
Things went down pretty bad at the embassy. Gray took the news about the ambassador hard, but she's grateful you got his kid out alive. She wants the boy delivered to her ASAP, but that Higgs scientist, Savage, made contact with the ISA. He's gone to ground in a black market area of the city. I'm forwarding the location to your vanguard.
Alright, well now we have to find that scientist and extract him while also keeping the kid safe. This feels like a bad idea.
Oh, and Tanner, your little friend there, worth his weight in gold. So play nice.
What's he mean by that?
Look, over there. It's the other boat from the embassy. The doctor must have left it here after you ran away. I don't like him. He gave me a shot and I'm not even sick.
Gave you a shot? What kind of shot? Whatever, we have bigger things to worry about. We'll figure that out later. We haul the kid through these markets, trying to play things as stealthily as we can and keep from being spotted. Eventually, of course, we are, and that's when things go loud. It would have been smarter to extract the kid first and worry about the doctor later. This makes no sense. What's so important about him? What does he know? It's always an interesting level to me when we get to see more lived-in areas on these worlds. In this case, it's kind of a market where many of the non-military Helghast civilians seem to be living before the invasion started. Eventually, though, we do finally find the scientist we've been looking for.
At last. And you have the boy, thank God.
No thanks to you.
You must get me to Admiral Grey. If she has the trigger and Kratek the virus, it's stalemate. The only way to end this madness. What's happening?
The doors!
The virus? What? How does the Admiral have the trigger, and what virus are we talking about here? Not the time to find out, because a horde of Helghast starts scaling down into the area, and we have to defend ourselves while our handler, Anders, extracts the two VIPs, and we distract the enemy. After a 5-minute bout of holding the line here, Anders makes his way back, and we fight our way across the bridge to link up and get out of here. Another job well done.
Close call. Guess now we know why Gray wanted Savage so bad. Shit. Long as the money's there, right?
Is it really a Killzone game if we don't get an on-the-rails minigun section? While they deliver the kid and the doctor to Admiral Grey, Anders is dropping us off at a refinery to blow it up from the inside. Our job is to get inside the Petricite extraction bay, plant some charges, and then extract with Anders once the refinery is destroyed. Once we ride our way into the reactor bay, the rest of the mission is surprisingly straightforward and also pretty fun. We clear the first room and plant 2 D-charges. I think now's a good time to say that using the touchscreen to plant the charges is a surprisingly unique little interaction that makes this game feel like it wanted to interact with the Vita's capabilities to the fullest. I'm sure you've been seeing the arrows pop up on the screen when I perform a melee, and those are showing the direction for you to swipe your thumb across the screen in order to pull it off. Failing will actually cause you to miss your attack and get countered. Very fun and intuitive. The melee attacks even become harder if you raise the difficulty and require more swipes on screen to successfully perform them. I like this. About halfway through this, we meet back up with Anders to find the exhaust port.
Exhaust port is open. We can reach the reactor. Once it's blown, Gray will go after Kratek, but she won't stop there. The Admiral won't be happy till every damn Hig is dead or dying. This war is gonna end soon, and end badly. Just gotta work the angles, make it pay.
This is the end of the line. This is where it counts. We raise these reactor cores and shoot out their Petricite extraction bays. Once we blow these all out, we'll be on a short fuse to get out of here before this place blows. Also, what you're seeing when these targets have a red circle around them and a missile goes after them is one of a few pieces of equipment you can buy in the game to use. By clicking on an enemy via the PS Vita's touchscreen, when they're circled in red, a shoulder-mounted missile launcher called the Porcupine will fire off a missile at the selected target. This is purchasable from our in-game black market weapons dealer named Blackjack. Gotta love him. With the reactors destroyed, now we can go find Anders.
Thing is, I just had a word with Admiral Gray. Must be something I said, but she's got it into her head you were gonna sell out Savage to the Higgs back at the bar. Ordered me to fly back to base. Leave you right where you are. Like I always said, my strategy for this war, get rich and get out. Nothing personal, Tanner. I'll even pay you for a job well done, seeing as it's your last.
Okay, well that's not good. Our own handler just got bought out to leave us here, and now we have no exit strategy. Why the hell did he think we were going to hand over the doctor to the Helghast?
So, Mercenary, you destroyed my refinery. I should let you die there, but I'm prepared to offer you a way out. I suggest you take it.
your colonel.
Good. Make him comfortable.
Well, we don't seem to have much of a choice here, so...
You're lucky to be alive, Mercenary. There are so many reasons why I should have you killed. Only one why I should not.
Well, these Helghast don't seem to like me very much. Apparently, Admiral Grey has the trigger to activate some kind of virus. A virus that targets Helghast DNA and kills them. Both the Doctor and Admiral Grey are holed up in the Vectin Embassy right now, the same one we recently helped clear out. Wow, what a circle we've made here. Our job is to break back in, find the Doctor, find the trigger to the virus, and kill Admiral Grey if we get the chance.
I know you only soldier for profit. And I don't have time to persuade you otherwise. You'll get your blood money.
I guess we're working for the Helghast now. Not like we have much of a choice.
Get ready, we're approaching the embassy. Nervous, Merc? Don't be. Krycek sent us to get this job done. We'll be right beside you. Here we go! For Helghast!
I gotta admit, it's a little bit odd to suddenly be killing ISA soldiers now like this. For the next couple of missions, we'll be fighting alongside the Helghast to eradicate Admiral Grey and the virus she wants to use to exterminate the Helghast. If it seems like I've been going through these missions pretty quick, then I should tell you that these levels are actually really short. Like I mentioned earlier, this is the shortest Killzone game in the series, and each of these levels can be completed in around 20 to 30 minutes, even if you're playing casually. So across the 9 available missions, this will amount to roughly a 3.5 to 4 hour commitment in total. This isn't a criticism, by the way. I rather like how short and sweet the story is, but the truth is that most of these levels are pretty short overall. Although the mines scattered throughout the embassy does feel like it artificially extends the runtime a bit since you have to waste time blowing them up, and I even died a few times from accidentally triggering them. Oh look, if it isn't our traitorous former boss and client in the same place. And the kid too for some reason. While they're getting away, we need to double time it. At the very least, we have to find that doctor before it's too late. You can choose to rescue these Helghast prisoners if you want, but it doesn't affect anything. I do appreciate how different their responses to you freeing them are, though. Some of them outright thank you for saving them, others are surprised you would bother given you're a merc, and then a few are more hostile, saying they won't be thanking you and the money you're getting should be enough. Before too long, we are able to find Dr. Savage and free him from his captivity as well.
There's something I didn't tell Grey. Inside the research facility, the virus is stored in a vault. It's near impenetrable. It'll take her hours to cut her way in. But I can give you the combination code that opens it. Don't trust Krycek. Turn off your comms.
Comms muted.
The code is 30295. You must stop Grey. She has the trigger with her. It's inside the boy. When Krycek's men stormed the embassy, I injected the plasmid into his bloodstream. I thought, if they captured me, the boy might still reach the ISA. But now Grey is going for the virus. She means to use the boy to activate it, create a bioweapon. Please. I did what I could. Only you can stop Grey now.
Oh, so instead of destroying the trigger, he injected it into a child. Bro, you're a menace, and probably should die actually, because wow. After wrapping that up, Krycek makes it clear how badly he wants to kill us, but says he'll keep us alive since we have the codes he needs to access the virus. Surprisingly, Blackjack sends us a lifeline. Yeah, the for-profit arms dealer gives us a free energy shield to help us out. What a nice guy. What's left is a long firefight out of the embassy as ISA forces begin descending on our position. I mean, it gets crazy to the point of them sending a mech suit after us. I managed to destroy one of them, but they just send in more. As we're fighting for our life here, waiting for Krycek's forces to show up and get us out alive, he tries to emphasize to us that Admiral Grey does not plan to use this virus as a deterrent, but as a bioweapon. We have to hold down this bridge until Krycek gets it lowered and provides our evac.
Open fire! must get on board. We're losing ships! Mercenary, you'll have to take out those guns so my forces can land. Shit! Alpha 2 is going down! We're hit! And that's not hold us steady! I'll come in.
Well, we may have made it out alive, but Gray is still out there, and she has the trigger to the virus held within Eustace. The virus itself is being stored in a vault on an airborne bio-research facility, and Dr. Savage was the only person with the code to access the vault. But Gray has ISA forces working to break into the vault where she will access the virus, and then this war will be over.
Addendum, I hack ISA comms so we can eavesdrop a little on Admiral Gray. Let's just say I have vested interest in this mission.
Time is short, and we're the only thing standing between two genocidal megalomaniacs and a potential bioweapon capable of wiping out an entire race. So I guess you could say the stakes are pretty high right now. This is Facility X-01, and it is where the rest of this finale will be taking place. As soon as we arrive, gunfire starts going everywhere. The place is loaded with ISA soldiers, and they're currently hard at work trying to crack into the ship's vault. And there they are. We have to watch Admiral Gray load the child she intends to sacrifice to secure her victory onto the intruder troop carrier before flying off. She has to die or we don't get paid, and given the kind of person she seems to be, I'd probably do it for free. We advance through the ship and destroy some of their labs and equipment to try and set this endeavor back as far as we can, but eventually we make it to the vault. It's like Kratek said, they really are working hard to crack into this thing. Lucky for us, we're the only one with the code, so punching that in, we gain access to the vault and rush to grab that sample for Kratek so we can get paid and also have some leverage to get out of this alive.
Damn it, we lost contact.
We're tracking Gray and her men. They're heading for the vault. She must not get her hands on the virus.
No worries, man. I'll take care of that. As if summoned on cue, Admiral Gray comes rushing into the vault along with her personal guards to try and take the sample from us. After clearing through her guards, we have one final satisfying interaction with her before our character Darren sends her down to hell along with her ambitions. Last thing left to do is blow this lab away so no one else can get their hands on this stuff.
ISA set charges. You triggered them when you blew up the vault. The facility is drifting out of control. But at least Gray is dead and you have the virus. If you want to leave there alive, you'll find the boy and bring him and the virus to me. I'll be waiting on deck while my men deal with the ISA left inside the facility.
Transmission jammed.
Pardon me butting in, Danner, but you must know Kratek will kill you as soon as he gets what he wants. He's as crazy as Gray was. Once he has bioweapon, he'll use it. The war will be over in no time, which is very bad for business. On the other hand, get the boy out of there and destroy the virus. I cut you a deal. Gray left the kid outside when she went to the vault. The explosion took care of the guards, but it took out Gray's intruder too. You'll have to get to the landing deck and steal Kratek's dropship. It's your only way out of there. It won't be easy. Kratek's men will be coming for you, and the place is about to crash and burn. But it'll be worth it. This way, neither side lose out, and we win big. Watch yourself, Danner. You've only got one friend left in there. And he's 10 years old.
Well, that was unexpected. Kratek is clearly planning to kill us the second he can. Anyone could see that coming, but our friendly arms dealer seems to have been following the situation a lot closer than we may have previously realized. That was Blackjack, and we do interact with him all throughout the game every time we want to buy or swap out our equipment. Seems like his little freebie gifts were in hopes to keep us alive long enough to prevent this bioweapon from ending up in anyone else's hands. Fair enough. Doesn't matter who helps us so long as we have someone in our corner, because right now the whole world wants this kid on a platter, and something tells me no one really cares what happens to him after they rip that trigger for the bioweapon out of his blood. This is the final mission, and we're currently fighting our way through a ship that is barely holding itself in the air. We're on a ticking clock till this thing spirals into the ground and kills whoever is left on board. These last few arenas aren't very long, but they are really fun. In fact, they might even be the most fun in the game, because by this point you're completely acclimated to how the game feels to play on the Vita, and they're sending a lot more enemies at you now. We just need to get the kid onto Kratek's ship and get us both off this thing before it crashes into the dirt. And finally, we make it to the elevator that will take us to the exterior hull.
So, Merc, you delivered what I want after all. But this time, you don't get paid. There's a price for betrayal, too.
Easy, Danner. Play this smart and you can still get out of here alive. Just give me the boy and the virus.
Danner?
Gray paid me pretty well, but I saw a better way to close out the deal. Put the boy and the virus on the open market. Sell to the highest bidder. Let market forces settle this war. Retire a rich man. Hand them over.
Whoa!
Shit. Crazy sons of bitches actually did it. Nuke their own city rather than surrender. Higgs and the ISA deserve each other, Danner. There's only one thing worth fighting for in this life. But I figured you'd want to do this the hard way. So I brought along a few of the guys.
Oh, well, there he goes.
I'll hide under the deck.
This is it, the final battle of the game, and honestly, it might be the most climactic of the entire series. We're fighting what is honestly one of the better boss battles I've seen in a Killzone game, killing off dozens of mercs who fly in on their wingsuits while fending off Anders on his intruder taking shots at us. All of this happens on top of a massive capital ship that is currently plummeting slowly towards the ground while the mushroom cloud from Visari's nuke looms in the distance. If you told me this was originally intended to be the story for a Metal Gear Solid game, I'd probably believe you, because this whole narrative has been kind of, for lack of a better term, Kojima-coded. After knocking Anders off of his ship and taking his shield down, Danner gives him one final killing blow before grabbing Eustace and leaving this whole operation behind us for good.
Ditch the virus, Danner. We end this here. Good. Is mission accomplished, my friend.
I knew you'd get us out, Danner. What now?
The smart thing, the profitable thing. The virus is destroyed and the war goes on. And you made quite a name for yourself. Though not everyone is a fan. So I take the liberty of wiping your tracks to give you a little head start. This way the kid goes back to being just a kid again. Maybe. And you get to fight another day. But only for a price. Yes.
And that's Killzone Mercenary. I've seen a lot of people say that despite the short length and simplicity of the game's plot, that it's actually their favorite story in the series, and I can see why. The game has a lot of heart, and significantly more intrigue than the original trilogy of games did. This game wanted to tell a tale of moral grays and blurred lines. Your character, Aaron Danner, is pretty much the closest thing to a good guy we see across the whole story, and even then his moral compass seems pretty shaky. Our friend who died at the end of the second mission, Damian Ivanov, seemed like he had some convictions, but whatever they were died with him on that Helghast cruiser. Of course, our handler, Anders Benoit, lacked any kind of conviction or belief whatsoever, repeatedly stating that he was only interested in making money and betraying whomever he could to maximize his profit. The admiral we saved at the start of the game was a psychotic, genocidal maniac hell-bent on erasing the Helghast as a species from the galactic map, and her opponent, Colonel Kratek, seemed to share her aspirations, just from the opposite angle. Two sides of the same megalomaniacal coin. Borischek, the Helghast bodyguard for Eustace and his family, showed conviction as well, as he willingly slaughtered through dozens of his own kind and then died to protect a 10-year-old boy from execution. And that same 10-year-old boy, Eustace Harkin, just lost his mother and father at the same time. Whatever happened to him after all this, the game doesn't say. Even Blackjack only tuned in to help us prevent that genocide from occurring because it was to his financial benefit to ensure the war continued for as long as possible. The whole story does have a strange kind of hopelessness to it though, I have to admit. Across the whole series, I mean. Because even though we do save the boy and destroy the virus, the Terracide event we talked about in Killzone 3 would happen only 6 months after this, and although it didn't completely erase the Helghast species from existence, it got pretty damn close. I think it's very fitting how this game takes place across Killzone 1 and 2, honestly, because at the end of Killzone 1, Templar and his team stop the invasion on Vecta and secure peace. But it winds up being little more than a setback on the wheels of fate as Vecta turns around and invades Helgen 2 years later. Sev and Rico fight their way to Visari to stop the war, and Rico executes him, ensuring the war will double in intensity. It's almost like these games have us fighting fate, because everything we do across the first 5 games in this series ends up being little more than a roadblock to the outcome we're trying to prevent. Even the MacGuffin of this game being a virus made to target a species by their DNA. That idea in itself was something we spent the whole game fighting to prevent from happening, and yet all we did was delay the inevitable. But we'll get to that in the next game. In the mission briefing for the first level of this game, the narrator used a term that stuck out to me because it honestly describes the whole series very well. She called it the theater of war. And that's what I think this series really is. It's a theater of war. A tragedy of flawed heroes fighting fate itself to try and save lives only to fail in the end. Because war is forever. Or something to that effect. That's my read on all of this anyway. Either way, I loved this game, and I think those who refer to it as one of the best Killzone games are probably onto something. The biggest problem I personally have with it is that it's stuck on the PlayStation Vita, and thereby locked off from billions of people who might otherwise have really loved playing it. Sony really needs to consider footing the bill for someone to make a complete collection of the Killzone series and port it to the PC and modern platforms. I seriously think they're sitting on a fortune here. The music of Mercenary was something else of particular note because it was handled by composer Walter Mayer, and although this is the only game in the series he contributed any music to, I think he did a fantastic job. The whole score feels very in line with the rest of the entries in the universe, maintaining the same string-heavy operatic sense from the first 3 games while also seamlessly integrating the more synth-heavy electronic elements we heard more prominently in the second and third games. He also managed to add his own spin on the score by adding these thick, deep chants laced in the background of a lot of the tracks. These operatic chants aren't like the ones we heard in the other games. They're faded in the background, and many of them feel drawn out and almost tragic. The whole score lends itself very well to the moral ambiguity of the story being told by this game. Killzone Mercenary went on to be very well received critically, currently boasting a 78 on Metacritic, which is a pretty solid number for a handheld game. IGN even referred to it as the best portable shooter ever made, which was honestly probably true at the time this was released. I really do hope this little title in particular sees new life through a remaster or port to other consoles because it's a genuinely great shooter experience. Seriously, a handheld shooter like this has no business being this good. The shooting feels about as good as its own PS3 alternative in Killzone 3. I don't recall ever encountering any kind of jank or glitches. The story is fun, and it's so short and sweet that it doesn't overstay its welcome. Hell, it's even got a pseudo-collectible feature because if you're stealthy enough, you can interrogate certain NPCs to unlock intel across the game, so there's some replay value here if you want to play through it a second time to gather all of the possible intel interrogations. I know I didn't talk about the multiplayer, but that's because the servers are shut down and there's no bot feature, so I couldn't show it to you even if I wanted to. I will say, however, that I read a lot of people who said it was some of the most fun they'd ever had with a handheld FPS multiplayer game. Still, the 2 main reasons I think Killzone Mercenary got greenlit for production was to show off the capabilities of the PlayStation Vita and to act as a primer for the next major installment in the Killzone series that would launch roughly 2 months after this one did. the one that would conclude the series for over a decade. Killzone Shadowfall is, as of writing this, the last mainline entry of the Killzone franchise, serving as a sort of narrative epilogue to the events of the Killzone trilogy. It's also the one I've been getting told was the absolute worst that the franchise had to offer for roughly a decade, and up until I played it for this video, I wouldn't have known otherwise. I need to just say this right now and get it out of the way. Shadowfall is not the worst game in the series. It's just not. In fact, it's actually better than the rest of the games in a lot of ways. It has the best gunplay by far, better movement, better level design, better writing, more immersion, less yappy cutscenes, more bombastic set pieces. It's just better. The only two major negatives weighing it down are the ending and the multiplayer mode, which, yeah, I can see why those two aspects would have soured people on the experience a bit, but before I get into all of that, let's talk a little more about what Shadowfall is. Up until this point, the Killzone games were all being built on a sort of unnamed proprietary patchwork engine designed by the devs at Guerrilla Games. But for the development of Shadowfall, they finalized a true video game engine for use in their future games, and it's what we now know as the Decima engine. This was the same engine that powered both the choice-based horror game Until Dawn and, of course, Hideo Kojima's beautiful Death Stranding. After Guerrilla Games finished up development, Killzone Shadowfall launched on November 13th, 2013, alongside the release of the Sony PlayStation 4, making it a launch title for the system. This is where it remains to this day because once again, Guerrilla and Sony refuse to break the shackles that confine this franchise to console exclusivity even this long after they've already released. Just hear me out here, Sony. Killzone the Helghast Collection. Include all 6 games, drop it on PC for $69.99, and watch the money flow. Anyway, let's set up the story a little bit here. At the end of Killzone 3, our quirky band of lovable misfits did a little trolling and, annihilated the mass majority of the Helghan population by firing a nuclear missile into a Petrosite superweapon, blowing it up, and coating their homeworld in a radioactively lethal element. This event is now referred to in-universe as the Terracide, which is actually a horrific name given it basically means planetary genocide. Also, I gotta say that, wow, this game looks good. As if to further cement this franchise's odd tendency towards bi-entry tonal whiplash, Shadowfall is back to the grim, hyper-serious tone of the second game, completely abandoning the plucky one-liner Saturday morning cartoon tone of both the first game and its own direct predecessor, the third game. We are moving into the future now, and following the devastating cleansing of the planet Helghan at the hands of the ISA, however justified it may have been to prevent a potential terracide of Earth as was planned in the third game by Chairman Johann Stahl, the Vectan government has agreed to section off a portion of the planet Vecta for the Helghast refugees to come down and inhabit. A large border wall is constructed to separate the two peoples due to their inability to peacefully coexist, and the Helghan government is quickly re-established with Lady Hera Visari, the daughter of the now-deceased Scholar Visari, reigning as the new Chancellor of the Helghan Empire. A sector of the Vectan capital city is then given over to the Helghast refugees and called New Helghan. These Helghan refugees do not assimilate into the Vectan way of living, and instead bring with them their own culture, traditions, and beliefs. That isn't enough, of course, because the Helghast already blamed the ISA for exiling their people to the incredibly hostile planet Helghan to die several generations ago. I mean, that resentment is what launched this war back in the first game, but now that same planet that they had once adapted to has become completely obliterated, with large swaths of its surface being rendered completely uninhabitable. So now the Helghast and Vectan humans once again share the same planet, and to say tensions are high would be an understatement. It only takes a few years of this attempt at coexistence before the Helghast decide they want a total removal of all Vectans from the part of the city that has been given over to them, and a forced relocation of all Vectans out of New Helghan over the wall and back into the Vectan half of the city then begins. This relocation is where we come in, assuming the role of our new protagonist, who is only 5 years old. The first mission opens on a young Lucas looking out a window to see a group of Vectans being forcibly escorted out of the New Helghan zone of the city. Our father walks in and begins packing up a few necessary belongings before addressing us directly.
Listen, I know this is tough, but we don't have a choice. We have to get to the wall. We'll be safe on the other side. I'm gonna look out for you. I need you to do the same for me, okay? You're gonna be my second in command. Let's go.
Of course, the situation is escalating as the Helghast are literally banging on the front door. Alright, well, we're out of here. As you can see, Shadowfall is, by far, the best looking Killzone game of the series, and it's not even close. We start descending down to lower level balconies, and the game tries to show off its new face tech here, which is very impressive for 2013, but also a little bit weird to look at here for some reason. A little uncanny. He tells us that we'll be back once Vectants can reclaim their home, and that it will always be their home, and to never forget that. From here, the game breaks into a sort of stealth section. It's very linear, but I think it gets the point across. We're running from cover to cover trying to avoid spotlights from Helghast dropships and the like. Before too long, we come across an ISA soldier of sorts hiding behind some rubble as he and our father await their next move. The three of us remain in cover until a squad of Helghast pass by overhead without seeing us. The ISA soldier then begins leading the way forward. Also, what company would name their product this on purpose?
Is this your kid?
I'm taking him to the wall.
Looks like you're gonna need some help.
You're a Shadow Marshal, aren't you? Why are the Helghast doing this to us? There was an agreement. We were guaranteed safe passage out of here.
Hey, buddy, I don't like it any more than you do. But until you get to the wall, it's their rules. Like I said, you're gonna need some help.
You can get us to the wall? Safely?
Look, the south crossing is closed, so we're gonna have to take the long way around. We've wasted enough time here already.
What's your name?
Sinclair.
I'm Michael Kellen. This is my son, Lucas. We're gonna go back outside. I want you to stay close to me and don't make any noise, okay? You're doing great. I'm trusting you.
Dad's a smart man, kid. Let's go.
A Shadow Marshal. Now that's interesting. We haven't heard of a Shadow Marshal since way back in the original Killzone. The character Luger, whom we played as for a few missions, was also a Shadow Marshal, so this marks the concept's return since that game. Unless you count Liberation, that is. Coming upon a locked door, Sinclair and our father ask us to climb up onto the roof and slip through an opening to unlock the door from the other side, since we're the only one who can fit.
Once you get up there, I want you to stay out of sight, and I want you to go straight for the hole, okay?
Sure. Clambering up onto the roof, we quickly find our way inside and remove the board blocking the door and keeping us from progressing. Shortly after that, we're almost spotted before we have to keep moving. The situation continues to escalate as two Helghast soldiers walk onto the deck in front of us. Not wanting his 5-year-old to see someone be killed, our dad volunteers to stun the soldier instead of letting Sinclair kill him. Once this is done and the soldier is out of commission, Sinclair approaches the stunned man and promptly executes him on the spot.
What are you doing?
Take no chances.
No, I didn't sign up for this.
You signed up for my help. This is it. Worry about your conscience when we're on the other side. Come on, we're not far from the wall.
Well, that's probably going to traumatize the poor kid for a while. Not that we have much choice but to move on since the city is literally on fire right now, and man is it breathtaking to look at. Almost too breathtaking. While I'm on this mission, I feel like I should go ahead and show this footage of my poor PS4 sounding like it's ascending into the next realm while trying to run this game. I was genuinely worried for the first couple of hours while playing this that my PS4 was on the verge of its swan song. Eventually, I just tuned it out and played the game anyway. While trying to escape, we got spotted by a Helghast drone and... No!
Targets apprehended.
Lucas, stay behind me. Wait. We were promised safe passage. Please, got my son with me. We're unarmed. Hey, stop! Stop! You can't do this. This is our home too!
No!
What's wrong with him? Why isn't he moving?
Damn it.
What's gonna happen to me?
Well, looks like you're gonna have to stick with me, kid.
Well, that's definitely gonna traumatize him for life. Just watched his father get murdered in front of him and is now being carried out on a stranger's back.
Well done, Lucas. You're the youngest cadet ever to be admitted to the Shadow Marshal Academy. You should be proud. I know if your father was here, he'd feel the same way. All our people want is to be kept safe. That means taking the fight to the Helghast. It means crossing the wall. No matter what they do. Still Vecta over there. One day you're gonna get it back. For all of us. The Shadow Marshal program is honored to have you, Lucas. You know where you have to go. And you know what happens if you get caught. You're let out, on a wall in chains, with the bag over your head. Paraded, or mocked, and then executed.
So yeah, we've fast forwarded 20 years later, making our hero, Lucas Kellen, roughly 27 years old now, and it looks like things aren't looking so hot for him. We're escorted out and a bag is ripped off of our head as a Helghast soldier tells us how humiliating it is to them that they're forced to live alongside the people who destroyed their own planet like this. He's bitter that people like Lucas seem to judge him and his people as if they are criminals despite them having had their planet destroyed. He then tells Lucas that before long they'll stage an assault on the whole city and take it all over for Helghast rule.
Try it. It won't be as easy as the last time.
There seems to be some sort of prisoner exchange happening here right now. I really appreciate how the game is dropping us into such a wild scenario right from the get-go. How did we get here? Doesn't matter. We're here and being exchanged for a different prisoner to get us out. Speaking of, remember that character in front of us for later. She's very important. Before things can go as planned, the whole operation goes up in smoke as shots begin going off. Seems like these exchanges rarely go as planned, doesn't it? Despite this grown 6-foot-plus athletic man grabbing the weapon first, the slowest and most telegraphed of punches from this girl half his size knocks him to the ground, allowing her to snatch the weapon off of him. Our character is supposed to be an expert in close quarters combat, by the way. She looks at us for a few seconds, staring down at Lucas before finally pulling the trigger. Luckily for Lucas, the weapon was empty, and so he lives to see another day. After that, we're helped up by an ISA soldier and pulled from the fray. The scene then cuts to our first real display of Vecta City, the capital of the planet Vecta. And I gotta admit, it's visually incredible. This is one of the very, very few scenes in the game that takes us out of the first-person perspective of the main character and acts as a real cutscene, and is, coincidentally, the title card sequence as well. Beautiful. Simply gorgeous. For nearly the entirety of Shadowfall's runtime, the game never leaves the first-person perspective of our player character, Lucas Kellen, with every event taking place exclusively from behind the eyes of the protagonist rather than moving between gameplay and cinematic cutscenes as previous entries have done. There's only 2 or 3 exceptions to this throughout the game. I don't usually have a preference on which style is better. I like both in their own ways depending on how it's handled, but for Shadowfall, I think the decision to ditch traditional cutscenes and keep the game entirely in a first-person perspective was absolutely the right one. We fade back into the eyes of Lucas Kellen as he approaches the Shadow Marshal who rescued him from New Helghan 20 years ago. They seemingly have a sort of father-son relationship going on here now. The two talk about why Lucas was captured, and it was apparently a choice Lucas made in order to save a platoon of ISA soldiers who may have been killed otherwise. Sinclair here informs Lucas that the woman they traded for his release was codenamed Echo, a special operative for the Helghast. He then shows us a news broadcast from the current Helghast Chancellor, Helena Vasari, talking about how negotiations between the two governments are breaking down at a rapid pace. Sinclair and Lucas are unfazed by this development. There's a cold war going on right now between two governments barely sharing a planet together while both peoples seemingly loathe every aspect of the other. Things are tense. Sinclair is sending us back over the wall into New Helghan to locate and retrieve a downed ISA ship that may contain evidence of intentional Helghast movements against the Vectan government. However, if the Helghast are able to collect those ISA soldiers or the downed ship itself, it could be very bad since the ISA's presence over the wall is against the treaty and would implicate them. So our being a Shadow Marshal, we're being sent in to destroy the evidence of ISA involvement and get our soldiers out of there. So we're dropped into a factory near where the ship is, but sneaking over to said ship is going to be the hard part. And would you believe that only just now is where we can actually start playing the game? I'm a little torn on this fact because on the one hand, I love convoluted, overly eco-political shadow op stories like this, and it takes a lot to set them up right. On the other, I'm not sure it should take us 20 minutes of real-time gameplay to actually start playing the game. The game uses this area to familiarize us with a few new mechanics, such as the improved movement mechanics. The movement in Killzone games has never been very good. It was awful in the first game, tolerable in the second, and acceptable in the third. Here, however, it's actually pretty good. Moving and platforming feels really smooth and responsive, which is good because a lot of this game is dependent on enjoying how it feels to move around the environment. In this vent we're sneaking through, we find one of Shadowfall's new collectible items, a comic book page. I adore this. This is one of the most fun collectibles I've ever seen in a game. It's an in-universe comic where you learn more about this little plot line as you collect pages throughout the game. I found myself actively looking for these pages just because I wanted to see more of this dark art style and story. I'll talk more in depth about this comic book later. You'll notice the lack of combat so far. This isn't because the game isn't combat heavy, it very much is, but rather because Shadowfall brings in a much heavier emphasis on stealth than previous entries have, opting to fully commit to it as a fleshed out mechanic, complete with an echo mechanic that allows you to detect enemies through walls so you can plan your movements. If you overuse it though, it'll overload and beep, thereby alerting enemies to your presence. Additionally, we have other staples like avoiding cameras and drop execution animations. Now, I love a good stealth game, so this was a very welcome addition in my opinion, and it totally fit with the Shadow Marshal character we're inhabiting here. Something else I really appreciated about this level is the attention to detail. I mean, look at these authoritarian propaganda signs they have on the wall. Small details like this do so much to solidify the immersion and help build the world we're living in. Also, I love it when games let me do double kill animations like this. Now, believe it or not, this mission ended up being one of the longest ones in the game because it's one of the least linear and allows for significantly more agency of player choice than most of the later levels. So between that and covering all of the new mechanics introduced here, I'll be giving this mission a bit more time than most of the others. Speaking of new mechanics...
Hostile!
That is our Owl, a small allied drone that offers multiple different functionalities to aid Lucas in combat. The Owl had 4 capabilities to take advantage of: a direct attack mode with its attached minigun, a zip line to cross small chasms and gaps, a stun mode to zap an opponent who might be hiding behind a shield or something, and a shield to offer you cover in a tight spot when you're caught out in the open. I thought this was gimmicky at first, but trust me, the Owl ended up being a brilliant addition to the game's combat flow that helps the game stand out from other shooters in a big way. That sequence right there should tell you everything you need to know about whether or not you'd enjoy this game. This is where the game really opens up for the first time too, and although most of the levels are really great, this ended up being one of my favorite sequences available. That large area of trees connecting to that massive statue is our small playground here. We descend down this scaffolding doing a bit of platforming, which again is surprisingly smooth, before utilizing our Owl droid to zipline the rest of the way down. I mean, this is awesome. I was really starting to see the potential of this game at this point, climbing up this tower and putting a knife through this Helghast soldier before taking out his friend right after. Reinforcements were then called in and I had to pick up the pace and zipline to another tower. We then have our Owl disable the alarm tower and clear out the remaining soldiers. That's when I stumbled upon a surprisingly interesting NPC conversation between 2 Helghast discussing the potential war.
Do you have any idea what it's like to lose a child, kid? No, you don't. There are endless nights where my wife sleeps in my daughter's empty bed. To be closer to her, to remember her, is to honor someone. So don't talk to me about honor. And then what? So we win? We defeat Vector? What then? What do we do with the scores of civilians remaining? It has everything to do with it. Think of all the civilians lost. The decimation, for no reason at all. Yes, but do we really need victory? Are we not fine the way we are? I'm not just saying we shouldn't go to war if it's necessary. What I'm saying is we shouldn't start the war. Think of all the thousands of people whose families will be killed. Think of all of them.
Ignoring the glitched soldier who's stuck in the wall, this dialogue had me second guessing that my job required me to kill that guy. Knowing his wife was home alone in the empty bed of her dead daughter, and now she'd attend the funeral of her dead husband? Reminder, we're not even at war here. Damn, dude, what happened to making light of everything like the first and third game? This is intense, and it's not even the last time this game had me second guessing the NPCs I was killing either. Like, Shadowfall wants you to realize what you're doing here. This is a step beyond how serious Killzone 2 was. And I actually like it. It's emphasizing that your enemies aren't evil creatures grown from the dirt yesterday filled with nothing but pure malice. They're living beings with emotions, families, and dreams. The crash site isn't far from here, and it's not long before we find the ship with a few soldiers guarding it. Now, we could always go in blasting, stir up some trouble, and get it done, but I've been doing that for 3 Killzone games already, so let's try to play with the stealth at least a little bit more. We've got our orders to find and rescue the crew, then destroy the remains of this ship, so these guys unfortunately have to die. Now you'll see how my weapon transforms. That's a special mechanic to this rifle that turns it from a full auto submachine gun into a long-range sniper rifle, and it's one of my favorite guns in the game. The crew from the ship are alive, and they've taken refuge in the bottom of this dilapidated building, which means we're making our way through this underground tunnel until we find them. Once we do manage to locate them, they hand over the intel that caused all of this, which is good news. With the data secured and the crew located, all that's left to do is destroy the ship wreckage and get these guys out of here. So let's just slap a charge on the hull and let that sit there until we're ready to blow the place. There's an AA cannon still active in the area though, which is the exact reason we ended up here to begin with. So before we can call for evac, we'll need to do something about that cannon. All of these objectives are scattered around one large area, and we have to traverse across this small hub to get to them, which I really love. It makes it even more of a shame though that this idea doesn't really ever come back again in a major way. There's one other mission that kind of does something like this, but I got the idea that what I was looking at here were the remnants of an idea that the devs hoped to be far more prominent in the main game, but ended up cutting to meet deadlines, though that's just my speculation. Because I have to say that exploration across a small area like this where I can accomplish a series of objectives feels way better in a Killzone game than I would have expected. Even this section where we platform up the side of a cliff is really fun to do, and we really don't see this again after this sequence. Like this part, for example, where I'm using my Echo to locate my enemy's locations, plan an attack, and from there I'm able to cut through several more Hellghast without even being spotted, and it was legitimately super satisfying. I'm harping on this now because I won't be talking too much about it after this section, but I would have enjoyed more sections like this in the game. Anyway, we place the charge on the AA gun and use our owl zipline mechanic to slide down. And remember, we didn't have to use this. If you weren't thinking about it, you may end up just trailing your way back down the cliffside again. The zipline is legit a cool way to navigate the environment. Now all that's left to do is get our boys the hell out of here. In the back of this base is a dropship with our name on it, but one of the crew is going to have to hotwire the thing to get it ready. Until then, we get a tower defense segment where waves of Hellghast enemies pour in and we have to hold them off. I don't hate this actually. In fact, I had fun with it because the gunplay was genuinely so satisfying. The slow-mo mechanic that kicks in just after taking a healing stem certainly doesn't hurt things either. After we gun through a few dozen soldiers, Lucas and what's left of the crew board the dropship.
Here, returning to base.
Something tells me that's going to piss off the Hellghast.
It started with the crew. It spread. I don't think this was some kind of accident. There's too many fail-safes in place. People are dying.
This was found on the auxiliary drive of the ISA Cassandra. She's one of ours. Black site, R&D, biotech primarily. We try to make contact. Nothing. Crew are presumed dead.
What was the research?
Was supposed to give us leverage. Purely deterrent. God damn it, if the Hellghast exploded, they'd be unstoppable. It wouldn't be a war. A genocide.
So Sinclair tells Lucas about an ISA black site located in one of their ships currently floating in space above Vecta's atmosphere. The R&D being done here was some kind of bioweapons research until contact was lost after that transmission you just saw. Sinclair suspects that the lead scientist on the team is behind it all as she plans to defect to the Hellghast. Our job is to board the ship, restore power to the engines, and send the whole thing flying towards the sun to prevent the Helghast from getting their hands on what was being worked on there, and eradicate the evidence of what the ISA were doing. Which is why we're now floating through space towards the Cassandra to board it from the outside and send it flying to a very hot demise. After getting inside of the ship, we're introduced to another new mechanic, zero gravity movement. We've seen low gravity movement in Killzone before, but this is complete zero gravity. As in, you float around completely independently. It comes and goes throughout this mission, but never overstayed its welcome. Also, would you just look at how absolutely saturated an atmosphere this is? I need to just let the game talk for itself for a minute here.
Elevator's down. I'm finding another route.
Roger, buddy.
Airlock malfunction. Hull integrity compromised.
This is kinda giving off some sci-fi horror vibes, honestly. Like, it's so dark and empty, the groans of the ship are off-putting, and the bodies and lines written all over the place are an undeniable message to us that something very bad has happened here. It feels so out of nowhere, but I'm absolutely in love with it. This level has the least amount of combat of any from the whole game, but it's still one of my favorites because of how cinematic and immersive it all is. A lot of this level is actually just moving through the ship, so there's not much to say about a lot of it, but I do want to make a few points. The zero-G gameplay is used sparingly and tastefully, which made it a very fun and refreshing mechanic to play with every time it showed up. The little spider robots that get introduced here are annoying, but make for a suitable enough enemy for a situation like this. The atmosphere is palpable and arguably the most brilliantly immersive segment from the entire Killzone series. I mean, just look at this incinerator room filled with burnt up skeletal bodies, one of which is holding up an audio log for us to listen to. Just incredible work here. The audio logs are also a fun little addition to help explain exactly what happened on this ship to cause all of this, which I'll get to in a bit. Finally, yet another new mechanic is brought in on this mission in the form of petrosite capacitors. These are kind of like a mini game that has us exploring to locate these objects and carry them to an empty slot to insert them. This kinda just gives you something to do on this level for the most part, but it made for an interesting bit of change from the usual barrage of constant gunfire. I was fine with this.
A Helghast dissident who recently sought asylum in Vecta has given his first interview and revealed some shocking truths about what life behind the wall is really like. Of the many things that were spoken about, state violence, suppression of ideas, perhaps the most sickening revelation is that food has become so scarce in certain areas that the Helghast are resorting to cannibalism simply in order to stay alive.
Of course we don't want to do it, but a lot of us feel we've no option. If it's a choice between letting your children starve to death or feeding them, then I would feed my child.
Eventually, after a solid bit of finding petrosite capacitors to restore power to the various doors we need to access, we're able to reach the bridge. From here, Lucas sets the ship's coordinates to send it flying straight into the sun, but that's just part one of the job. We still need to get power back to the engines or this thing's not moving. There might be one slight problem with that second part of the plan though, and that's the Helghast who just showed up. For some reason, they seem to have some disagreements with my plans for this ship. The look of fighting the Helghast on this ship though is so visually appealing to me. The way their red visors light up the dark hallways is just fantastic. Do not tell me that wasn't sick. After that, we're back into zero-G again, where we descend straight down to restore power to the engines. The Helghast must have boarded the ship somewhere down here because there are a lot of them between us and the power generator. After a bit of stealth and more than a little bit of firearm intervention, we're able to clear our way to the ship's power core. This is a pretty interesting design too, because we have to carry a number of petrosite capacitors across this moving power generator so we can get the engines back online. Honestly, this whole level has really been reminding me of Dead Space so far, but this part in particular If you know, you know. With the power restored to the engines, we are now on a tight time limit to get the hell out of here before this ship plummets straight into the sun. While setting the new coordinates, however, Lucas detects movement in the ship's lab area, which is almost certainly from Dr. Massar, the scientist responsible for the R&D on this ship, and the one who was planning to defect to the Helghast. Before we leave, we cannot let that happen, so as the Cassandra flies itself towards the sun's gravitational pull, we need to fight through the Helghast, capture Dr. Massar, and take her back to Vecta. What we find when we get down there, however, isn't very pretty.
Weapon test 224HA Series 6. Subject is Helghast male, 33 years, no pre-existing conditions. Initiate exposure?
Hey, the hell is this? What are you doing? What?
Okay, looks promising. Let's run the numbers.
Sinclair did mention before we got here that they were researching bioweapons, but this, he said the ISA wants it as a deterrent. So I guess their plan was to threaten the Helghast with a deadly nerve gas that kills them within seconds. By sending this ship into the sun, we're burning all of the evidence of what the ISA was doing here. And we're supposed to be the good guys.
This is what you do? Experimenting on us? You disgust me.
I came here to destroy this.
Don't lie to me. You came here to bury the truth. Wasn't destroying Helgen enough? I will not see any more innocents die.
Where's Massar?
Massar will answer for what she has done. So will your leaders.
Here. She's taking Massar.
There's still time to stop them. We have to move.
So because we're getting so close to the sun, the light beaming through open windows is actually enough to burn whoever it touches to death, which is a disturbing thing to note given we are still on this thing and it'll be totally gone in a few minutes. Still, shooting out window shields to catch enemies in the rays and burn them to death is an incredibly intuitive gameplay mechanic. It's a race to see who can get to Dr. Massar first, us or that Helghast operative. And she's got a head start. After reaching the escape pod room, it turns out we're too late, and all of the escape pods have been launched already. So getting out of here alive is now our first and only priority.
You're not like the others.
What did you say?
You're different. I know the Helghast. Better than they know themselves. They have an essence. Something you lack. You were tainted with another blood. If you gave me a sample, I would gladly tell you what percentage of your genome is Vectin. I'd guess. More than half.
Take her away! Now!
You're all going to die.
Well, it seems like Echo has some conflicts, and Dr. Massar knows a few things we don't. In the meantime, it's a good thing the ISA managed to find us and pick us up before we got swallowed up into the sun, which Lucas should definitely not be looking at right now. Shouldn't we also be getting burned alive? Either way, we're saved. And on our way back to the Shadow Marshal headquarters with more of the fantastic scenery from before. They really did nail it with the Vecta City design. After landing on the helipad, we're escorted through security to meet up with Sinclair when we get our first and only look at what Lucas Kellen really looks like. This is such a brilliantly clever way to show you your character, and it doesn't hurt that he looks like a certified quirked up white boy. Of course, things can't stay so peaceful and easy for too long.
You hear me? You all right? Come over! Give me help! Hold on! Put some pressure on it!
that was close. Well, they've attacked us on our home turf, but that gives us home field advantage. This is honestly the first time the game has had a classic Killzone feeling. Like, this actually looks like something we would have seen in one of the first 3 games. Collapsing buildings, everything is on fire, and we're moving from cover to cover in an actual war zone. I was loving this sequence. Although these kinds of all-out war segments are pretty rare this time around, which is fine because this is a game about a Cold War style story where we play as a special agent, not a soldier. Once we clear the area, it's time to relink with Sinclair, but something feels off. Why would the Helghast do something like this? It would be an act of war to attack us in broad daylight.
Hold your fire! He's one of ours. Marshal, Sinclair's outside. He wants to see you.
Alright, walking back through the desolation of the attack we just saw, we find Sinclair waiting for us near the helipad. He calls us to follow him as he prepares to give us a rundown on our next move. As the dropship takes off, Sinclair expresses that he suspected an attack like this might happen, and that now is the time to mobilize and do what it takes to retaliate. Shortly after that, a transmission goes live from an organization the soldier next to us calls the Black Hand.
I got the broadcast running. Intel confirms it's the Black Hand.
Today marks the beginning of your penance. 30 years ago, our whole world was swept away in a tide of effective justice. Some of us refuse to lay down and die. Some of us refuse to let a foreign enemy dictate our future.
Find him! We're working on it, sir.
Some of us refuse to accept your war prison. We are the Black Hat, forged in the fires of hell.
I told them we are at war. Thinking we could buy time. We should have gone in first. Never given them a chance. Blood's on their hands now.
Sinclair laments that the ISA has waited too long to go in and snuff out the Black Hand, a supposed terrorist organization that operates independently of the Helghast government and supposedly against their will. Now those terrorists have destroyed the top of a building and killed dozens of people. We can't worry about that yet because the Black Hand has also been spotted at a train rail where they've hijacked 3 trains. Although we're not sure why, we need to get down there and stop those trains from departing immediately. Time is ticking, and there's at least 3 trains currently compromised by Helghast forces, although I'd guess it'd be more accurate to call them Black Hand forces since supposedly this is all the work of a terrorist crew and not representative of the Helghast government's will. There's a fun amount of platforming here actually. Shadowfall's inclusion of this clamber animation always makes it feel so intense and immersive to leap between platforms like this. Boarding the first train, we totally clear it out before hacking the consoles and shutting it down. That's 1 train out of commission, only 2 more to go. We leap back out onto the platform and cut our way through to the second train. After boarding it, we see every screen has been hacked to play the Black Hand message on a loop. And even worse, the situation escalates after we retake control of this train.
We're evacuating the stadium area, but there's too many people. It's gonna take at least 45 minutes. I don't care how long it takes. Get those people out of there.
There's bombs now, and even though we shut the second train down, most of the bombs are on the third train, which is readying to depart in just a few minutes. After platforming our way across to the final train, we're able to board it and start making our way to the controls to stop it from heading towards a populated area.
Pulsar 1-8. The last train car. It's filled with explosives. Shit! They've linked the bomb in series. I can't defuse it in time.
1-8! Get back in here now! We need to disable that train! It's headed straight for the central station! There are hundreds of civilians trapped in there. We need to shoot the train off the rails. Use the minigun. Go! Go!
Use the chain gun to blow a bomb-filled train off its rails. Say less, Sinclair. Say less.
Congratulations, soldier. You just saved a lot of lives.
Today marks the beginning of your penance.
We traced the feed.
30
He's right here in West Vector. We've never had a confirmed sighting before now. I want you to go in, rendezvous with the ground team, and secure the hostages. Off the record, Tyrann takes priority. You understand? I want Tyrann's head, Lucas. On a stick.
Oh yeah, I understand. Save who we can, but make sure the terrorist dies first and foremost. You got it, boss. Say less. Grappling down to the tower, we rally with a few ISA soldiers before finding a good entry point to rappel down. What's cool here is that the game lets you pick from 3 different potential entry points from which to rappel down. It doesn't make a lot of difference which one you pick, but it's still a nice touch that makes you feel like you've got a bit more agency than you otherwise would have. Once we choose our point and slide down, we can see dozens of Black Hand soldiers hiding around the building. So all that's left for us to do is clean house, free the hostages, and find Tyrann. While we were busy taking care of business, Tyrann got a head start on escaping, which makes it handy that our owl will connect as a grapple to let us scale down the side of this building in pursuit of him.
I'm not as easy to kill. Keep the knife, you'll need it.
I've really got to give Guerrilla some props here because I was beyond invested in this plot. There's so much implicative subtext happening around what we've been doing up to this point, and whereas the previous Killzone games had some epic moments, none of them felt nearly as high octane as this. I mean, the game is going off the rails with these set pieces. Like, what could they even do to raise the stakes at this point?
There! On the platform! PID on Tyrann! Man, Tyrann is boarding an ISA-designated dropship! Don't let them escape!
Damn, dude, Lucas has the grip strength of a superhuman strongman competitor. What the hell? This game is insane. Hanging off this rope, we're dragged through the skies of Vector City after having just been stabbed. I mean, it's just so cool. This is honestly one of the most climactic and insane set pieces of the whole franchise, and it's not even close. Eventually, though, Lucas does manage to climb up to the dropship to confront Tyrann and put an end to this.
Your persistence, I respect that. But it's in your nature to lose.
Lucas, when I look out there, I see our enemies testing us, seeing if we have the resolve.
If you send me back in, I will find him. I promise.
Tyrann must be made an example of. They have to know that we are strong. We have to show them. We're sending you in as a refugee, using the deep rotation as cover. Once you're on the other side, you'll make contact with an informant, codenamed Zeus. He'll give you Tyrann's location. Find him and execute. Then make your way to the extraction site. You see what they're like. These people are animals. All of them. The threat is real. It's not just on the other side. It's come here, to our home. We must defend it at all costs.
In spite of your mistakes, we have always hoped you would return. Today, our hopes were answered. From now on, you will work hard to reintegrate and make the sacrifices that are required to lift us to glory. In all areas of life, you will succeed. At home and at work, you will strive for excellence. You will make us proud. The state of New Helgen welcomes you home.
Okay, so it's been literally 1 day since Lucas got stabbed in the chest, and that's the actual in-game timeline, by the way. It's like he's got a death wish at this point. And if he does, this is certainly a great place to fulfill it. New Helgen, beyond the wall. as Helghast citizens are being deported out of Vecta City back into New Helghan, and they're welcomed to the other side of the border with a motivational speech on the speaker about reintegrating and rebuilding Helghan together. All of these Helghast who were living among the humans are being deported out of Vecta City and back into New Helghan because of the Black Hand terror attack. It just so happened to make a great excuse for Lucas to easily walk right through the wall without raising any suspicions of ISA involvement. They do this strange thing here where the sensor goes off for one of the civilians, and they say they found one before breaking her apart from her husband. I think this is supposed to be a sad moment where we're watching a loving couple be separated, but it would have helped a lot if I knew why it was happening. It happens again to the guy ahead of us as the sensor says it's unable to process due to insufficient data. Like, I'm guessing if they don't have any prior data on you as a Helghast, you're supposed to be sent back to Vecta City, but they might just straight up be executing them since there's no data on them. It's not really made clear. But as you're walking through the line, the Helghast all referred to the refugees as traitors, presumably for abandoning New Helghan to go live with the humans in Vecta City. It's really amusing how hard they work to hammer home that New Helghan is a dystopian nightmare, honestly. All of the buildings are black and blood red. You know, the scary color combination, and everything is metallic and lifeless. Civilians are being denied their medication as they lay in pain beside their loved ones, and people are afraid to board the train. I guess I'll say this though, what it lacks in subtlety, it makes up for in style. Once we board the train, we actually end up standing on it for a surprisingly long time before we're far enough in for Lucas to withdraw a detonator and blow the tracks. How exactly did he manage to slip that past the guards at the border gate? Taking out the guard, the refugees jump the train and start running in every direction. This puts us right inside of the New Helghan slums, and unsurprisingly, it's a total visual spectacle. I mean, this is some science fiction dystopia right here, and I love it. Our mission here is simple. We need to link up with an ISA informant codenamed Zeus hiding behind enemy lines and get his intel on where Tyrion is so we can kill him and end the Black Hand. Remember earlier when I mentioned there was only one other level that kind of opened up into a small hub where you can explore a little like the first one? Well, this is that level, and it's pretty much one of the coolest levels in the game. We are able to sort of freely navigate this small section of the New Helghan slums, take out some Helghast patrols, find comic pages and other collectibles, and of course, complete an optional special side quest, which I'll get to in a second. The level of detail across this environment is so brilliant that it almost demands the player subconsciously recognize the amount of work and polish they put into meticulously making it all feel alive and real. No matter where I was looking, be it platforming across a few shanty rooftops or sprinting in between refugee shacks, it was all so detailed that modern games should be embarrassed by comparison. After locating the hideout where our informant was supposed to be waiting for us, we find it empty. So we reorient our search to try and track down where he's moved to, knowing it must be nearby, and it is actually. Climbing through a vent and across a very cool little underhang of pipes, we find the hidden room where Zeus has taken cover.
Gabe!
Kellen.
What's he got on you? Sinclair. He's got to have something, right? You here? What? You think you're special? Didn't you know? I'm special too, man. We all are.
Cut the shit. Where is he?
Hey, easy. Come here. You see that tower? Your boy Tyrion's holed up at the bottom. You need to take a container down into the canyon. I'm telling you, it's messed up down there. You go in, you're not getting out. You know they're coming for me. There's a tracking database up at that platform. If you destroy it, I might have a chance to get away.
So that's the optional side quest I mentioned earlier. These are few and far between, but I actually suspect that they were hoping to make a lot more of this game's levels open-ended like this with more side quests, but probably cut the idea way down in order to reach deadlines and launch with the PS4. Either way, we're going to do it, of course, by killing our way to that terminal to erase his information. Doing this will give him a better chance of getting out of here alive without Helghast retribution. Once we find the terminal, we send the owl to hack it and erase his info from their records.
You did it! Data's been erased. I didn't think you would. I owe you one.
Alright, now let's get back to work. According to Zeus's intel, there's a moving shipping container we can take down to the lower levels of this area, which is where Tyrion's hideout is located. So once we fight our way through the guards and find said shipping container, we're able to ride it straight down. Easy enough. The op is proceeding pretty smooth so far. This is another really cool idea for a set piece too, because we're slowly going down this massive area, and it's clear at this point that a lot of this game's locations were just trying to show off how much the PS4 was capable of rendering at once. But that doesn't mean they were slacking on maintaining the world building, like having to go through a container of refugees. They act afraid at first, pointing a gun at us before realizing that we're not a Hellgast and letting us pass without issue. Where was this level of intense sincerity in Killzone 3? There's a lot of slow-burning exploration and progression here, not really any action for a few minutes while we slowly work our way through this refugee living quarters, which is fine with me actually. The slower sections like this really help make the intense parts go harder. But I mean, this is a Killzone game, so this slow segment doesn't last long before the bullets start flying. There's not much more to say from here because it pretty much becomes a corridor shooter from here until the end of the level. We pass through an arena or two with some slower areas of exploration in between, although again, the shooter arenas in this game are a lot better than any of the ones in previous Killzone games based on a number of reasons, not least of which being that this one actually feels fun and responsive to play. Also, this part where you have to use the zipline to cross is so cool to me. The sheer scale of these levels is incredible, and also we get another minigun to cut these Hellghasts into pieces. Unfortunately, I think now is a good time to address how the chain gun in this game is strangely unsatisfying. I don't know how they managed to mess this up because the chain guns in previous games were awesome. I kinda noticed it when I shut down the train, but it became more apparent here. I mean, for one, holding left trigger doesn't keep the barrel spinning, and you have to be quick to the draw here or you'll die. So I was walking around tapping the trigger to have it kinda half spinning while trying not to fire and waste ammo. It just kinda sucks. No idea how they managed to regress on their weapon design here. Either way, we do finally locate Tyrion.
Don't worry. Your use outweighs your recklessness. When the time comes, you will be needed to deliver the weapon.
I am honored. And when will it be ready?
Soon. The little mouse is here, hard at work. That's right, Vecton. Massa's talents aren't going to waste. Only now, she's focused on eliminating a different race. Yours. That's better. See, this is what happens when you blow things up. People come snooping around for answers.
Do what you came to do, assassin. Make your country proud.
I mean, that's one way to kill a target. You know, Lucas is supposed to be a hand-to-hand combat expert being a shadow marshal and all, and yet he keeps getting his ass kicked in every close quarters encounter he gets in. Seriously, it's like his training just disappears anytime a named character swings a fist in his direction. Either way, everything is currently falling apart around us and we are unarmed. So the move is to descend down this tower and reach the extraction point before the Hellghast come swarming around us. It's a pretty interesting scene visually, but it's really not fun to play. Lucas is very slow, my guess is because he's injured or something, but it makes everything feel really boring and tedious. It would have been a lot more fun if they would have designed this for Lucas to run and jump gaps more. I mean, the clamber animation is already in the game. Just build the tower a pinch different and restore his movement speed, and this would be way more fun. Either way, we don't make it to evac on time, and we're cornered, so Lucas has to throw his hands up and accept his arrest at the Hellghast hands.
Who is your contact? Who is it? The name! Who is your contact?
Take this opportunity to reflect on your behavior.
Wow, so he's being tortured and talked down to. Ouch.
I hope you are more helpful in their return.
We haven't got much time. I'm not going to harm you. The attack on Vecta had nothing to do with us. I want to end this, not start another war. Now tell me, who is Tyrion working with?
Untie me.
You are not in a position to bargain. Who is it?
Stahl. Jorhan. Stahl. He's on Helgen. You gave him Massar. She's building him a weapon. Vectans. Half-breeds. Everyone dies. Including you.
You are under orders. I expected you to follow them.
How could you? What Massar did on that ship was an abomination. She deserves punishment. I'll kill her myself if I have to.
Please spare me the melodrama. You are talking about things you cannot possibly understand.
What has Stahl promised you? Power?
He has promised us a home and the survival of our people. At last we have a chance to negotiate from a position of strength.
That is Scholar Vazari's daughter, by the way.
As we deserve.
Not like this. Have you forgotten the blood that runs through my veins?
How dare you question me?
I will be killed no matter who is targeted.
Be quiet at once.
Oh, Mother, please,
Never call me that!
Ooh, she's ashamed of her past fling with a human, apparently.
You make no demands of me.
I think I walked in on some family drama or something here.
Guards, I'm having you sent away, where you'll be safe.
Wait! No! Mother, please! Don't do this!
Curious to think we were once the same race. And now you're the enemy. I shouldn't feel anything. But I do. Keep him alive.
Oh, come on, don't leave me in here with evil Joe Rogan.
So have you ever done DMT?
You've been moved.
Sinclair, I have to warn him.
No, there's no time. Just follow my instructions and I'll get you out of here. I'll protect you.
Alright, so someone using a voice modulator contacts us to act as a friendly voice, guiding us out of here. Whoever they are clearly have access to control these shipping containers on a whim. So this part of the game is all timing, platforming, and stealth. I mean, it's a pretty interesting little sequence, a lot like that one scene from The Matrix where Morpheus is guiding Neo through the offices.
Stop. There's a patrol up ahead. Hide in that container.
I liked it overall. It was a refreshing change of pace, but that isn't to imply the game had been repetitive up to now, because it definitely has not been. We do some climbing and platforming, avoiding enemy sight as our faceless savior goes as far as shooting Helghast, who might spot us from a distance.
You won't get out of here alive. No one ever does.
Damn, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Get those lads up.
You make a habit of disobeying orders.
I should have never handed over Massar. As long as she's alive, they'll use her. Both sides. We have to move. They find you out here, you're dead.
To no one's surprise, the voice on the radio was the woman we've been running into. I guess when she realized Helghast were more interested in retooling Massar's virus into a bioweapon targeted at humans than they were at securing peace, she opted to try and help us. As we follow behind this Helghast operative, she tells us there's a smuggling route we can utilize to put some distance between us and Chancellor Visari.
The Vectan half of you. Do you know him?
I learned very early on not to ask that question. I know what I am, Kellen, and I'm not ashamed. All that matters to me is my people.
A sort of ideological dialogue takes place between the two here, as both of them defend their own side a small bit, but end up agreeing that they have to work together to stop a war from breaking out between the two. Since Lucas doesn't have a weapon right now, Echo syncs up her HUD with his so he can mark targets and she can take them out, which will be a reoccurring mechanic through the rest of the game. And another new mechanic we get is the ability to quick hack Helghast spider bots. Doing this allows us to assume the perspective of said bot and control it. By doing this, we can access panels from a distance that we aren't able to reach ourselves, and by overloading the spider bot, short-circuit said panels. We're still unarmed here, so we'll be relying on Echo until we can get our hands on a weapon.
You're gonna need this.
Or she can spare us her sidearm. That works too.
Remember why we're doing this. Sinclair trusts you. He's the one that you need to convince. The VSA are running things. Vector will follow his lead.
What makes you think you can trust me?
I can't. But I know you don't want your people to die, and I can trust that. Keep heading for the wall. I'll take the higher ground and cover you. Tell me what to shoot.
So the play here is to take out as many of these Helghasts without being spotted as we can. I really liked this part because we were given the chance to mix in our own kills with pointing out targets for Echo to kill from a distance. I ended up restarting it several times because I wanted to get that optimally satisfying run. It's great, I love this. So it's a good thing there's a few sections like this back to back this level. Once we fight our way through these outer areas deeper into the slums, the game shows us how bad the living conditions really are here.
This is the truth, Kellen. This is what your sanctions do.
I'm not gonna wait to die!
These are the people they hurt. All you're doing is helping to breed a new generation of extremists.
Don't do this! I love you!
Thank you. I don't care who you are, just help! Somebody please help us!
This is all I have.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the only time anything like this ever happens in the game, but I still think it's pretty cool that they put little interactable moments with the Helghan citizens to hammer home the damage done to New Helghan by Vectin sanctions. As clarified by Echo, the whole city is struggling because Vecta has such intense sanctions on New Helghan trade due to various governmental disputes. So because of disagreeing governments and heavy imposed sanctions, the people are suffering here. This is a level of nuanced writing that no other Killzone game has even gotten close to approaching. What the hell was going on at Guerrilla when this game was being made? But it's very well balanced out with some high-octane action again, as we have a sort of mini-boss battle against a a large attack drone. It's a pretty quick one because you just have to lure it under this crate and...
It's destroyed.
Yeah, that'll do it. A backup squad comes barreling through the door I need to go through to try and cut me off, but with a well-placed grenade, we can make short work of them. Good progress so far. We're closing in on the wall. With the info we have about Johann Stahl still being alive, it's crucial that we get back into Vecta City and inform Sinclair of what's going on. Echo continues to plead with Lucas to ask Sinclair about convincing the ISA to stand down and avoid a war. Lucas isn't very receptive to the idea at first, and then says that it's not a call that he can make for the ISA, nor is it one she can make for the Helghast. She asks, why is it that people like them allow others to make decisions that start wars they don't have to fight? Saying the people who make those calls couldn't care less about the people who die fighting the wars they start. This was a sentiment that we saw brought up briefly in Killzone 2 actually, but not nearly to this level. Whereas this idea was touched on then, it's actually being dived into here. Lucas sees Echo waiting for him as he relinks with her. She hands us her sniper rifle and asks us to cover her so she can utilize her stealth camouflage to navigate to the transit controls and activate them. Riding a shipping container is our best bet of getting across this area because trying to fight through this would be suicide at this point. Something I really respect about Shadowfall is that every mission feels like it's trying to introduce new mechanics to mix up the flow of the gameplay loop. The other Killzone games are just a straight path from one end of a level to the other while taking out as many enemies as you can. This time, every mission tries to expose the player to a new element that makes it stand out from the others. Each level has some unique mechanic that makes it special. Eventually, Echo gets the crate moving and we're off, which is good because we're heavily outnumbered here. While we're on the container, we can see the wall dead ahead. It's a fantastic visual actually. Echo and Lucas continue their philosophical conversation, but this time, Lucas relents as Echo pushes that both have been enslaved to the will of people who don't care if they live or die. Lucas reluctantly agrees and says he'll do what he can to try and convince the ISA to stand down and avoid another war. In the meantime, Echo says they have to hunt down and kill Dr. Massar. Her bioweapon that targets only members of a certain race is about as evil as it gets, and so they both agree she has to be killed and her research destroyed to prevent that weapon from falling into either side's hands.
What you said about killing Massar, you mean it?
I couldn't live with myself otherwise. If you were honest, neither could you. Come on, it's not much further.
We're almost there. We just have to push through a little further. We're kind of at a disadvantage here because we're lacking our suit and our owl companion. Sure, we have Echo, but not having the owl was actually noticeable in its absence during my gameplay. You definitely feel at a disadvantage while playing. We're almost out of here though, so we can't let up yet. Making it to the control center, we're able to clear the room. Echo tells us she'll need some time to get control of the ATACs, which means we've come to our second tower defense section of the game. This one is quite a bit harder than the first, despite having a minigun, however, because they still have these tank-like attack drones that they outnumber us with several dozen to one. One thing that does help this part really stand out, though, is that we can mark targets for our several ATACs now being controlled by Echo to hone in on, and I mean, that's pretty cool to me. The atmosphere of the whole battle is excellent as the pouring rain sets the stage for our last stand in New Helghan as the city's skyline lights up the background in the distance, reminding us of where we just escaped from. So good. Eventually, however, we do manage to take out enough of the incoming Hellgas to let us catch our breath. The real question is, how exactly are we getting over the wall?
Now's our chance. Hop up on this ATAC and I'll pilot you across the wall.
Seriously?
Unless you have a better idea. You have to convince Sinclair to stand down.
What about Stahl? Massar?
Give me 48 hours, Massar will be dead. Without her, Stahl is finished. He's got nothing but a dead planet. We can avoid war, you know that we can.
I mean, if she can really take out Massar, then this situation will pretty much resolve itself, but still, we have to try and talk Sinclair out of pursuing war, assuming we survive the trip over the wall.
Think you're the first person to ride on one of these. Don't be the last.
Yeah, this is sketchy.
I'm losing the uplink. The drone is going down. Brace for impact. Keep moving. The border is just ahead.
Of course, it couldn't be easy. When is it ever? Alright, this is actually a really interesting section despite only being around a minute long because this little zone between the New Helghan Wall and the entrance to Vecta City is basically a no man's land, and when your drone touches down, everyone starts firing bullets. Sprinting through the mud, we do manage to find our way back into the base and out of that hellhole.
Cover him!
Remember what I said about Visari. Make sure Sinclair knows.
Ah, it's good to be back home.
Sir, you okay? Can I get you anything?
Get me Sinclair.
Watch it, Lucas. Trust is easily lost in this game, and you don't get it back.
She helped me escape. I'd be dead otherwise.
You're gonna side with her over me? She told you she's gonna kill Massar. The one thing we need. Look, the Black Hand, Visari, Stahl, there's no difference. Their agenda is the same. To wipe us out. It's always been that way. You know that more than anyone. Christ's sake, your father paid with his life. You gonna let his death mean nothing?
They are innocent people!
No! They're not innocent, tell him. They're complicit. They all are. We have been given a chance. Secure the weapon and Massar. This thing targeted Hellgast once. She can do it again. Visari won't be able to threaten us. Ever. We can finally take our home back. The Black Hand intel you retrieved details this mining spire in orbit around the planet. I need you to infiltrate, find the weapon, and Massar. Do not let the half-breed get in your way. Show me I can still trust you, Lucas.
That didn't go well. Lucas kept his promise and did try to convince Sinclair to stand down, but he wasn't interested in hearing it. That puts us right back where we were before, on the opposite side of Echo, and on a mission to rescue Massar and bring her back in so she can turn her weapon into one coded to kill only Helghast. Not much Lucas can really say about it. That's his job after all. And so here we are, floating outside of another space station, breaking into it so we can find Massar and extract her. At least we've got our suit and owl back. We're aboard a Helghast space station, and I think we've got the element of surprise. I gotta admit though, the next sequence here was one that is so simple in concept, but was so much fun in execution. Yeah, it's simple, but there's something about free-falling through a series of moving objects that's so cool to me. I love stuff like this. Believe it or not, this is one of the most consistently combat-heavy missions we've seen so far. There's Helghast soldiers around every corner, including a new type with an energy shield that deflects projectiles. So in order to counter that, we have to take advantage of other methods to disable their shields. Our secondary fire can charge a shot that knocks out their shields, and our owl has an EMP function that'll do it as well. There's a few other ways of doing it too, like EMP grenades. What matters is that you knock their shields out and take them down. There isn't as much for me to say here as there has been in a lot of past missions because it's honestly just a lot of killing people. It's very classic Killzone. It really feels like the game lets you off your leash for real around this time. Eventually, of course, we do kill them all and find the awful Dr. Massar.
I can't concentrate if I'm interrupted.
Pulsar 1-8. I found Massar.
Copy that, 1-8. Secure the target. Any sign of the weapon?
Don't mistake this for failure. You're too late. It's waiting for you down there. With him. It far exceeds what was glimpsed on the Cassandra. I'm attempting to refine its yield. I look forward to seeing it tested on such a large scale.
This woman is psychotic. She goes on to rant for another 30 or so seconds about how elegant and beautiful the Helghast anatomy is due to their physiological superiority from being forced to adapt to the harsh living conditions of the planet Helgen, and says that the longer humanity exists, the more we simply block the Helghast from fulfilling their true evolutionary potential. She's not only okay with mass genocide of the human population, she wants it. A squad of Helghast burst through the door to interrupt her monologue and try to kill us, but it's not over yet. While Massar rushes to escape on a gondola, we place a C4 charge on the window and take a shortcut to catch up. I'm not sure what weapon Lucas is firing here, where it came from, or if it's like a part of his suit or what, but we're able to fire off projectiles to destroy these drones and keep them from killing us or Massar. We also have to destroy other cargo transports that are headed to collide with Massar's container too. It's a really interesting little segment, if a short one, but the Zero-G gameplay is a lot of fun, so I'm not complaining. Still really confused about what weapon Lucas is firing here, where he got it, and why it has unlimited ammo. With Massar secured in the container, we get her inside the airlock and ready to be loaded up and taken back to Vecta.
I know it's a bit premature, but do you think you could find out when I'll have access to a laboratory and equipment?
Move.
Only it's important that I know, then at least I can make preparations. Worst comes to worst, I can make basic calculations in my head, devise strategies, start probing new areas of interest.
You're going to help us stop this.
No! No, you're wrong. You've not changed. You're just the same. A race of cowards.
What a delightful person Vecta dug up and gave a massive budget to the interest of ethnically erasing the entire Helghast population. Yeah, I think it's important to remember that although the Helghast want Massar to do that for them too, The only reason this is an issue is because Vecta started it with their research on the Cassandra. As we escort Massar and turn her over to our ISA allies, they restrain her and inform us that an army of Helghast soldiers are just minutes from raining down on our position to try and take her back. Welcome to Tower Defense Section number 3. Unlike the last one, this one was just kind of stretched and annoying. There isn't an interesting gimmick here like controlling the ATACs in the last one. We just sort of burn through half a dozen weapons trying to eliminate all of the Helghast without dying, and it goes on for way longer than it had any right to. I mean, we do eventually get to use a dropship turret, but that doesn't really redeem it. It was fun placing trip mines and firing out into a massive crowd of troops the first wave or two, but it definitely overstayed its welcome. Eventually, we do finally cut through enough of them to make them fall back so we can regroup and finish this. Maybe for the worse.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Stand down, Sergeant! We have our orders, sir.
What are you doing? You can't give her back to Sinclair.
You're deceiving yourself.
What's happening?
Pulsar? She's here!
God damn it.
Can you not feel it? There's sickness.
Stand down, Sergeant!
Killer, take her out right now. Right now, Kevin! God damn it! Take her out!
Sergeant, stop!
I told you. She cannot live.
What's happening? What's going on?
Massar's dead.
She got me out, sir. I have to trust her.
I thought you were smarter than this, Kellen. I warned you. I will not let you screw this up. This is our home, goddammit!
I know what I'm doing.
You run with her, I can no longer guarantee your safety.
Do you know what you're doing?
Sinclair's made his choice. Now I have to make mine. We have to find this weapon and destroy it. Otherwise, it's over. For all of us.
A dropship's entering Helgen's atmosphere. We can use these and go in undetected. It may lead us to the weapon. Come on.
Oh, well, that's convenient. What is even the purpose of this thing, anyway? And where are we going?
Dropship. We can't afford to lose it if we want to find the weapon. It's hit. They're taking it down. Stay on it. The smoke should make it easy to trace. Atmosphere. It's safe to disengage the orbital divers and free fall to the surface.
Okay, so we're now free-falling with a massive pile of wreckage, a lot of which nearly knocks us off our trajectory. This part is just insane. For the first time all game, we're actually heading down to the planet Helgen, and in one of the unsafest ways imaginable. The dropship we need to follow with the weapon we need on it has been damaged and is plummeting to the surface along with us, so we have to try and land as close to it as we can. Whoa, I gotta say, Helgen has looked better. Damn, so this is the result of what we did back in Killzone 3? This place is completely destroyed. Can we just appreciate how cool this is, by the way? Seriously, I feel like these kinds of high-octane, insane set pieces are pretty much totally missing from modern games anymore. Is that just me? Either way, we eventually managed to land near Echo's position so we can regroup.
Kevin, I'm on the road below you.
Heading down. I can see smoke from the crash.
You're way too exposed up there. Hurry up.
On my way.
The planet's core is unstable. There's going to be a lot of tremors from here on in. Watch your footing. Ground's unstable.
I've never seen anything like this.
So this is Helgen. Even decades after the Terracide, it's still utterly in ruins. The whole planet is falling apart. Having the game bring us here felt like a good decision, and A great way to really hit home just how devastating the end of the third game really was. We find Echo and relink with her as she tells us about these petricide wells that, when activated with a small petricide explosion, creates an anti-gravity lift. Another very cool mechanic that does end up getting plenty of usage for the rest of this level. The last level was very combat heavy, but this one gives the player a bit of a breather, choosing to focus on exploration and light combat. It's far more reminiscent of that second mission where most of our time will be spent finding petricite capacitors and navigating the environment. It sounds like it'd be dull, but I promise it isn't. I was having a great time, and the break from typical FPS combat was very much welcome. The main obstruction we'll face here isn't from soldiers, but rather these mobile scan units. They don't actually move despite the name, but they will shred you to pieces. Seriously, if they see you, they'll spam you with missiles and machine guns until you are dead. The only way to deactivate them is, of course, to find a couple of petricite capacitors, plug them into the unit's 2 power supply generators, and then shoot the capacitors to destroy the generators. These little drones are carrying these capacitors around by the thousands though, so there's always one nearby. You have to stay on your guard here too, because these buildings we're currently navigating are falling apart, and at any given moment, something could... Yeah, there's no way this building is up to regulation standards. We need to find a way out of here fast before the rest of this place falls apart.
Kellen, are you okay?
That was close.
Be careful. Let's not slow down. We're not far from the crash site. Vasari was younger than I am now. To see your home destroyed, everything taken away from you, I can't imagine what that must have been like for her.
Alright, we're close to the crash site, but we're going to have to get through that scan unit up ahead, and let me just go ahead and tell you, this part is hard. I think I ended up having to replay this section more times than any other part of the game, just because there's a massive tank drone wandering around that can kill you so fast, and a bunch of spider bot crates that you have to take out, not to mention how dangerous the scan units themselves already are. After some strategic stealth and sabotage, we are able to destroy the mobile scan unit and get the hell out of there before the attack drone can rip us to pieces. Seeing the desolation in person has caused Lucas to begin understanding their side.
How can they ever forgive us?
We're very close to the crash site now, but we're also running out of time. The Helghast currently still living on Helgen, despite its inhospitable condition, are most assuredly gunning for it too.
I have a visual on the crash site.
I see it. Moving in.
He's here. It's Tyrion. He's alive.
Son of a bitch.
We're flying him out.
We need to track him. He'll lead us to the weapon.
I'm on it.
Okay, that complicates things. We've got to find that ship and get the weapon back. It looks like they flew over the mountain into a valley, meaning there's a Helghast base in there somewhere, and we have to get to it. Which means stealthing our way down this hill, taking out another mobile scan unit, and regrouping with Echo. Once we find her, we can figure out our next move. And there she is. Okay, so far so good. We should be able to catch up to them before it's too late, assuming we maintain the element of surprise to some degree. Well, that ship just ripped up half the road just by flying over it. This planet is going to rip itself apart within the next few decades until there's nothing left.
He's leading us right towards the weapon. It's heavily armed. There's no way in unless you disable the mobile scan unit. I'll find another way down. If we flank our approach, we stand a better chance of breaking through. If it comes to it, Kellen, the weapon takes priority. We can't let them use it.
Let's make sure it doesn't come to that.
This is getting complicated. We're in what looks like the heart of where the damage to this place happened, and it's in a place those of you who have been watching my coverage of the other games, or who have played the previous games, might know once I say it. This is what's left of Old Pyrrhus, the capital city of Helgen, and it's looking quite a bit different since an extinction-level event happened at the end of the last game. We don't get many sniper sections in this game really, and even this one is totally optional and a bit hard to do since a few of the soldiers have on energy shields to protect them from projectiles. You can take care of that with some savvy shooting, however. It's a short little section, but it was nice to have an arena start off by letting you do some old-fashioned sniping. Eventually though, we have to get back to basics. We're close now, but once again, stealth is going to take priority here, at least in my playstyle. The play is simple. Avoid being spotted by the mobile scan unit, take out any soldiers in our path, raid the nearby Helghast armory, plant a couple of charges, and then watch the fireworks. Now we just need to find Echo again. Unfortunately, the weapon isn't where we thought it'd be, which means Tyrion must still have it. Alright, fine, we just need to clear the platform and catch a train. Can't run forever, Tyrion. You can't run forever. Even if we can catch up to him though, there's still the problem of Stahl, but I guess he doesn't have much to work with down here on a dying planet, so neutralizing the weapon should neutralize his plans. Oh, okay, so Stahl does have something to work with. A lot of something actually. He's got an entire fleet of Helghast warships.
See? Sorry has no choice. You have to tell Sinclair to stand down.
He won't listen.
We'll try. If you don't, Vector's gone.
Sir, do you read me? Over. Sir, if you can hear me, you have to pull back. Stahl's been waiting. He knew we were coming. Sir, copy. Do you read? Sir!
Nothing.
Let's just hope he heard you.
Even if he didn't, our mission hasn't changed. Fight our way to Tyrion and get back that weapon. He should be waiting for us at the end of this facility, but there's only one small problem. And by small problem, I mean small army. You already know how this goes, so let's just run another combat montage and you'll get the point.
How do we stop it? Tell me!
New Helgen is but a fantasy dreamt up by coward and traitors.
Focus! The weapon!
The fantasy is about to end. For all of you. The invasion will cost you everything.
You'll never know.
Sir, can you hear me? Over.
Yeah, I read you.
Sir, we have to pull back. You can't win this.
We're too late.
Is she still with you? I'll take that as a yes. You may have lost sight of what matters, soldier. But I have not.
You're not listening to me. Stahl has the weapon. I can get to him and stop this. You're walking into a trap.
The die's cast.
Sir!
We tried.
We find Stahl. This ends.
With Tyrion dead, we've got to find a way to Stahl. It's our only hope of ending this war before it starts. So we fight our way to a nearby dropship, board it, and fly it towards Stahl's base. But unfortunately, we're already too late.
Echo, what's wrong?
He's using the weapon.
Out, it already was over before it began, just for the wrong side.
Echo, this is Kellen. Are you okay? Echo, do you read me?
We're caught in the gravity well beneath Stahl's ship now, which means if we can just avoid being hit by any debris, we should be able to ride it straight up to him. Oh yeah, and also dodge the missiles too. They were proud of their zero-G mechanics, and you can tell because they were looking for reasons to implement it across the game's runtime. That weapon knocked several ISA ships out of the sky, but not all of them. A few of them are still kicking enough to put up a fight against the various Helghast warships, but it's a losing battle. Their only real chance is us finding Stahl and ending this for good. After finding the entrance to the base, the reality sets in that we are alone here. Echo is MIA, and we're alone on a station brimming with angry Helghast. Thankfully, our entrance places us in a stockpile hallway, filled with every weapon type you could want, so there's that at least. The next 10 or so minutes is exactly what you think. A climactic final battle across a station. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and the only thing standing between Vecta and total annihilation. I'll give them this, it is a very tense final battle. The game throws damn near everything it's got at you here, and you've got to remember how to handle the various styles of soldier you've had to deal with up to this point. I really like how it's set on a space station-like environment similar to the end of the first and third games, but it's in the atmosphere instead of space. This game has been kind of a masterclass at staying true to your roots while separating enough to stand alone. Shadowfall has felt, at times, as much like its own game as it has a sequel to the previous games without ever feeling as though it wants to abandon them. It respects the games that came before while building on what they made to deliver a powerful experience all its own that feels not only like its own game, but also like the first in the series to truly respect the universe in which it is set. And with that said, we've reached the end of the line.
Those of us that survived were meant to. Now, it is time for you to suffer that same fate. History demands it. The Helghast cannot live in Vecta's shadow any longer.
Pulsar to ground team. I found the weapon.
Roger that, Pulsar. Securing the perimeter.
I thought I knew you, Lucas. After everything these sons of bitches have taken from us in the past, I didn't think you'd be the one I lost faith in. Be the one I couldn't trust. Every day New Helghan continues to exist, we are under threat. I've shown them that. And now I'll show them how we can remove that threat. Forever. I've always tried to protect you, son. Sorry I couldn't be that person.
And that's Killzone Shadowfall. In terms of how it lines up with the rest of the games, I think this one is actually my favorite because it's... Wait, you weren't caught off guard by that ending, were you? Because the game's been telling you it's coming since the beginning. What, don't believe me?
This is our home too!
But it's in your nature to lose.
Sorry I couldn't be that person.
See? Okay, fine, yeah, it totally caught me off guard the first time too. I had the same, wait, what moment that they were clearly going for. It wasn't until I started revisiting the footage that I noticed how much the story was alluding to its own ending. Even with that said, I do have quite a bit to say about it. I'll be honest, I think it's a sour ending. It makes it feel like everything we've been doing up to this point was rewarded with an anticlimactic nothingness. I mean, sure, Stahl was killed and the weapon swapped hands from the Helghast to the ISA, but it still feels like a punch to the gut. I've never really loved these kinds of subversive endings because we as humans want a positive and climactic ending to our stories. Something that resolves the story while making us feel like the journey was worth it. So it's no surprise to me that a lot of people didn't like the way this game wrapped up the story, especially after spending so much time with this new hero only to kill him off like this. It just leaves a bitter taste in the mouth of an unsatisfied player in my case. That said, there is something I do like about this ending, and that's the point it's making. Sinclair is our adopted father. He took us in as a child, raised us, trained us, helped us, provided for us, and was, for all intents and purposes, a father figure. Figure being the key word there, because Sinclair wasn't our father, was he? Our father died in New Helghan, and we watched it happen. Sinclair is a surrogate, and not only that, he's head of the ISA Shadow Marshal Service, making him a government administrator. Sinclair is the ISA, and he never really cared about us. What about Lady Visari, mother to Echo, and in her case, biological mother at that? She slapped Echo for even referring to her by the title of mother. We're given the impression that she didn't even care about her own daughter, at least not enough. Because Lady Visari is the Helghast. The game truly begins when Lucas and Echo are being exchanged for one another to the other side so their supposed parental figures can have them back. Because seemingly they care for them. Some provisions are given and measures are taken to take care of these children, and this is clear. But when Echo becomes unruly, Lady Visari wants nothing to do with her. And when Lucas strays from Sinclair's will, he similarly wants nothing to do with him. This all ties back to a running theme within Killzone's narrative. A thread tying back as far as Killzone 2 even.
Those gold-braided bastards will sacrifice anyone who leaves their asses a couple.
A sentiment subtly hidden throughout the entire series, some entries more than others admittedly. War makers care nothing for those who must fight the wars they make. Governments that seem and claim to care for you will turn you away when you become inconvenient or kill you when you become problematic. It's possible I am reading into it all too much, but I don't think so. I mean, it's not like they spent the whole first level of the game letting you play as 5-year-old Lucas with his real father for no reason. They needed to instill in the player not only who Sinclair is, but who he isn't. Killzone Shadowfall is an anti-war game. It's a story about cultural unrest and resentment mixing with war-hungry souls craving conflict. I think there's actually more depth in this one game's narrative than in the rest of the series put together. Lucas's character is one of resolve. He lost his father and he hates the Helghast for what they did. He followed in the footsteps of Sinclair and became a Shadow Marshal just so he could take the battle to them. And yet when the true motivations of the ISA to develop a weapon meant to mass exterminate every Helghast by their DNA, even he was given pause. Similarly, Echo was a half Helghast, half Vectan, borderline disowned by her own mother. She placed her own people first and makes it clear that she has no love for Vectans. But again, she doesn't want war or to genocide the Vectan people. Both of these characters are able to agree that war isn't what they want. And yet, the dissonance between peoples makes lasting peace seem almost impossible. Much of this is summed up in a final monologue from Stahl as Lucas ascends the elevator to confront him.
Vectans are selfish. They care only about themselves. They look at their fellow man and resent him, each one seeking more than the other. There is no love in your hearts, only greed. It is because of this weakness that you cannot endure like we can. We have something much stronger than you. We have belief. A belief that cannot be shaken, no matter how hard you try. Know that killing me changes nothing. It only prolongs the inevitable. It is simply a matter of biology. You were born on the wrong side, Marshal.
It's a game about how governments do not care about you and are willing to care for you only until you stand between them and what they want, which is in so many cases, war. These governments are personified by two parental figures within Shadowfall's story. With that angle in mind, I think Lucas's death works and serves to drive home that point in a big way, but I still don't really love it. I think the developers knew that they couldn't actually end the game like that though, because, well... You can probably already guess, but we're playing as Echo now, and we're infiltrating a Vectan tower of some kind. As we stealth our way through this area, a press conference from Lady Visari plays in the background as she talks about starting a war with the ISA again. This is sort of a groundbreaking level because it marks the first time in Killzone history that we play opposite of the ISA in a single-player level. And I do really like this level too, even if it is pretty short. We have a voice in our ear walking us through the level, but it isn't revealed who it is. I had a few suspicions while I was playing, wondering if it was Rico or Sevchenko, or maybe even Luger or Haka from the first game. Maybe it was going to be one of those, or maybe it was no one of importance, but it's not revealed who was guiding her through it. I get the distinct idea that this was planned to be the first game in a trilogy, and my totally baseless speculation is that the next one would have had a stronger focus on Echo and possibly reintroduced previous characters, but much older. Her stealth camouflage is a lot of fun to play with as well, so I can see more levels being based around this style of gameplay. Much like Lady Visari is giving her pre-war speech right now, Sinclair is also holding a press conference where he too is giving a pre-war speech. Once we collect our weapon and set up at a vantage point, Echo readies her rifle and...
The Hellgas chose to forsake their humanity long ago. They are an aberration. They do not share our values, and they do not deserve our compassion. The belief that we could live beside the Hellgas
For Kellen.
was false.
Okay, and that was actually Killzone Shadowfall. We aren't really told what happened after that, but it is implied that her kill shot there did prevent a war from starting. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense, because I think if an enemy operative killed a bunch of soldiers and assassinated a high-ranking military official on a public stage like that, it would guarantee war, but what do I know? The last shot of the game is a portrait of Tyrion, Lady Visari, Sinclair, Echo, and I think Lucas, drawn in bullets. Okay, so I've said what I liked about the story, and I did very much appreciate how it was trying to have a lot of nuance about war and offer various perspectives. With that said, I did go and read some feedback about this game's narrative, and a lot of people thought it made no sense, because the game seems to contradict itself. They were baffled that the Hellgas could be painted as both tormented refugees and violent oppressors. It was amusing to see some baffled at the idea that some Hellgas citizens could be suffering refugees, while others in higher positions could be oppressive tyrants. It had to be all or nothing. Either every single Hellgas are bad guys, or the story contradicts itself. It was just totally silly, and I think it cements what I said about how the point of the game was that the people suffer from the choices of their government. It sounds odd, but I really did read sentiments from people saying the game's plot was inconsistent because sometimes the Hellgas were painted as victims and other times as oppressors. Unfortunately, this is a common issue in the real world and comes from an inability to see the people as people separate from the ideals of the government they may not have had much choice in being represented by. Not to mention, the game makes it clear that the Hellgas government, although clearly oppressive, still aren't the ones we're fighting. Throughout most of the game, we're fighting Stahl and his terrorist subsect called the Black Hand. The Helgen government publicly disavows this group, even though it's implied they turn a blind eye to their actions. As for the planet Helgen, I read people being confused about its state, because the game claims the Hellgas had to relocate, so clearly the world is uninhabitable. So the fact that there's been a group of heavily militarized Hellgas still on the planet means you can still live there, so the relocation was unnecessary, right? No, the planet is inhospitable and literally slowly tearing itself apart. Just because you can walk around and live and breathe there doesn't mean that millions of civilians can live peaceful lives here. I mean, hell, the Hellgas that stayed behind are living on catwalks and ships. Sure, they've been constructing them here, but that's been an uphill battle over 20 years in the making with nothing else to do. I'd imagine it was hellish. And even still, at the rate it's falling apart, the planet will have torn itself into an asteroid field within another 100 years. So no, it's not inhabitable, and that's why Stahl needed to eradicate Vecta of human presence, because they can't stay on Helgen. Now, I do not think this game's plot is airtight or anything, and there are some things that clearly don't add up, like the ending assassination somehow preventing a war. Yeah, no. But it's not a good guys versus bad guys story. It's not a moral right versus moral wrong story, and people looking for that are just going to be confused and think the whole thing makes no sense. It's a government versus the people story. The bad guys are the warmongers, and the warmongers live within both factions. The good guys are the peace seekers, and the peace seekers exist on both sides. The victims are those who lose their lives or livelihoods from the actions of the warmongers, and those victims, too, can be found on both sides. And that's the point of Killzone Shadowfall, which I think it's a point that is both very human and antithetical to human instinct at the same time. To seek peace and a thriving society is a very human desire, but to become tribalistic and lump all people behind one banner is also one of the oldest human instincts. From politics to sports, whatever flag your team waves is my enemy if it's not the flag my team flies. Stahl said all Vectans are barbaric and inferior by their biology, and shortly after that, Sinclair claimed that all Helghast are vicious and hateful by their nature. That's why it took Echo and Lucas to look at the other and recognize the lies on both sides. It's about seeing people as people, and not as facets of a faction. I think maybe that's why this one stood out to me so much. It's a very different kind of story, and not one I see very many video games try to tell. Alright, that's enough about the story. Let's talk about some of the collectibles we can find to help the world building in the game. We've seen the series include collectibles before in the form of intel we could collect in Killzone 2, but now collectibles are back again, and there's a lot more of them to find. The most commonplace collectible are audio logs, which are kind of a staple gameplay mechanic, likely because they're fun to find, easy to make, and build the world more. Another thing we can collect are dossiers, and these are really just little info dumps about various locations and characters from the universe. I enjoyed finding these, I thought they were fun. Then there's the news articles you can find that give you an in-universe look at how the media is reacting to various events from the game's story. There's only 9 of these, but they're split up between a Helgen news source and a Vectan one. It's a really neat little addition. Now, I already talked about this a bit earlier, but my favorite collectible are the pages from this in-game comic book called The Shadow. The illustrations are utterly emanating pure style, and it'd make an exceptional standalone comic in its own right. I'm talking about some downright breathtaking artwork here. It seems to be a story about a lost Helghast soldier rushing to warn his comrades of an incoming invasion from an enemy force, presumably the ISA. But during his journey to warn his brothers, he stumbles upon a young flag bearer who helps him continue as he is deeply injured. The two of them end up taking shelter in a bunker to avoid the rain and end up encountering a deranged and mutilated soldier who tries to kill them both. They flee the bunker and destroy it with a grenade, but the boy sinks into a pit of blood and drowns after the flag he was holding onto tears and lets him die. After that, the lone soldier gets engulfed in a smoke grenade and savagely mutilates a group of soldiers who enter the smoke with his knife, assuming them to be enemies, but learns after the smoke clears that they were his own Helghast brothers. After that, the ISA soldiers actually do find him, descend upon him, and kill him. It's a brutal and dark comic, and even now I'm trying to decide if it has any kind of significant meaning or if it's just a cool companion comic made to be something neat to find within the game. There's a few notable things though, like how all of the comic's environment words and in-universe signage are written in the Helgen language, which helps keep that immersive feeling. Also, how the ISA are descending upon the Helghast makes me think this might be some kind of in-universe Helghast take on what the ISA invasion on Helgen from Killzone 2 looked like from their perspective. Like I said, it's seriously brutal, and I can see a lot of different potential meanings to take away from this. The most notable thing to me out of the whole comic, though, is that the 14-year-old flag bearer says it is his greatest honor to carry that flag into battle and that he would die for that honor. And when the time comes, and that flag is the only thing holding him from drowning, the fabric tears loose and drops him to his death. This could be seen as tying into Shadowfall's idea of giving everything to a government that will let you die when the time comes. A flag that represents everything your faction stands for will tear to let you fall before ever saving your life. That's just my take on it though, so you guys can tell me what you thought of this one down in the comments. Now you know I gotta talk a little bit about the multiplayer, and when I say a little bit, I do mean only a little bit, because I didn't really like it. Which is weird, because I enjoyed messing with the Killzone 2 multiplayer, and I loved the Killzone 3 one, even if they were just against bots. I was expecting to at least like this one, but no, I didn't really enjoy it, and it's hard to say why. For one thing, the servers are down, and I had to play against bots again, but that wasn't the issue. Something about all of the changes they made for the gameplay from the third game to this one altered how it plays in multiplayer. The cool cutscenes are gone, there's less maps and gameplay modes than either of the last two games, and all of the vehicle mechanics have just been totally cut. And lastly, it just feels weirdly unresponsive to play. The aiming in these games has always been atrocious, and it's the least offensive in this game that it's ever been, but even still, it feels worse in multiplayer. All of the things that made the single player feel so much smoother to play for me seem to have negatively impacted the multiplayer, and I'm not even really sad the servers weren't up for me to try it because I don't think I'd have had very much fun. We did get a better class customization and weapon modification feature this time, but it wasn't enough to make actually playing through matches compelling for me. This is all mostly subjective, of course, so please take what I'm saying here with a grain of salt. Something that really surprised me about Shadowfall, however, was its music. Every game in the Killzone series previously featured a score composed by Joris Deman, a veteran composer who works with Guerrilla Games frequently. For both Shadowfall and the PS Vita game called Killzone Mercenary, however, he did not return. In Shadowfall's case, he was replaced primarily by two other composers who you may actually have heard of. Music duties for Shadowfall were split between Hollywood composer Tyler Bates and electronics artist Lorne. Unlike previous Killzone OSTs, this one doesn't favor a bombastic orchestral score and chooses instead to lean on more subtle soundscape tracks and tense electronica combat music. From what I read, Tyler Bates focused on the Vector-related missions and Lorne focused on the Hellgas-related ones to ensure the player could feel a difference between when they were surrounded by Vector areas or Hellgas ones. And I've gotta say, I think it worked. By Killzone 3, I was a big fan of how Joris Deman was handling the universe's sound, but this direction is so fitting for this game's universe that I can see exactly what they were going for here. The extra bit of effort to make even the musical styles of the two factions seem distinct, even going as far as splitting the work between two different composers to ensure it works, is so admirable to me. And I loved pretty much the whole soundtrack too, so it worked. Now, as I hinted at the start of talking about this game, I've gone a long time being told that Shadowfall was the worst of the series by a long shot. So much to the point where I was bracing myself to deal with how bad it was going to be. I had comments telling me to get ready for disappointment because I was in for it with this one. All I can say is, what the hell? I thought this game was great, and I have no idea what it did to earn this reputation for itself. I've heard from some people that it was pretty buggy on launch, but I mean, it clearly got patched up nicely because I didn't recall encountering a single bug in my entire playthrough. Maybe it was the sour ending, or the weird multiplayer experience? I mean, Sony did end up getting sued for $5 million in a class action lawsuit over deceptive marketing because the multiplayer didn't run at the advertised resolution. That case ended up being dismissed, but it can't have helped people's opinions of the game to see a lawsuit around its marketing. Although the game's critical ratings are honestly still very good, all things considered. Taking a look at the Metacritic shows us a rating of 73, which, while not as high as some of the others in the series, is still pretty good and would be far higher if one bad Polygon review wasn't weighing it down. Most major critic sources gave the game a 7, 8, or 9, with Polygon giving it a very average 5 out of 10 and citing too many shooter cliches as the reason. No, seriously, they gave the game a bad rating because it was too similar to other shooters, and then praised all of the actual objective parts of the game's design. Insane. I personally loved Shadowfall. I hope Sony ports it to PC just so I can play it again in a new way, because honestly, this might not be a popular take, but as someone who had next to no experience with this series when the year started, this one was my favorite. I feel like Shadowfall was the first entry in the franchise that was confidently its own game. The original Killzone felt marred by a plethora of tonal issues and strange gameplay decisions to the point where it often seemed to forget it was even a sci-fi game and acted like a typical old-school World War II game. Killzone 2 seemed to be a lot better about embracing what it was by course-correcting the series, but even then clearly tried to grab elements from other popular games at the time to keep up with the market. Killzone 3 uncorrected Killzone 2's previous course correct and ended up making the atmosphere of the franchise even more uneven and inconsistent, while also clearly making design changes in favor of chasing popular trends in the market at the time. This time, however, everything seemed much more confident and consistent. The world feels rich and real. The universe feels powerful and believable. Whereas previous games seemed to just be making things up as they went along to justify killing enemies from one area to the next, Shadowfall feels like it has an entire world filled with intrigue and lore surrounding you at every given turn. From Vectis City to New Helgen, everywhere you go feels like a real area that exists in a real world. We really see the best world building the series has ever tried to offer in this title, and it's not even close. Killzone Shadowfall feels like the only mainline game in the series that was ready to confidently deliver you an intense, no-holds-barred science fiction war game, and in a lot of ways feels more spiritually like a sequel to Killzone 2 than it does the direct sequel to Killzone 3 that it actually is. I need to make a quick addendum before we wrap this all up. When I released the individual version of the Shadowfall retrospective, I saw a lot of comments talking about how unbelievable the planet share agreement was to them post-Terracide event. So let me just talk about that for a second. In the Killzone universe, there are dozens of colonized planets at this point, and all of them are their own individual colonies. Vecta and the ISA didn't just volunteer to share their planet with the Helghast, they were forced to do so by the UCN, meaning United Colonial Nations, which all of the other colonies answer to. We see a small portion of the UCN's military force called the UCA show up at the end of Killzone 1 and start getting taken out by the SD Defense Network, but that was only a small part of the Earth fleet's power. When Templar and his team saved the majority of that fleet from being destroyed at the end of Killzone 1, that was the main reason why the Helghast retreated back to Helgen. They'd lost when Earth got involved. When the ISA decided of their own volition to invade Helgen in Killzone 2, the UCN was actually very unhappy with that decision and blamed the ISA for the entire situation. The ISA had made themselves the aggressors by invading Helgen like they did. Launching this invasion was against the direct orders of the UCN and resulted in an extinction-level event which basically killed an entire planet and most of its population. As a punishment for that catastrophe being the result of the ISA's invasion, they were ordered at gunpoint by the UCN to share their planet with the Helghast, and learn to coexist whether they liked it or not. Otherwise, the UCA would enforce it on their own terms. So that's the facts, but let's get into the theory a little bit. Do I personally find it believable that the Vectan government would agree to share half of their planet with the refugees of Helgen like they did, while letting them preserve their military, culture, and way of life? I mean, probably not, no. I imagine they would have worked out a deal that at least required the Helghast demilitarized, given it was the Helghast's own weapon that caused the Terracide to begin with. Sure, the Helghast Council didn't want that, and Stahl was a rogue actor, but that hardly matters to the UCN. That being said, let's try to rationalize it just a little bit for the sake of our suspension of disbelief by going all the way back to Killzone 1. Why did the Helghast invade the planet Vecta? Well, because they wanted their home back. Remember, there was a time when the planet Helgen was considered so inhospitable that all of the humans in that system simply didn't go there except for mining. Humanity settled Vecta, and that's where they stayed. That was until a war broke out for ownership of Vecta, and two factions formed to fight the conflict. The losing side of the conflict was not imprisoned nor executed. They were exiled to the planet Helgen, a place thought at the time to be so inhospitable that trying to live there was a literal death sentence. This was nothing more than a cruel display of power to make an example out of the losing faction in the first extrasolar war. The United Colonial Nations did this for no other reason than to strike fear into any other colonies even considering an uprising. At this time, there was no such thing as a Helghast either. These were all humans. The humans who were forced to settle on Helgen as a death sentence learned to live on a hellscape world until their anatomy adapted and turned them into a different species out of utter necessity. On top of that, they have a culture of extreme perseverance and hatred aimed at those who exiled their forefathers to death because of course they do. Everything that occurs after that initial exiling event could be considered karmic retribution in a way. So with this lens in mind, the UCN forcing the ISA to allow the Helghast to return to Vecta with no major conditions after just totally annihilating their entire planet, a planet that was only theirs to begin with because they were exiled there to die from its inhospitable conditions, feels like something they might have been doing to atone for their sins of the past. Look, it's just a video game, okay? It's all fiction. I don't want to harp too long on the believability of background lore to a video game series about shooting things, and I especially don't want to talk about any real-world instances or comparisons of something like this because I do these videos to allow for a fun escape from said real world. So all I'll say is this. Is it truly so hard to believe that a government might make a decision that could potentially be against the best interests of its own people to atone for the morally egregious mistakes of its past in a grandstanding way?
Anyway, that's every Killzone game, and I've got to say that I would struggle to come up with another series that gave me as much tonal whiplash as this one did. Walking away from my time with this franchise, the thing that stood out the most to me was how completely inconsistent the direction of this universe was.
From the first game all the way to the last, I constantly felt like every new entry was trying to pivot the brand into something else, and I can seriously imagine that making it really hard for people to stick with it. Other sci-fi shooters like Halo or even Gears of War were overall much more consistent with what they were, both tonally and stylistically. Certain entries may have heavier leanings into levity or drama, but each sequel in those games felt like it was part of the same universe as its predecessor. I feel like that's the case with most franchises, but with Killzone, it felt like no one involved had a clear directional vision for what the Killzone universe should look and feel like. Killzone 1 and its PSP spin-off, Killzone Liberation, certainly feel like part of the same universe, but then Killzone 2 feels wildly different in terms of its writing and aesthetic. Whereas those first two games felt like they wanted to be World War II games with a very light sci-fi coat of paint, Killzone 2 leaned quite a bit heavier into those sci-fi elements, with 3 and every entry after that committing completely to the futuristic look. I mean, just compare the space station from Killzone 1 to the one from 3. Additionally, the writing in Killzone 2 is completely different from Killzone 1 and Liberation. The original game was written very campily and over the top. Now, granted, I think that was probably unintentional, but it did kind of seem like what I'd imagine a teenager's idea of an epic war movie is supposed to look like. The main characters are treated more like superheroes in a cartoon than they are soldiers in a war. If it wasn't for the frequent use of heavy swear words, I would have been convinced this was a game aimed at kids and teenagers. If you removed the swearing and changed like one or two minor things, then this could easily pass as a cartoon storyline meant for kids. This all changed with Killzone 2. The approach in that game was far more serious and intense. While there was still a heroic superhuman feeling to the characters, it all felt far more grounded, like soldiers were really killing their way through a genuine war zone. The excessive swearing added to the atmosphere and cemented a band of brothers-like feeling as we watched these soldiers tackle impossible odds and lose one of their comrades in the process. The devastation was treated with appropriate reverence, and the impact of the war was taken very seriously. It felt like everything that Killzone 1 and Liberation wanted to be, Killzone in its purest form, which made Killzone 3's backpedaling feel so strange. The second game's respect for the seriousness of the war was replaced with one-liners and quips. The grounded soldiers replaced once again with superhero-like characters. Killzone 3 took the intensity of Killzone 2's writing and peeled it halfway back to Killzone 1. But Killzone 3 was a hit though, and the characters were more well known now at this point, so at least maybe this new balance was finally where Guerrilla could find their footing for the direction of the Killzone series. Maybe Killzone is supposed to be a fun war series with heroic super soldier-like characters and fun one-liners. Except, nope, Killzone Shadowfall is the darkest, grimmest, most serious entry of the entire series. There isn't even a hint of levity in Shadowfall, not one single quip or joke. It's just raw intensity and grim realities from start to finish. At one point, the game was showing off how trade embargoes hurt civilians. Like, where is this coming from? While although that was fine for me, since I actually prefer stories like that, it once again completely threw me for a loop since it was nothing like any of the other mainline games except kind of the second one. Subsequently, Killzone Mercenary is very much like Killzone 3 from a gameplay stance, but significantly more like Shadowfall in its narrative and tone. It's like there's multiple different Killzones, because Killzone 1 and Liberation feel perfectly in sync with each other, but nothing like any of the other games. Similarly, Killzone Shadowfall and Mercenary feel very much like each other in the way they present the universe, but again, pretty dissimilar to the rest of the series. And Killzones 2 and 3 have aspects from all of them, but still don't feel quite like they belong with the first two or the last two from a narrative stance. It's just weird, man. It's such a wacky series, and it was throwing me through a loop with every new game I played. I never knew what the hell to expect because every game was trying to take the brand in a different direction, and it all ended up feeling pretty disjointed to me. Of course, with all of that said, I did still love most of them. I guess if you wanted to shift your perspective a bit, instead of calling the games disjointed, maybe we could say they're all very unique and try new things with every new entry. I didn't really like the first Killzone, but it was mainly just due to the clunky, unresponsive gameplay and lackluster aesthetic design giving me very little to latch onto, and the story not being compelling enough to keep me invested. Even though isometric games aren't normally my style, I did actually enjoy Liberation, but I wouldn't call it a great game by any means. Let's just settle on calling it a good one. Killzone 2 was where I was really invested, because I loved that one. The gunplay was not very smooth or responsive at all, but man, it was fun from start to finish. The plot was compelling, the set pieces were exciting, and it featured the best ending of the whole franchise, bar none. I felt that Killzone 3 was a great game too, with better gameplay and mechanics than 2, but I didn't like the change in tone from the second game and total lack of follow-up to the events that transpired previously. Not to mention the way all of the characters just became different people out of nowhere. And of course, Killzone Shadowfall is a Cold War espionage infiltrator storyline with dark subject matter and a bleak ending, although with easily the best gunplay of the whole series. Unpopular opinion, but this one was actually my favorite. I loved the darker, more serious take on the universe, and getting to play as a Shadow Marshal in a more espionage-style title was a great time for me. Lastly, there's Killzone Mercenary, which I guess made a really great kind of connecting piece between 3 and Shadowfall since it dropped only a few months before Shadowfall did. Out of every game I played, Mercenary seems like it wanted to be the glue between the other games tonally, narratively, and visually. In my opinion, it pulled it off because it felt very in sync with the other games in a great way. The only problem I have with it is one that I've been repeating this whole video, and that's the restricted exclusivity, in this case to the Vita. Such a bummer, man. The last thing I want to mention is the Killzone manga, which a lot of you may not have ever even heard of, but very much does exist. I think. In August of 2013, Shonen Ace magazine published a one-shot manga set in the Killzone universe to coincide with the release of Killzone Mercenary. It fittingly follows the events of a mercenary with the Phantom Talon Corps and his partner Huey as they fight their way to complete a contract for a reward. I mean, it looks cool, and I'd like to read it someday, but not only is it super hard to find, it's also only available in Japanese. I couldn't find an English translation anywhere, and I couldn't even find a physical copy of the original on eBay. Maybe I didn't look hard enough, but I think it'd be cool to see this get a translated US release of some kind.
Either way, that's it. That's the entire Killzone series. 6 video games, 1 novelization, and an obscure manga.
I've been working on this series for more than half a year now, and each game had its ups and downs, but it's been a fun project to take on. I can't really say why I decided to cover the Killzone games like this. I just remember walking my dog down the street on a cold night in December in the neighborhood I used to live at and thinking to myself out of nowhere that I should make videos about the Killzone games. Although I wouldn't release the first retrospective in that series until 6 months later with my Killzone 1 retrospective dropping in June, wrapping this one up in late December like this roughly 1 year later feels really good. I'm pretty glad I did this, and going through these games with you guys has been a lot of fun. I don't really have anything else to say about them that I haven't already said 100 times by now, so please like the video, leave me some comments with your thoughts, or just to help me out in the algorithm. Subscribe to my channel if you want to keep up with what I decide to cover next, and become a member if you want early access to that content before everyone else. Thanks for joining me in this journey, guys, and I can't wait to see you in the next video, but until then, that's all I've got for you.